got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do. Say that we're done. Let's do. I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Powerless to you. Say that we're Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Stripped away, edit, ignore the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we got. Oh yeah. You waited all night me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take you ain't the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take you ain't the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine. A big old confidence boost, you never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep
good. It's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is nice and tight. 3, 2, 1, deploy. Ooh.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
वो जो था वो पास्ट में था, वो गया, अब फ्यूचर पे ध्यान देते हैं।
ये डिसीजन गलत ले ली, जिसकी वजह से बहुत खराब हो गया। मेरे को भरोसा है कि इस टीम के साथ मैं ये ट्रॉफी जरूर निकालूंगा।
हम लोग को रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम लोग हारने नहीं आए, यहाँ पे हम लोग जीतने आए, जीत गए और कुछ लोगों के हाथ से ट्रॉफी छीन ली।
AKOP जो है को तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है।
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
फुटबॉल जगह ग्रेनेड एज को नॉक करेगा, ट्रिगर को गेम से बाहर करेगा। एज द चैंपियंस दे पेइंग द प्राइस विद द ब्लड।
The formidable 16 are just 6 games away from the grand finals in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. I'm going to be a host of Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be Fixes. And yesterday was quite an interesting day. We saw some new rivalries brew up. We also did see some OG rivalries also once again take place. Basista Esports and BXT. And speaking of the new rivalries, Hero Extreme Godlike and Revenant X-Spark. I mean, it was quite a hell of a spark that we saw yesterday.
And I'm going to think that we're going to see much more of it throughout this entire year. It's just not going to be about this tournament. But at this point, you mentioned Formidable 16. And at this point, I'm still wondering who the Formidable 16 will be. Because there's so many teams in contention. And as of now, you cannot say for sure. Even teams placed 12th or 13 could drop their spots. Teams down below from 18 to 20 could also make a climb. Anything could happen. It is going to be absolute drama tonight.
Even yesterday, K9 Esports got a chicken dinner in the end. So now they're currently sitting on 202 points. Now you would think that K9 Esports is currently in the safer zone, but no, that's not the case. They're still on the 14th spot in the overall standings. For some reason, we were saying if you manage to cross on over that 200 points marker, maybe you can be on the safer side of things. But no, that's not the case. Even Metal Esports yesterday, the final game, Cyrex, hats off to that guy. The way he played that last game, he was the only glimmer of hope alive till the end.
And it was not needed for Metal Esports, especially with how their games in the previous 2 matches went. Of course, Cyrex, they needed a hero, just like Liverpool had Nunes last night. But again, moving forward to the conversation, I really, at this point, want the games to start. And I cannot wait for the grand finals also to begin, because everything is so much heated up that it feels like, having that 1 week's break is kind of dissipate all that fumes and all of it. I don't want to start over from a scratch, but it is what it is. We got to deal with it. But the headliners for yesterday were definitely hidden ones, because as their name suggests, Necro, they came from the shadows and seems like they might go all the way in.
185 points, just one spot separating them from moving in the top 16, and that too, it's currently being held by Metal Esports. And Metal Esports is one of those teams that's not going to let the 16th spot get away just like that. So Hidden Ones, they will have to try hard as possible. We've got the prize pool off the tournament, just reminding these teams what exactly is on the line. For first placing team, will be getting 50 lakhs. The second placing team will be getting 20 lakh. The third placing team will be getting 8, and it's going to keep on descending downwards. We've also got some individual accolades on the line. The MVP of the tournament getting 50,000. First finisher getting 60K.
Indeed. And as we move on ahead, like we said, right, so many individual accolades, all that moolah over there. But I feel it's more about the bragging rights to be the best team in the country before we have the BGIS beginning. So I think it is going to be that momentum setter also. And we all love to brag about being the champions of SPS. Somraj is the defending champion, and Versatile, they're going to be playing the grand finals once again. But this time, Somraj has a whole different backup with him, and his former teammates, I think, nowhere to be found. Feels like we can draw the curtains on versus Esports already.
Imagine the brag if Somraj actually wins this Season 6 once again with VXT. I mean, that will be such a brag for Somraj, because last time with different players, this time with different players. I mean, the IGL, of course, nothing taken away from him. He's got the brains, but this time around, it feels like the lineup is so well balanced. They've got so much more firepower this time around, and they're definitely showcasing it in the overall standings currently, just sitting in the top 2. Now, let's move on the conversation towards the danger zone a bit more. Even Team Empire can still stand a chance. Even Team 8-Bit can still stand a chance. 8-Bit needs a chicken dinner, and that's the only thing that's going to save the day for 8-Bit now.
For 8-Bit, surely, because 8-Bit has been on a climb, they've been on the rise, they've been on the prowl, they've been doing so much, but the top 18, pretty much, top 8, pretty much untouched as of now. Wildfang, Carnival Gaming, especially Carnival Gaming, considering that Weekendy match, they ensured their qualification, they will be coming to New Delhi. But for now, OG, I feel like they might have just edged it through. Of course, they've got 3 more games remaining. Even for Red Ross, yesterday was definitely a blessing in disguise, having a really good day. But for Gujarat Tigers, to Chas Shelly and all these teams, I still feel there's so much drama remaining.
I feel worried for Revenant Spark on that 15th spot, especially in such a critical spot, and that too decided to take a rivalry against Hero Extreme Godlike. You guys try to hunt him down, and one thing is for sure, on today's day, if these two teams are going to be on the same group, then you pretty much know what's going to happen, right? Hero Extreme Godlike will try to hunt down Revenant Spark, and that is inevitable. As you flip the page, you will still see a few more struggling names who do still stand a chance to make that comeback. Genesis, 8-Bit, Team Empire, Hidden One, especially 8-Bit. Yes, they have been getting a chicken dinner, but they need a massive chicken dinner, and that's the only way they can make it in the top 16.
Another team that really did shine yesterday was Genesis. Quite unexpected, but they had quite a nice climb for Cincinnati Kids. Yes, they were trying. Yes, they were doing whatever it needed to be done, but still feels like it's a little too far. The ask is just too high. And from here onwards, looking at 25th to the 32nd, the chances are next to none. I feel like it's so bleak at this point. Even if DOD in those 3 games, they go all out, I feel like it's too late as of now.
Maybe if they get 3 chicken dinners back-to-back, then there's a big chance. 25 points per game, then yeah, which is pretty much impossible, let's be honest.
Mathematically possible, yes.
Mathematically possible, but if you try and speak of the competition, it's next to impossible. So moving on the conversation towards 8-Bit specifically, they did get that chicken dinner in the past, but they did not have a lot of points to back it up. 8-Bit's playing a little bit too defensive. Now it's time to go on aggressive, because they've got nothing to lose anyways. If they pretty much lose out in these 3 games, they're done for. They're going to be kicked out of the tournament at the end of the day. So 8-Bit, they need the elimination points. They need a chicken dinner. That's the only way they can make it in the top 16. They cannot even play for the average at this point in time.
For 8-Bit to ensure qualification, they will have to have a good game of Erangel. The first one they come into play, they will have to at least secure 10 to 12 points at the very minimum. If anything less than that, I feel like the chances might be gone. Now, when we bring the conversation back to Revenant X Park and their hopes of qualification, now the only silver lining that I feel is they'll be coming into play second after the first 2 sets of groups are done. So they'll have a clear idea as to how many points to gather. Because we've seen 2 different variations coming in from Revenant X Park. Yesterday, they decided to make a really dumb play, go after Hero Extreme Godlike. That backfired. And after that, we saw them being quite stoic, quite calm in those situations. Hence, they got a few position points and finishes points here and there. So that is going to be interesting. But when we're talking about head-to-head, Hidden Ones, 8-bit really went in swinging yesterday, especially Hidden Ones. What a climb it was, as they're going up against the likes of 8-bit, and it's almost shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, getting those chicken dinners, getting a lot of those valuable points, especially when you know that you're on the brink of death. And even 8-bit, we did see a bit of that aggression from them. They were playing for the elimination points too. And as I mentioned, they did get that chicken dinner, but not a lot of elimination points to back it up. And that's what 8-bit needs to do. They need to focus a lot more on elimination points this time around and focus on as many points as you can get in that chicken dinner. Now, moving on the conversation towards yesterday's day, a little bit of that flashback. 8-bit got targeted by Aiku Soul. I don't even know why that happened in the first place, but I'm not even sure why that just came into fruition.
At this point, it's so difficult to say, right? Who's going to go up against who, which sort of bitter rivalries to spark up. But whatever the case is,
we never even
I don't mind it, Necro. Come on, let's be honest. We don't care if 8-bit and Aiku Soul have, that sisterhood amongst them, but doesn't matter. Inside the game, you are foes. And for Aiku Soul, at this point, they are loose cannons. They just don't care whoever is in front of them. I think there's a little bit of a stinky rivalry between them and K9 going on right now, and that's all for the good reasons, because they want to ensure that the Sanhok games are better during the LAN, because those days you're not going to have enough of those matches like you have in the challenge season. So Aiku Soul is still going to try and do whatever it takes to wipe out K9, and then K9 has this rivalry with Carnival Gaming. And God's Reign, Bodami Esports, Versatile, Godlike, Revenant X Park. It feels like just before the finals are beginning, Godlike is calling a lot of these teams out. They're taking fights against everybody, and I'm starting to ponder if these teams will answer back during the grand finals.
Look, Hero Extreme, Godlike, and Aiku Soul, it feels like they're just throwing hands without any sort of specific target. But Godlike yesterday, they got that specific target, which is going to be Revenant X Park. Revenant X Park, they got the major advantage in Yasna Poliana, then went on towards school to try and make sure that Godlike is completely eliminated from the game, but instead the tables were flipped against them, especially that one nade from Jonathan that was tossed in. It just completely flipped the odds.
Beautiful.
And now Hero Extreme Godlike, they've also got the confidence that they can wipe out a team like Revenant X Park, so we might just see that happen once again today.
They've done this even in the past, and yes, it feels like for Hero Extreme Godlike, the wounds haven't really healed of what happened to them in the recent officials. Could not win that one, but it's fine. If you look at Hero Extreme Godlike, they're looking as good as new, better than ever. Some might even say that they're in a better form than what they were during the BMPS. That was a little bit of a rebuild. This is where they're looking concrete. But at this point, Team Empire, I think Ace, he's been one of those players that has really stood out for me. Ace and Hunter, they've done so much for this team. At this point, you would want Predator and Empire to contribute a little too much. But for Empire, some might say that they were maybe lucky yesterday, but I hope they've got the blessings of Lady Luck tonight also, because they're going to need more of that, especially looking at 12 to 16, so many big names. Team Empire, they have to push through.
Empire's one of those teams that's got a great balance between placement and elimination points. You clearly saw the stats as well. The players do not even have more elimination compared to the matches played they've got, but they're still pretty much closer to that top 16. So Team Empire is always someone who does get those big games in the hands as well, with completely combined with those placement points too. But right now, they need a major game in their hands. They need something that's going to save their sinking ship. They're currently on the 18th spot with 177 points, not that far away from the top 16. But considering on the 16th spot, barely on the brink is Metal Esports, we know what they're going to be doing. We pretty much know what Metal Esports is capable of, especially Prince and the boys. They've gotten a bit of that reality check, and I'm pretty sure they will be waking up today.
See, honestly, for Metal Esports, even if we'll have to have this debate, for Metal, they did not have a great day yesterday. Just barring that final game of Erangel, they were looking quite shaky during those 4v4 fights, and it feels like they're starting to take in a lot of pressure on them. So for Metal Esports, the winning conditions will have to be that first game of Erangel. Now, Erangel, I feel like, has been one of their strongest suits. And we've seen even in the past, if they get the circle early on, if they defend it to their deaths, I think they can walk away with a lot of points. But what I'm also thinking at the same time, Necro, what would be the pace of the lobby tonight? Because there's almost 8 to 10 teams that have already qualified, and out of which 5 to 6 teams will be playing in one group. Are they going to go all out, or are they going to play the natural game? What do you think?
I think so. They might just go all out. We will probably see a lot more aggressive lobby, considering so many teams have already qualified. And there's always going to be a big mixture of qualified teams and unqualified teams, right? Considering yesterday as well, especially in the final games, we did see the aggression being amped up as well. The first two games, not a lot was happening, but as soon as the third game was popping up for both these groups, they instantly started going super aggressive, and we might just see the same aggression off the rip this time around, because teams do need those points too. And the top 16, as I mentioned, especially the teams from 12th till 16th, there's going to be that constant shuffle happening game after game. And those teams barely on the edge of getting kicked out of the top 16, they're definitely going to try to get as many points as possible. And of course, the teams outside of the top 16 are pretty much going to try to do the same thing as well. So we are going to see a lot more of that aggression come through. And the teams at the top will definitely try to make sure that they're making things even more worse for the teams that want to qualify.
And we'll get back to that conversation, because I'm suddenly stupefied to see these two amazing players go head to head. I think two generational talents. Power has been there for quite some time. Admino also, but finally I feel like Admino is getting the credit that he deserves, which was long overdue. And it's easy to get overshadowed when you play from a lineup like Hero Extreme Godlike. You've got so many fraggers. But same goes with Power. 65 finishes, out of which majority have been the ones that Power gathered for himself in the first 2 weeks. This time around, this week, I'm not really sure if Versatile are deciding to go all out, and hence Power is not really increasing the tally. But for Admino to be on the top of his game constantly, and it's just not about this tournament. You pick up any given tournament, Admino has always performed. But like I said, the kryptonite for Admino has always been those LAN events where somehow he just manages to upset his stomach. So if he can somehow take care of his immunity system, I'm pretty sure he's bound to perform well in the LANs also.
Just make sure he's not really gobbling on a lot of that food, even though I am someone who's a foodie, but I still try to keep myself away from that food.
We can
but
see that.
Know what? Yeah, okay, you know what? Fine, Fixes. You know what? Fine. But you know what? Moving on the
I'm
conversation.
on the same bandwagon, brother.
All right, listen, moving on the conversation. Now, yesterday, we also did think that K9 Esports can be in that danger zone, but considering they got the chicken dinner, you can say they have a bit of that cushion. And the way I look at it in the top 16 now is just that 15th and the 16th spot are up for grabs. Only two more teams can qualify if they want to have a shot, or maybe just Metal Esports and Revenant X Park can keep that spot pinned down, and even they can move on forward. So in my opinion, there's only two more slots up for grab.
I don't know if I can jump the gun yet. At this point, it's so difficult to say. I understand where you're coming from, but what I've seen from these teams and the hunger and so many unexpected things happening yesterday, at this point, it's very difficult. I somehow feel like 4 slots might be up for grabs. I feel like somebody from that 12 to 16 might take a dip. Somebody from 17 to 20 might climb up. Could be possibly 2 teams. Anything could happen. I think that is what we would want. If you look at the grand scheme of things, everybody watching here is here for drama. They're here for masala. What if Revenant X Park choke all the 3 games? Because we did talk about a little bit of a silver lining. They have a target set, but they're still going to be playing those off maps of Sanhok, Vikendi and Erangel. And barring Vikendi, Sanhok hasn't been Revenant X Park's strongest suit, let me remind you. And if they go off to a bad start, you never know what follows.
You really got to throw a curveball like that, huh? I mean, Revenant X Park right now is sitting on 15th spot. Yes, on the verge of being kicked out of the top 16, by the way. And that's not something new. Revenant X Park has been there since week 3. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, even though we had so much faith in the boys. But still, for some reason, they find a way to pick a bone with someone who's currently sitting at the top of the table. And now things are just going to get even worse, considering they've only got 3 more games. Now my frustration out of the way, I want to speak about a few more teams. You mentioned from 12th till 16th. On 12th, you've got Just Jelly. On 13th, you've got WinGod Esports. On 14th, K9 Esports. In my opinion, these teams know how to play for the survival. All they need to do is just
Are you
play
sure
with
about
the
WinGod
average.
and Jelly, though?
I think so. Jelly definitely knows how to get those 6 to 7 points per game, and right now, Jelly needs that. So Jelly can easily get those amount of points. WinGod Esports too, I think so. They can do that. It's not a question. For K9 Esports, though, they are still a little bit wobbly, so I'm not sure about that.
That's exactly what I'm saying, right? When it's about getting those 6 to 7 points, you already sort of go into a rather defensive mode. When there are hunters, everybody is just going to go all out. If we're not going to perform, we're going to get away from the top 16. So, that sort of a mentality sticks in, and suddenly one bad fight and you take on, you let the nerves take over. So this is what I'm really worried about, because Wingard and even Josh Shelley, Wingard is quite a new lineup. They've got such young players. Their IGL is relatively new. And this point, Josh Shelley, yes, we've seen some mixtures, but until and unless he makes it inside of the grand finals, I cannot say for sure that I have my money on him. But then again, for K9, they've pretty much been loose cannons. You do not know what to expect from a team like that. They can go all out. They have the potential to get those 30 bombers. And then there are times where they are the first ones to get eliminated from the lobby. So I don't know which facet of K9 we're going to witness today. But as it stands, we've got B and D coming into play first. It's going to be the games of Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel. So it's going to be exciting, Netro.
It's going to be an interesting affair, considering Group BND is going to be the one to kick things off the rip. K9 Esports, a chance for them to pin that spot down in the top 16. Phoenix Esports, for them, the chance is done. I don't think so they can qualify anymore. It's a little bit too late to try and knock the doors. Now, if you try and look at Group D, you've got Metal Esports barely on the cusp of being eliminated from the top 16. You've also got 8-Bit wanting to breach inside of that top 16, and a few more names that just don't even stand a chance anymore. Vasista Esports and VXT, I would love to see that rivalry once again come to fruition, but considering VXT knows that for Vasista Esports, they've already made the cut. If they want, they can switch the target and maybe target Metal Esports.
I mean, at this point, Metal Esports hasn't really proved to be a big threat for anybody else. At the very least,
in LAN Finals,
maybe,
they can be.
Yeah, they can be. But their run-up form has been quite shaky, to be honest. And after this, we'll have a big hiatus, and all these teams will get enough time to prep up or to maybe get that hard reset. Who knows? The teams at the top right now, the top 5 might just end up being the bottom 16. So you never know. Anything can happen in the grand finals, in the LANs. Whoever gets a good start will have that nice head start to work with. But bringing the conversation back to Revenant X Park, just when we think that they might not make it, takes us back to Kochi, where we felt like after that first day disaster, everybody started ruling out, this is not going to be X-Parks here anymore. They're done. That was just one tournament. They did well. But suddenly, day number 2, they staged a comeback. So, cannot give up on Shadow and the boys, but they will come to play a little later. As of now, the first game is on its way.
Well, at least Revenant X Park made it till the LAN Finals without any sort of issue in the first place, right? Though, Fixes, they had the momentum in quite the great manner. Exactly. But, I mean, I do understand, in LAN Finals, they did place first. They were the one to come through as the victors. But at least they made it till the LAN Finals without any sort of issues. Right now, they're having trouble even qualifying to the LAN Finals. And that's the entire issue. That's the main problem. The champions of the official tournament now struggling to qualify in SPS BGMI Season 6. What exactly went wrong? And in my opinion, what went wrong was the stubbornness of Team X Park. Them going for fights left, right, center is now costing them the qualification pretty much.
It indeed is. Because even for X Park in the BMPS, they were the ones who topped the table during the semis also. So kind of forces me into thinking, what went wrong? Is that a little bit of complacency because you got signed under one of the biggest dogs? You've got everything under your roof right now, and maybe they went a little bit casual in those early phases of the tournament. Now they've buckled up, they pulled their socks, and they've learned their lessons the hard way. And thank goodness they do not have Phoenix Esports to worry about anymore, because Phoenix Esports right now are inside this lobby, and for Phoenix Esports, I think. It's also days gone. I feel like Phoenix Esports, whatever needed to be done, had to be done in the previous week. They failed. Even in this week, did not have a great time. They did get those chicken dinners, but still wasn't enough to make them pull through.
I know why Revenant X Park is struggling now. It just clicked in my mind. It's Salty, Fixes. Before he was a part of OG, OG was always choking. Now Revenant X Park, we're seeing that dip in the performance. Oh, man, someone get that man out of Revenant X Park, please. Someone just cancel his contract.
Anybody hearing us tag Salty? He's been drawing a lot of unwanted attention lately.
Yeah, he has been, man. Just posting too many reels at this point. Someone cancel his account.
Yeah, he just needs to get banned. He needs to get off from social media for a while, because more noise he's been making. It hasn't really been working out, but we wanted some early collision. Seems like Gujarat Tigers and Vanguard right beside each other. Even for Just Jelly, they've gone for a different split, dropping down at Northwest Georgia against RGC Esports. I'm just starting to ponder what's going on in the mind. And look at this, Versatile and Vasista for one last time, one last chance. Let's go.
Well, for some reason, I don't even know why they're once again going for this clash, but hey, I'm loving it. The entertainment's going to be on peak after this. And we all wanted to see the same thing as well. Vasista Esports, once again, under the fire of VXT. And for Versatile, once again, nothing to lose. For Vasista Esports, pretty much the same thing. They've got nothing to lose because at this point, they can't even qualify in the top 16 in the first place. So Vasista Esports can play this fight as if they've got nothing to lose.
Yeah, at this point for Vasista Esports, we saw those semblance from Vasista Esports, that other phase, the real phase that we've come to love, where they decided to go all out. I think that fight against Medley Esports and Vikendi did embark that. But then again, Vasista Esports had been pretty much silent throughout the tournament. I don't know if it was just Versatile that ruined the days, but I feel like if somebody really succeeded in targeting, it was Versatile. They literally made Vasista Esports' lives hell, to be honest. And I think Somraj, he's one of those players you should not mess up with. He does not forget, he does not forgive. As rated, he closes in on Pokar. Pokar so far has been the best player in the IGL. He's been carrying the torch. He's been doing the heavy lifting. He's been doing it all. Whilst Fierce has been a little silent throughout this entire tournament by all his rights. And Raiden, is he aware, Necro, about Pokar's positioning? I'm sure he is.
Maybe he is, yeah. Raiden, they popped out. Pokar's making lots now. Even Raiden's position's noticed, but he didn't exactly know where Raiden was. And Raiden from the top found a little bit of that angle, instantly shuts down Pokar and knives him to death. Versatile once again somehow finding the opener, finding the first finish in the fight. And now they've got the man advantage too to kick things off with. Vasista Esports, for some reason, they always choke in these type of scenarios. And Fixes, it really makes you wonder what exactly went wrong with this lineup. What happened? What is the reason for this downfall?
I don't know. I feel like they're still uncomfortable. Or could be cases where even we had the players of Vasista Esports come for an interview. They said that their players weren't playing in the boot camps together, as a result of which they literally messed up their first 2 weeks. And it felt like they could have still salvaged the remaining two.
I mean,
but they kind of failed.
Is that really an excuse that the players were not playing in the boot camp? I don't think so, man. There's so many players who pretty much just play online, who don't even have boot camps and who still manage to qualify. And considering you're someone who's got so much experience, that's not an excuse, man. I don't take that. No, absolutely not.
And, you know, to make matters worse, you've got two players who've already won, are the defending champions. I'm talking about Fierce and Gamla Boy. Pokar is also there, the team. So it is a team that is destined to win. They've got the pieces. I don't know if they're uncomfortable with Rage God in their lineup, but whatever the case is, as things stand, look at Versatile. They're just circling around, just toying around with the players of the sister. As Gamla Boy, he does respond, but instant trade-offs coming in. His power always there to deliver those blows. As now it has come down to that final player, Rage God. He will toss up a grenade. And seems like the lights are going to turn off on him. As Raiden, he's going to take his sweet chance. And for Rage God, at this point, what does he do? Where does he run? Where does he hide as for Versatile? They will just get that revive onto Destroy and just go in for the push.
It was such a great Molotov to force Rage God back and retake that angle. Rage God's now pushed a little bit in the back. Has got this box to play with. We all know what's going to be the course of action. 1 man against 4 players of VXT. We have seen these type of comebacks happen in the past, but it's not something that's going to happen every day. And Rage God gets caught. One single bullet of that shotgun will seal the deal. And of course, a little bit of salt on top of the wounds. Those bullets didn't sound like gunshots. They sounded like fireworks for a Versatile.
Yeah, and one after the other versus Esports. Now just 2 games shy to end this miserable run. Now coming back, I feel like Vasista Esports really need to pull up their socks because honestly, Necro, how many chances are these players going to get? There was a time they were playing from Carpe Diem. They had no sponsors, they had no orgs, and finally they got something.
They were doing
in Vasista
good, by the
Esports to play. And at this point, if they do not cash in on that, of course, this tournament is pretty much over. If they do not get any good points in the next officials or they do not make it to the grand finals, I feel like their careers might be up for a toss.
Yeah,
because with so many orgs already having good rosters, who is going to pick a rather underwhelming Vasista Esports at this point? I really hope they bounce back. But for Versatile, trouble awaits because IQ Soul, look at them, lurking around.
Once again, IQ Soul just here to throw some hands. That's it. Just contribute to the entertainment. And Fixes, if you remember, Team Bliss as well. Even for them, the careers were on the line in the official tournament in the past. And they pretty much aced it. They went to the grand finals, a decent performance. But for some reason, we're not seeing Team Bliss over here. I was missing them, I'm not going to lie.
And, you know, just to add salt to the injury there, even the old lineup of Vasista Esports, they made it to the grand finals of BGIS. Albeit whatever happened in the grand finals, let's not talk about it. They were quite careless. But still, that lineup had that fire in them. And Rage God used to be such an integral player of that team. And we haven't seen that Rage God in this Vasista Esports anymore.
True.
Goes on to throw those questions. What's going on? Is he quite uncomfortable? Because players even coming up for interviews, they do not really tend to tell all the truth. And I understand why. Something is definitely not right. But for Versatile, I do not know if there's any org looking for a team. Surely it has to be Versatile, right? The way they've been playing. And for Somraj, he's been such a fighter. Give him any team. Form it maybe even 3 hours before a tournament. He's still going to take you to the grand finals. He's still going to perform better. And there are even chances where he goes to win the entire thing.
But I'm pretty sure the ask is going to be high, Fixes.
Oh, yeah. Why not?
Yeah. It's not going to be...
Give him the money.
Yeah. The ask is going to be massive. So if you're going to be looking forward to sign up Versatile, be ready with the bank account. But you know what? The next zone's going to pop up. Center's on up a bit more. It's going to be a standard shift, nothing really outside of the box. CG's over there as well, playing pretty good. You've also got VXT towards Pochinki, Metal Esports in the Smack Center as well. Now, Metal Esports really needs to play this one as passive as possible, as defensive as possible. They need to get those average points. That's it. That's the only thing that's going to keep their spot pinned down. Yesterday, Cyrax did his job, but today, as a whole knit unit, Metal Esports needs to perform and not choke in those fights.
Oh, look at this. We're talking about choking. Seems like a team in the far fray has already started. Legit, they looked so lost, just slamming their vehicle onto the bark of that tree. And seems like their days might be numbered. But hold on, Sparsh has something to say about it. Gets a nice knock, but sprints. He's going to circle around him and just runs over. As Metal Esports, they survive this onslaught. Proton, one of the final players surviving. I don't know for how long can he last in that situation, because at this point it feels like Metal, they are just having a little bit of fun. Legit, pretty much being the punching bags. But hold on, Carnival Gaming as Goblin, he makes an entry for the days. But for Metal Esports, they need to recuperate ASAP.
It's an heroic entry in Metal Esports. They're not going to be able to have fun for too long. One player's already at the top of the roof, and this nade's going to find the knock. Legit almost could have been taken down with that nade. A 3-on-4 is still doable. Cyrax gets taken down pretty low. Now he needs to pull out the shotgun, but before he does so, Cyrax gets knocked out as well. Legit and Prince, the final two glimmer of hope life for Metal Esports, and CG, they have engulfed this compound. They pretty much know the victory is theirs in this fight, and Legit's gonna be the last man standing. If he finds the first blow, maybe there's a chance, but he's almost on the verge of finding the two players. Legit, the players of CG wanted to pan Legit, but in the end, he once again flips the table, and he's now looking forward to save the day for his team. He's on the verge of clutching this one out, Fixes. It's a 1v1 in the end. And Legit, he's got the SRFK to play with. He's got the weaponry. He's got the utilities to make this clutch happen. All he needs is the connection. He needs to be on point with his aim, and that's the only way he can be the one to secure this clutch.
This is going to taste so much better if Carnival Gaming fluster this one up, because Legit, 3 players ran with pans right at his face. But still, Carnival Gaming, Zerix just hoping to get that revive on towards Neo. as even Wingod, they're in the nearby vicinity. No matter whoever wins this battle, they will come for taking those scraps. As legit, he gets that knock on towards Neo once again as Zirix. This young lad has to clutch it out, and indeed he does. But not out of harm's way, as there you have it. Wingod, the cavalry has arrived.
Third parties after third parties, all the desperate names other than CG. CG, they've already made the cut. But now in Wingod, they need these 2 elimination points. And they're going to try to get those, that's for sure. Nate tossed out, Neo is still ticking away to his death. Metal Esports, they got 5 points out of that game. Okay, but in the upcoming 2 games, they need a decent game. Zyrix, still out in the open. He's tossed out a few smokes. Wingod Esports, even they, some are down line. Just need to pin that spot down. Just make sure that you're going to qualify. That's it. That's all Wingod Esports needs to do.
This one was an expensive fight for Carnival Gaming. Just through this one, I must say. Especially given the fact that, in such phases tournaments, you might have secured enough points, but Metal will be the ones walking out happy. Secured 5, but still getting eliminated. But for Wingod Esports, they are exercising utmost caution as of now. Just taking over the Everest, and we've seen numerous times, Necro, when there have been circles really favoring teams at the top of this mountain. And for Wingod Esports, I think getting the chicken dinner is the key. And Infinity did come on the interview, and he was of the opinion that the God of War is power 220. So I think that's the goal for Wingod now, sitting at 205 points. A chicken dinner might just earn them the golden ticket. But Josh Shelley, also in the nearby vicinity, could face a little bit of resistance from Gujarat Tigers.
Hold on to that thought. Ikusol once again here to throw some more hands. Who's going to be the one to catch the first punch in the gut? DBS up close and personal. Some just looking to find that first connection, the opener, the link that Some is looking to find. And now some are down line. Ikusol, they know they've got the man advantage, while the team in the front, they don't have a lot of the man number to try and back themselves up in this fight. Ronnie's out in the open, catching a lot of hurt upon himself. And Zyrix in the back lines being forced outside of his cover because of that Molotov. But still a beautiful place nade from Zyrix. We'll catch him on now. Ronnie in the end gets knocked out as well, but unfortunately for Ikusol, now this fight's taken down to a 2-on-1. Knuckle in the front lines, and he will connect that crucial shot and end the day for his opponents.
This is lovely. This is lovely from Ikusol. All these teams, like you anticipated, Necro, they're just deciding to go all out. They're just having fun.
Yeah.
All these teams having already secured qualification. I'm pretty sure even Wingod might not want to come down from the mountains, descend and take those fights, but Genesis for sure can, and even RGC. At this point, do not want to mess with Ikusol. They've got nothing to lose. As of now, Josh Shelley having the smack center to himself for Gujarat Tigers, quite an important affair. At the same time, K9 avoiding those early jitters. They've also managed to squeeze in inside the zone from that eastern side. They'll be injecting themselves as Equinox. He's leading the pack, just right on the tails of the players of Gujarat Tigers. Does he have those concrete covers to play around, as even for Team Empire? They will be playing around Ghatka, just on the tails of Versatile. It's going to be so much fun, especially around that eastern cluster that we see building up.
Josh Chili's in the smack center.
Mm-hmm.
And if they maintain that spot, they will be in a good spot as well in the overall standings, pretty much confirming it. You were anxious about this team. Wingod Esports too, they've got a decent spot to play with. Pretty much on the Big Boy Mountain. Looking pretty comfy as well. RGC on the screen, and speaking for RGC, they were able to get that one chicken dinner, but that was pretty much like the consolation. That's it, nothing more than that. RGC's over here to just make a mark for themselves, go out fighting, because they're going to be kicked out of the tournament anyways. For Miracles, we had a lot of expectations from that team as well, but unfortunately, even For Miracles were not able to perform on the expectations. And speaking of For Miracles, they're looking to challenge a fight, take a fight against Wingod Esports at the top. This will be an interesting one. For Miracles, do they make the climb with the vehicles? That's my question. Do they actually go for a head-on-head ram? That's my question. And for now, it seems like they're just going to back away from that, knowing the fact that it's Wingod Esports up top.
It's going to be interesting affair to see what happens next. Because for RGC, if you remember, they did have a lot of finishes yesterday in the game of Sanhok. Earned themselves a chicken dinner, but still 140. I think it's a little too far-fetched for them. But even before flame diminishes, I think that final tinder, they could explode. Show the world that what they're made of. And for RGC Esports, really had our hopes high. As of now, Vingod pretty much just chilling around. Have got nothing to worry, but the definition of chilling does not mean that you slip up from the mountains and fall. So whatever they're up to, they need to fix it ASAP. As Versatile, really close to Just Jelly. And look at Just Jelly, they do not want to pick a bone. But Versatile, it feels like Necro, they're itching for a fight.
Playing it passive. And of course, VXD's got all the rights to itch for a fight as well. Why not? They've just wiped out Assista Esports. Might as well try and make a few more chances tough. RGC looking to take a fight against Aiku's Soul. An interesting clash we're seeing on the screen. And Knuckle just spamming around the corner, hoping to find a knockout. But Sanch is already backed away from that spot. RGC with two players, Dope and Sanch, up close and personal. Dope needs to be the one to go huge. He drives across. He does find the knock on a Knuckle, but that's all he's going to find. Sanch once again closes on up, and eventually he will be wiped out from this game. Versatile too, they're here to third party. And look at the way Versatile make their entrance. It's quite the heroic entry.
They make an entrance and they exit soon after. Realize that Aiku Soul do not have enough men down. As a result of which, they do not want to force this fight. It's all about trying to pushing through. Because for Versatile, I think the goal has to be to end at the top of the standings, to maybe try and cross over Hero Extreme Godlike. Because barring that, I do not see any reason, Necro, why Versatile would not go in. So as of now, Aiku Soul, they're just enjoying themselves, have collected 6 good finishes, all dandy, all good. And for Versatile, still roaming around in their vehicles. And I'm kind of surprised that nobody has even taken those shots on them. Their vehicle is completely undamaged as the circle takes an eastern shift.
K9.
And this looks like a K9 game. Surely they do not bottle this one.
On paper it does.
Or even Gujarat Tigers.
But looking for Miracles. What a rotation this is. A while ago they were towards the Big Boy Mountain, and now look at 4 Miracles. Moving all the way from the edge of the blue, from the blue itself. And now on the verge of breaching it's out of the next circle. 4 Miracles. This is a miraculous rotation that they're looking to pull off. They can definitely surprise the players of K9 Esports, maybe backstab a few foes if they can. And Omega, he's got his backs turned. He's in the vehicle right now. Looking at Aiku's Soul. Look at the amount of death crates you see on the screen. Oh man, that's the death threat of CG, Metal Esports, RGC. 3 teams wiped out in that same compound.
Look at Grind. I'm starting to get a little worried about him because the way he's driving by might get caught in the middle of nowhere. You've got Just Jelly on one side, Versatile on the other. And he's in no man's land. Has to get the hell out of there ASAP. But for Genesis, they still have a little bit of that central position to play with. Albeit there's no cover. But for Versatile, do they not run out of fuel? Because I do not remember when I saw last them stepping out of their vehicles. They've just been driving by. Hesperos, he's taken some massive amount of damage, Necro. And for Miracle Esports, again, these days, or in fact this particular day, could be their last chance inside this tournament.
Indeed. Go out with a bang. They're spotting a lot of teams breaching inside from that same vicinity they were looking for to breach. Even 8-Bit's going to be one of those. For K9 Esports, a lot of foes now starting to approach. Even Phoenix Esports is looking for to follow that same terrain. And I'm not sure if it's going to work out for Phoenix Esports. The way 8-Bit's rotating, the way they've placed themselves right next to K9, there's a big chance the fight might just happen. And as soon as the fight erupts, there will be a third party from 4M. That will definitely happen. But K9 Esports, for now, they seem safe. Looking at Versatile on the screen, there's a lot of foes around them. Just Jelly a while ago, they were in the smack center, but considering the circle takes a curveball shift, now Just Jelly's on the edge.
Look at even 8-Bit. They've executed a beautiful rotation. A long drive through, and they've injected themselves from the northeastern side. But there you go. The push comes in. And Just Jelly, they better be prepared for this because it is going to be a menace in the form of Aiku Soul. Knuckle being the tip of the spear. He goes entering it, but Nenze, that was some nice shots on the arm. Gets that first knock to get things started, but the trade-offs are definitely there. Kyolamau, he will gushing through. salvage as much as he can possibly do at this situation, as Kyo Lamau against the world, almost on the verge of pulling off a clutch, but there you have it. Aiku Soul seal the deal as Some, he gets to be the hero. Of course, we'll get the rev back on Some, or maybe not. As of now, Some, he's still fighting against the players of Wingod. 2 players already dealt with, and it is madness going on as Wingod, they survive a fight against fate, against destiny, as Team Empire against Versatile. What is going on?
There's too many fights going on at the same time. This is what you call hell break and lose. But Team Empire, they need to make sure they're not going to be followed up with this hell. They need to be in the heavens. They need to be at the sky in the top 16. Versatile constantly spamming against that one man of Team Empire. And Ace is trying to keep his head stuck down. VXT's on the verge of being wiped out as well, but this one man, Equinox, he's a mechanical god. And he can definitely punish the opponents if he does find that right opportunity, that window that he's looking for. Even Phoenix Esports, they moved on, third-party Wingod. And now Wingod is on the verge of being wiped out as well. They've still got 2 more players standing against Phoenix. If they do win that fight, Wingod, they can definitely solidify their slot. Phoenix Esports, this don't stand a chance anyways. Phoenix Esports is over here to have fun.
Did you just see that shot from Equinox against the final member from Team Empires? That was a jump flick, and he connects. Mechanically gifted. Even more sound as Phoenix Esports, Venom, the IGL, against Infinity, a very young Assaulter, quite a promising one at that. A 1v1 fight that will seal the fate of Wingod and Phoenix combined.
4 bullets.
At this point, Infinity and Venom, they're just running circles, changing positions, and Infinity a little awkward in that situation. That could have gone wrong in a lot of different proportions, but Venom does not really flinch, crouches in the right nick of time, gets the head as Wingod, they bow out. Phoenix Esports, they do survive, but at the cost of what? Venom, I do not know if he's going to even make it inside the zone. As for Equinox, pretty much can chill. But what happened to 8-Bit? They are numbered down to their last man.
Are you surprised?
Just Omega surviving.
Are you surprised? 8-Bit's been doing this since the start, choking their spots. Recently, it did feel like 8-Bit was improving, but once again, back to the basics. And speaking of the entire commotion that we just saw, within the span of 30 seconds, we saw so many teams take an exit from this game. And one of those was also Just Jelly. And keep this thing in mind, Just Jelly was playing it super passive since the start, so they do not have a lot of points accumulated, maybe 1 or 2 finish points. That's it. So Just Jelly, for them, the sword is still hanging on top of their neck. And they need to perform as much as possible. We've got K9 Esports now getting approached by Equinox, that one man of VXT. And the fact that he takes the stop over there in that same spot just tells you the amount of guts this player has. But eventually, he gets eliminated.
It was just a dead push from Equinox's side, but K9 in prime position. They've got a lot of ridges to play around, a lot of covers, but resistance coming in from Gujarat Tigers and Genesis, both these teams still in the run to secure their berth, especially for Genesis. If they get a chicken dinner from here, that would be huge. Genesis and Gujarat Tigers fighting just makes things so much easier for K9. Just wipe off whoever remains alive as Slug. He's also going to have a dig. There you go, beautiful nade secured, and we'll get Heroes' heads as Sketch. He goes after the players of Gujarat Tigers as K9 instantly back off. Let the 2 teams fight, as they will be there to collect the scraps.
K9 Esports, the spread they've got, it's incredible. The amount of intel they can collect, the amount of elimination points as well they can funnel in, that can be a lot. And right now, too, K9 Esports is doing pretty decent. Slug is all by himself against the enemy lines. He's found that player, Shiro, from Genesis, my bad. And considering now there's only 2 more players standing, Krine and Sketch, the last 2 remaining players, it will be tough to take him down. Both the players are playing it pretty sound, and they do not want to get taken out, especially by Slug. Eventually, Sketch gets spotted by Ninja Boy, and that's going to be the off angle Sketch never saw coming. Gujarat Tigers too getting picked off slowly and steadily, and I'm not exactly sure what's happening to GT there, because they're dropping down like flies, and now it's down to just Grind. He needs to play on the Met strat. That's the only possible thing I can see coming in for Grind. But as soon as I say so, a well-placed nade from Arman's going to catch him.
For Arman, fighting for his life, fighting for his berth in the grand finals. As Slug, a little too ahead from his pack, he gets taken down. And as of now, it's so difficult to say. Will the gods favor? Of course, K9 have got the upper advantage. They've got those riches to play around.
It's their game.
For Gujarat Tigers, nothing really there. Nothing helping their cause. As Arman, he has to reveal himself just around that smoke and beast. Beautiful grenade tossed over. As gods, the final player surviving in a 1v2 situation. And for K9, they might get their back-to-back chicken. And for Gujarat Tigers, they will have to settle with maybe a second position finish.
Fixes, there's still someone all the way back in the blue going for the mid strat.
Maybe.
But he gets eliminated right now. So the player is not in the game anymore. Oh, there we go. Phoenix. Venom is all the way in the back lines going for the med strat. But what are you even trying for, my friend? You've already lost the chance. His team cannot move on forward. But Phoenix Esports, I guess they've still got some glimmers of hope that they can qualify somehow. But the way I look at it, mathematically, it's possible. But if you're trying to compare their performance from the past, it's impossible.
Look at this. They are going to secure 6 points. 3 from finishes. So 9 points total. And for Phoenix Esports, nothing less than 15 or 18 per game would make the cut. So it's just about, before taking an exit, try to end up as high as possible, at least end this tournament on a good note. But for K9, I think it's safe to say now that we will see the rivalry between K9, IQ Soul, Carnival Gaming, all pan out in the grand finals also. This chicken dinner, if there were any lingering doubts, I think has been diminished. K9, they've done their job. I think it's time we give them their golden ticket.
Indeed. Chicken dinners back to back. The second chicken dinner in a row. We talk about teams wanting to pull off Bot Army Esports or IQ Soul, and there you go, K9 Esports in that same terrain, in the same line. And for some reason, it always felt like K9 Esports was someone who had a lot more of that potential that they were not really showcasing. But finally, when the sword was on top of their necks, they performed. But nothing taken away from the lobby as well. There were so many teams getting eliminated in the early phase that K9 Esports, for them to get a good ground, was pretty much easy.
Yeah, I think for K9 in this particular game, everything was really set up for them. They did not have those early hurdles to face. They did not have any of those teams trying to poke them, trying to run after them, because everybody wanted to pick a fight on those western sides. You had Carnival Gaming jumping in, you had Aiku Soul, you had Wingod, you had got Jess Jelly, and even Phoenix was also into the mix at one given moment, and Versatile was constantly circling around. So that western department completely clustered up, and the eastern side left vacant. Question still on for me would be what happened to 8-Bit. Last we saw, they were on the eastern side. Was it K9 that eliminated them, or was it Gujarat Tigers? Whatever the case was, 8-Bit should have capitalized on this match, and it feels like not performing in this game might cost their qualification.
I think it was 4 Miracles. If you remember, 4 Miracles was still all the way back in the blue. And they were eyeing out the players of 8-Bit. They saw them pull off that rotation, so maybe they backstabbed him, and that's why 8-Bit got taken down. But still, 8-Bit needs to understand they did not even get the basic survival points. And that's why 8-Bit now is going to be even more down in the slumber, even worse than before. But I'm just happy the fact that we saw such an aggressive game off the rip, such an action-packed game. IQ Soul off the rip, just throwing hands out and over onto random people. They had no set target, while Phoenix Esports as well try to play for the survival. They still have a bit of that chance maybe to qualify, only if they get a chicken dinner. Then maybe I can say, once again, the chance is blooming.
Such a shame if you are 8-Bit at this point, because last I remember they came in August. The team forever is what I'm talking about. Were coached by Aurum and Kranti, and they had such a beautiful run. They were the underdogs. They were the dark horses. The players did not get any salary, anything. They wanted a new org, and now since they've gotten it all, feels like something's wrong. They need to fix it, and the next upcoming officials will be maybe that final sword that gets just chopping their heads done. But whatever the case is, the MVP of this match and has been a rather usual suspect, Necro, will be Some. I think he must be, it's right to say that he's the one who rescued IQ Soul from getting clutched on by Kyolamau.
Every time, man. I mean, Aiku Sol Sama, he's been like the clutch maestro at this point. Before it was Knuckle, but now Knuckle has finally handed over that sword to Sama, so Sama is doing a fantastic job, and Knuckle once again just sticking to his role, supporting his team from the back with 3 rescues and 3 assists. Knuckle's also doing quite an okay job. Aiku Sol's a pretty balanced team. You would not even say that they've got a lot of firepower, immense firepower, but they also like to play a lot on the placement too. But when it comes down to going for the fights as well, they're not someone who's going to back away from that. Match rankings on the screen. You've got K9 Esports with 20 points in total, Aiku Sol with 11 points. You've got Phoenix Esports with 9. Once again, for Phoenix Esports, those 9 points can actually mean lifeline, but now they need a chicken dinner. You've got K9 Esports with 20 points, as you mentioned. With this, they also secure a slot at the grand finals.
Just mere chicken dinners for Phoenix isn't going to make the cut. Same goes for 8-bit, because I see they've just secured 4 points out of this game. I think they have to go all out in Miramar and the last Erangel next if they want to dream for qualification. Even for Medal Esports, it feels unfair to what really happened to them. But for a moment, I really wanted legit to clutch it out against Carnival Gaming, because he almost had brought it down to a 1v1 situation. Carnival Gaming were literally throwing in that fight. They were running around with fans. And I think extra few finishes could have at least ensured few more points for them. Now, 5 points for Medal Esports when they're literally on the edges, I don't think they would be pleased with themselves. So I'm starting to wonder what their approach will be in the game of Miramar. Do they play defensive once again? Do they go back to the basics, or they decide to go all out? Because one thing for sure, we know that a lot of the teams don't care inside this lobby. They're just having fun. They're playing for formality.
We're not going to see a lot of shuffles after that previous game in the overall standings. K9 Esports, maybe they're going to catapult themselves over just Jelly and WinGod Esports. That's it. We're not going to see any more than that. Medal Esports is still going to be on the 16 spot. Revenake Spark will still be on that same 15 spot. For Medal Esports, yeah, they did get those 5 points, but for now, that's okay. In the upcoming game, they at least need to hit the average of 7 to 8 points per game. Then maybe Medal Esports can't survive in the top 16. I'm still saying can't survive. That is if Hidden Ones, when they step in the playing field, don't get a lot of points. But if Hidden Ones, when they step in the playing field and start getting a lot of points, that's when Medal Esports' position can be compromised. The only way Medal Esports can't secure that slot is by placing themselves in a really good spot in a particular game.
Look at this. Even I feel like Jelly might not be safe. For Medal Esports, just barely breathing, gasping at 192, because teams below Medal Esports, they're yet to play their games. And I'm talking about Hidden Ones. It would be such a delight. But for Team Empire, very close yet so far. Genesis, though, this would be a decent game, but the position they are in right now, I think nothing less than a chicken dinner would make a cut for them, even for 8-bit.
Yeah, so the good thing for Medal Esports is that they need to look at Hidden Ones as like the blockage. They need to try and block Hidden Ones from moving in the top 16. That's the lucky part for Medal Esports, because in the upcoming groups, no one else has a chance to move in the top 16. That is there on the latter half of the board. Hidden Ones is the only team that can stand a chance to try and compromise Medal Esports' spot. But if Medal Esports secure a chicken dinner and move up even on the 11th spot, that's not going to be a concern at all.
Yeah, and at this point, even for, like you said, right, Genesis and 8-bit, I still feel like if they decide to get at least one big game, a good chicken dinner, they might step in. They might be the ones causing a lot of havoc. But given their recent run of form, the circumstances, I am rather inclined towards Genesis more, because they've had a good start to the day. Can't say the same for 8-bit. But for 8-bit, how do you like their Miramar games? It has always been challenging, hasn't it?
Yeah,
Yesterday's
shaky.
Miramar was a lot better, but throughout this entire tournament, they have been looking quite shaky. So if they want to have any chance, if they want to keep their stake at keeping their dreams alive, then Miramar's the game. They have to go big.
Especially taking a fight against Aiku Sol, or maybe Aiku Sol taking a fight against 8-bit. It's now really panning out worse for the side of 8-bit. And at this point in time, as you mentioned, even you try and focus on the Miramar games, 8-bit's been struggling even on that map. Move on towards Erangel, 8-bit's been shaky over there as well. So what exactly is 8-bit good at? That's my question. If they're shaky pretty much on the classic maps, then what's going to happen when they play on the off maps in the grand finals? So 8-bit right now is the time where they need to tighten their defense up in the map of Miramar. and at least try and get that chicken dinner with a decent amount of elimination points. In the past, they've gotten one chicken dinner, but they did not have a lot of elimination points. And now look at them. They're pretty much on the verge of being kicked out.
The only good thing about 8-bit is at least their players are quite experienced in LANs. The big problem is how do they get there? Not going to see the days of coming to Delhi. So really, that kind of basically throws the argument up for a toss. So yes, no excuses, whatever it is, just go all out, because I do not know if they're saving for the final game of Erangel, because pretty much in the final game, nothing remains to be salvaged.
Yeah.
So 8-bit, they will have to poke fights. They will have to take down teams. Nothing less than 15 or 18 points would make the cut, because now the cutoff is increasing by every single game. We're still at 192, them at 177. So doing the maths, and given that Hidden Ones are yet to come into play and a couple of few teams below them, they will have to somehow at least end their day at 205 points. Anything less than that,
though.
It's going to be difficult.
Apologies to cut you off, but that's the thing about the upcoming group. It's just Hidden Ones who stands a chance to qualify. The other teams are a bit too back away. So Hidden Ones is sort of like the target for the teams in these two groups, because look at these two groups. You've got 8-bit, and you've got Genesis, who's still looking forward to qualify. You've got Team Empire, who's currently playing in here. And even in the top 16, the teams that are barely sitting on the cusp, but we've got them playing in this group itself. So still, I would say that they just need to avoid Hidden Ones. That's it. Just make sure that you're getting more points, and even that cushioning against a team like Hidden Ones, that's the only time you can stand a chance to make it in the top 16.
It's just not Hidden Ones that they're up against. Even Red Ross is there. Revenant X Park is there. They're a little bit above though, but if you have to squeeze in, you have to thwart them out. So at this point, I think the task for 8-bit is almost nigh impossible. But if anybody can pull it, has to be these boys. At this point, I feel like 8-bit really need a hero. Mafia has to step up. Omega, I do not care even if Ash has to be the one getting those clutches done. Just get it done. But that brings us to the schedule. It's going to be Miramar. Again, groups B and D. So here we go. Once again. So what are we expecting, barring an El Pozo clash between Versatile and Vasista?
Just a lot of bodies falling across the entire field. That's what I'm expecting. Fixes off the rip. I mean, Hero Extreme Godlike 2 is someone that's definitely going to try to pick a bone against the teams in the upcoming games. But right now, if you try and speak of things, K9 Esports, considering they've already secured their slot, you also got to count them in this entire mayhem, in this entire chaos. Because K9 Esports is someone that will definitely try to make things a bit more tougher for the teams who want to qualify. Teams like Metal Esports, 8-bit, they will try to bring on that passive gameplay. Wind God 2, Just Jelly as well. They're not really going to partake in that fight. But considering K9 Esports, they've already found themselves qualified, I'm pretty sure even K9 Esports is going to contribute to the chaos.
They will. For K9 Esports, there are two things up for grabs. They might want to secure a hat trick and go soaring in, because even K9, this team is prepared for LAN. We know these boys can instantly switch gears. They can go all out, but we're seeing a different face of K9, a face of K9 that we wanted to see pretty early on, where they get those chicken dinners. Finally, that little bit of a solidity will bring trust and faith in all their fans. And as of now, we still know. We believe the boys have made it. It's time to just, maybe spread your wings, or just secure that little feather in your bag where you want to be one of those teams that has secured a hat-trick.
Now, let's talk about the teams that are making a lot of chaos happen, right? VXT, Aiku Soul throwing random hands. We also did see CG contribute a bit more to that chaos, considering CG is currently in the top 8, looking pretty comfy, nothing taken away from that. So we've already got 3 teams who are going to go super aggressive in that game. Now, add on K9 Esports as well. That's going to be 4 more teams that will be super aggressive in the upcoming game. And imagine this, these teams are not going to be easy to get taken down like that. So all the other teams who wants to qualify, it will be super tough. As we've got the next map of Miramar booting up on the screen and the plane flat pad starting all the way from the bottom. This will be an interesting feed because there's so many teams still on the cusp of qualifying, and there's a decent amount of teams on the verge of being kicked out. This will be an interesting stuff to witness.
Well, certainly it is going to be difficult, but like you said, we have a southern flight path, and so many teams, so many players are still there who are in the danger area, and all those teams who like dropping in towards the side of Camp Miltat or Emuda, it's going to be a long journey. But I was just looking at the stats, Neeraj, of 8-bit, like you and Fixes were talking about that Miramar games are not really strong for 8-bit. Yes, I do agree with that. But eventually, if you look at their journey in the entire course of 4 weeks, I think their Miramars have really improved, because in week number 2, they came so very close to getting a chicken dinner. They came on the 2nd spot in week number 3 also. They had decent amount of points in Miramar. It was just week number 1 where they were really struggling in Miramar.
Shadow, at this point, just throw all the stats of the past just completely away. Throw them away. It does not matter. What matters is this current game of Miramar. It does not matter if they were incredible on the map of Miramar. They were still not as incredible as the other teams, right? Yeah, their performance was okay on the map of Miramar, but it was still not good. We cannot call that a good performance. The only way we can call a good performance is if they keep on getting chicken dinners frequently, which, of course, 8-bit wasn't getting chicken dinners on the map of Miramar.
Of course, they were not getting it, and they were struggling, really struggling in initial few weeks. But for now, we have a drop clash happening between the players of team K9 Esports, and this is not looking good at all. Genesis, this is super important game for them, but Sketch finds a knock onto Omega.
Oh, that's going to be the first casualty. Of course it is Omega, too. He's the first man to fall down every single time for K9 Esports. But then Ninja Boy gets things under control with this Mini 14. He's slamming everyone down. And then Machete is the second player. Shiro as well hits the deck. And just like that, Genesis completely shattered. And maybe with this, their hopes and dreams of making it to the LAN Finals will be shattered too. UMP 45 in the hands of Ninja Boy, on the verge of wiping out the entirety of Genesis single-handedly, but the damage is already done. And Ninja Boy, he was such a menace for Genesis. He was the problem creator. And now for Genesis, considering they know Grind and Chiro are the final 2 players standing, and even K9 Esports knows that, yeah, it is Genesis on the receiving end of the spectrum, and they know that Genesis is struggling. They're definitely going to go for the target once again. K9 Esports Slug, he's not going to let Genesis go like that. But here you go. Phoenix Esports, now even they step in the playing field. Phoenix Esports is also desperate for the points, and it makes a lot of sense why Phoenix Esports is playing aggressive off the rips, because Phoenix Esports right now, they can see Genesis like 3 points.
Of course, especially look at the HP where Hero is on a sliver of HP, and a Molotov from the side of Venom takes him down. Grind, the solo player, remaining in a 1v4 situation. Venom has been knocked out. Can he get the second one? No is the answer. And Phoenix Esports, they get 2 elimination points. But Genesis, they needed these points. They were in the danger area, and getting such an early elimination is not going to help them at all.
Oh, man. What is going on off the rip? We're seeing so many things happen. K9 Esports contributing to the chaos. Phoenix Esports desperate for points. Even they're going super aggressive. Finally, the mode of Phoenix Esports that we wanted to see has now been activated, and that will be the Merciless mode. Vasista Esports and VXT once again locking horns, and VXT for no reason at this point. They're taking a fight against Vasista Esports. Vasista Esports is done for. They can't qualify anymore. But at this point, it's just an ego battle. VXT wants to ratio them in every single squad fight they take. Somraj, the only man surviving for VXT. And the fun fact is, Somraj at this point doesn't even care because his team's made it. And what an 8 that was from Rage God, knocking himself out. Incredible. Oh, man, I got to stop being so sarcastic at times.
Is he playing for the players of VXT? Because VXT...
That's why I literally was being sarcastic, because he knocked himself out and gave a chance for Somraj to go for this revival. Oh my god. Oh man.
Rage God, few questions are being raised, man. You really want to help the players of VXT topple over the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, because the chances of you qualifying for the challenge finals are almost negligible. But like you said, it's a 3v3 scenario, and Somraj is going for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrades. Toy is again back in the game. Even S-Power, he needs to patch himself up. But VE, they are taking the aggressive charge in this particular fight as they're trying to breach into the compounds of Versatile. But seems like Somraj is aware of all the commotion which the players of Team Vasista are making at this point.
Yeah. And I don't know where VXT, they swing back to life. If Vasista Esports gets wiped out from here, all the blame's on Rage God. Simple. Everyone's going to be blaming Rage God for that. And there you go. Already the comeback is initiated. Samraj finds the first strike with the shotgun, and he's now looking to find the second one as well. Aiku Soul, after hearing all of that commotion, even they try to close on up, and here you go, Samraj! He puts that nail in the coffin too, and VXT, they swing back to life. That one single misplaced nade from Rage God knocking himself out gave enough time to Samraj to go for the revival on his fallen comrades. And now look at what just happened. Vasista Esports, they lost another squad fight against VXT, and I'm pretty sure Vasista Esports is laughing after this. And here you go, Aiku Soul, once again, they close on up. They're just here to throw some random punches, that's it.
Aiku Soul is on the hunt. They're just looking for those finish points. They are going for those fights. And this time it is Team VXT. But Toy seems like he's ready with a grenade in his hands. And the moment the plus of Aiku Soul will try charging in, and maybe Toy will try to get that initial first knock with that grenade. But Aiku Soul, beauty about Aiku Soul and VXT, both these teams, they always play like a pack. They always play like a unit, always providing that necessary cover fire and backline support which their players need. But Samraj, kudos to him, getting 3 finishes onto the players of Team Vasista single-handedly. That was impeccable performance from this lad. But he also needs to deal with the players of Team Aiku Soul at this point.
Indeed he does. But I mean, this is quite a pointless fight, to be honest. Both the teams have already made it to the LAN finale. So, yeah. VXT, nothing to lose. Aiku Soul, nothing to lose. Just playing to have fun at this point. Playing these games like they're scrims and dominating the lobbies. Aiku Soul, they've got the man advantage. VXT's taken down with 3-man squad. But still, in these type of scenarios, especially in building fights, anything can happen. Because you need to travel through such narrow windows. And it is the shotgun meta. All it takes is one pump, and instantly the tables can be flipped.
Of course, S12K DBA is a perfect weapon to clutch it out when you're outnumbered. So yeah, it can go either ways. You just need that one shot of S12K or a shotgun, and the entire situation might go in your favor. But looking at the circle, even the plus of Phoenix Esports, they do have a good spot for themselves. In the previous one also, they had decent amount of points, but now K9 is just charging towards them, and seems like Phoenix Esports, well, Fury has already been eliminated. This is not looking good, and now looking good for the players of Aiku Soul as Knuckle has been knocked out. Soma is also down, leaving Mani and Ronnie all by himself. The trades are coming back and forth.
Yeah, but even for VXT, they don't really have a lot of players alive in the first place, right? So that trade, in my opinion, was worth it. And there you go, S-Power, he pushed up, and he got taken down eventually by the player of Aiku Soul. So Aiku Soul, they survived this fight, but for VXT, they did not really care. It's completely fine for VXT to get wiped out from this fight. All they wanted to do, their goal was just one team, and that was Vasista Esports. And as soon as they wipe him out, they're pretty much good to go.
Just look at the center of the circle, Neeraj. We have got the players of Team 8-Bit. We also have the players of Medal, Carnival Gaming, Wingod, Gujarat Tigers. Among all this traffic which is towards the center, I think 8-Bit, they are in such deep trouble, because if they engage in a fight, there is a very high chance of a third party or a fourth party happening. So 8-Bit, they need to be very, very careful. And same goes for the plus of Team Medal, because what Legit pulled off in the previous Erangel, kudos to him for the valiant efforts, because he almost brought down a 1v4 situation to a 1v1 situation. But still, Medal needs to have that consistency, because they are on the 16th spot. They need a solid chicken dinner. If not solid chicken dinner, at least average points in every single game.
But you gotta feel bad for Genesis. Getting taken down so early, a team that stood a chance to qualify in the top 16. Now, everything just comes down to that one last game. And it's got to be a chicken dinner, nothing less than that. 25 points, and that's the only time maybe Genesis can qualify. It's still a major maybe. Oh, man. Things get so worse for these teams. And you got to feel for them. Especially if you're trying to think of it as a player's perspective. It's got to sting. Medal Esports on the screen, and Medal Esports is already falling prey. Wingod, they found the opener, and that too, the big man legit gets knocked out. It's quite unfortunate. Legit overpeaking that angle, instantly getting punished by WinGod Esports. But WinGod's not going to go for the push just like that. It will be a random approach, and they do not even have all their pieces together. WinGod Esports, the only reason why they found that knock was to buy a little bit of that time to back away from that spot, which was nicely done.
Medal, they need to survive, like you said. It's really important. But Wingod, they're sitting comfortably on the 12th spot, and the way Wingod has been engaging in those fights, especially if you look at the performance which they delivered in the previous Erangel, so Wingod are feeling comfortable in those 4v4 fights. And Gujarat Tigers, even they are looking very promising, sitting on the 10th spot, and in the circle also, they do have the southern control for themselves. And if the next circle shift also goes towards south, I think Gujarat Tigers can do really well in this one. But Phoenix Esports, Team IQ Soul, even they also have the northern control for themselves. Phoenix Esports, if they get a big victory for themselves, Neeraj, I'm telling you, a 30 bomber and Phoenix can be in the top 16.
Can be. It's still a big can, though. I mean, especially looking at the circle, too, and how it's panning out. Metal Esports in the Smack Center, looking good for now. There was a bit of that threat in the name of WinGod Esports, but they've already backed away looking at the zone. Just Jelly moving down south. You can see them moving in from that same road. And they're going to find themselves in the circle too. It's not a question. GT as well towards La Cabrera. Looking okay. I mean, especially the way the entire game is shaping out, it really does feel like this can be a Metal Esports game if they play this properly. They're in the Smack Center. But the same thing happened in the previous one. They had the center, but they got charged on by CG, and that's why things were completely down the drain. And look at what happens here. Last man at K9 Esports gets taken down. Slug was the only piece available, which is not even a casualty at this point for K9 Esports. They've done their job. They've already qualified. They've got those decent amount of points to move on.
And Legend, I don't see them qualifying for the challenge finals because at the start of the day, they were, how many? I think more than 100 points away from the 16 spot. So yes, covering 110 points and more than 110 points just in 3 games is almost impossible, even mathematically also. So Legend, we can already count them out. But Slug, before getting eliminated, did land a major blow to the players of Legend because Proton was eliminated, and Proton is the guy who is doing the majority of the heavy lifting among the team of Legend Esports. But like you said, Medal, they do have a very solid chance to get a victory in this one. But I say even the players of Phoenix Esports do also stand a very good chance because their backlines are pretty much clear. The only team that can be the ugly thorn for them are the players of Team IQ Soul.
Gujarat Tigers on the screen, and looking at them, they're in quite the decent spot in this circle. But still, for some reason, I'm not really getting out of Shorty. The terrains near La Trillera, they do not seem too safe. For Miracle, once again, just outside of the blue, we've got the map feed, we can see them. They're pretty much doing the same stuff that they tried to pull off in the previous game. And for 4M, I mean, it's not at this point. You guys have been trying that same stuff throughout the entire challenge season. This was the longest phase of the tournament. And if in the longest phase of a tournament, the strategy is not working out, maybe there's something wrong with the strategy and you need to switch it. But still, for Miracles, they're going with the same one. But hold on to that thought. PG, they've already found the opener. Just Jelly. Open.
Oh, Mudit. Right in the crosshairs of Goblin of Carnival Gaming, but Goblin do gives his position away, and now Mudis is aware that someone is trying to pip a few bullets towards his direction, and now Gujarat Tigers, they'll be on the alert mode. Mudit needs to regroup with his teammates, if not, at least be very careful, because even if the players of CG do engage in a fight against the players of Gujarat Tigers, Team Jelly can do a third party, and Jelly and the boys are known for those third parties. They never shy away from that, so there is a very high possibility of that happening. But the next circle shift is once again favoring the players of Team Medal, Phoenix Esports, Team IQ Soul. Even to some extent, it is favoring the players of Team 8-bit as well.
Yeah, 8-bit too now. In a really good spot. This game has to be a chicken dinner 8-bit. Nothing less than that. If you get picked up right here, the chances of you qualifying are done. Team Empire, even they need a decent game. Metal Esports too, they need to keep that spot pinned down. In the upcoming group, they're going to be getting one step in the playing field. Even Revenant X-Park. Revenant X-Park gets kicked out of the top 16. That will be one of the big steps of this entire tournament. And right now, 8-Bit facing off against Team Empire. Saw this coming a mile away. Omega, unfortunately, takes a bit of that chip damage upon himself with that nade. And Team Empire, they found quite a lot of that control off this compound, which I'm not a big fan of. Two different teams in the same compound, and Team Empire finding the opener. They found the advantage. Empire himself gets struck down even from the back lines by Omega. That was a great cover fire that was there. Another nade tossed in from Predator, and that's going to find the confirmation on one of the players and also find the second knock. Oasis gets taken down. Omega and Ash, the last two glimmers of hope, still surviving for 8-Bit. But for how long, that's my question. On paper, it does not seem like they're going to survive for too long.
Of course, Ove is still bleeding and 8-Bit left with only 2+. It's a 2v3 situation and both these teams are trying to propel themselves in the top 16. So this fight is really important for the plus of Team Empire and seems like they're winning this one as a perfect nade on the face of Omega also knocks him down, leaving Ash all by himself in a 1v3 situation. And Team Empire, these 4 finishes are definitely going to help them. But first they also need to deal with the last player of 8-Bit, Ash. If he pulls off a 1v3, I'm going to be a big fan.
Indeed, I will be too.
Oh.
Team Empire, hold on. Predator finding a little bit of that angle. And 8-Bit wiped out. Oh my god. Blunders after blunders. And with this, we can finally say that 8-Bit is not going to be in the top 16. They won't be in the grand finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6.
Even CJ and Gujarat Tigers are also locking horns with each other as one of the player, Gods, has been knocked from the side of Gujarat Tigers as Mudit with the S12 in his hands is trying to go up close frontal, but he do realize that it's an open area. So he needs to find a better position for himself and reposition. But Team Empire, they do stand a solid chance to be in the top 16 because 4 finishes already in their favor and even the circle is also favoring the players of Team Empire. If they go really big in this one, Team Empire will stand a solid chance to be in the top 16. So Empire, they need to play their cards right at any cost. Even Ford M are also doing a third party as Beard Baba gets a confirmation point onto Arman.
Indeed they do. CG. Oh, look at the shots. They were taken, but nothing found. They've gotten 2 finishes so far. Looking comfy on this spot. 4 miracles. A little bit of that problem. Thorn in the way, that's it. Nothing more than that. GT and CG, it's quite the elongated fight. And for CG, they know. They've pretty much qualified. For GT, though, they're in the top 10. You can't say GT as well have pretty much moved on forward. They have pretty much qualified. But still, maybe 5 or 6 points to just nail that spot down can be better. For him, what a knock that was. Neo gets knocked out and confirmed. And now this is going to be a little bit of that warning for CG to back away. With just a 3-man squad, CG is looking to back away from that spot and suppress against the opponents.
Just look at the circle shift, Neeraj. It has gone all the way north and favoring the players of Team Aiku Soul heavily. Even the players of Phoenix Esports do stand a solid chance. They are in the safety of the circle. RGC, they have got that linear spread towards the eastern side. So there is still a very high chance for the players of Phoenix Esports to have those good points accumulated in this map of Miramar as 3 teams are still fighting amongst each other. Gujarat Tigers, Carnival Gaming, 4 Miracles, they are trying to move inside the safety of the circle as they're still taking the brunt of the blue and seems like they're not able to mitigate the threat which is present nearby. Carnival Gaming still kind of a standstill situation between Gujarat Tigers and Carnival at this point. And in the meanwhile, I think Team Empire, they can try to migrate inside the circle and find a good spot for themselves. But seems like that is not going to be allowed as Legit Zeus finds a knock onto Predator.
Indeed he does. Legit, all the 4 players still on the board, by the way. So that's a good thing. Not exactly 4-3, my bad. Carnival Gaming getting caught in such an awkward spot considering Goblin He had the disadvantage. He gets knocked out. And out of nowhere now, GT, they just strike down the entirety of CG. What just happened there? A bit of that burst of action in UCCG down to a complete dismantle. It's a blunder. CG with just one player now. What can they do? Not a lot, in my opinion. With GT, 2 players standing, they've pretty much done their job. Done their part. Taking down 2 players of CG, and now just Viper standing. There we go. Viper finding the knock that was needed. Threading the needle. Just a little bit of that pixel angle was more than enough for Viper to find the knock, and now he also tosses the nade, wanting to get the confirmation. It's not going to follow up, though. Clutch God is still there in that same spot. And now Viper once again wanting to get the confirmation. That's it. That's all Viper wants. He thinks that there's a revival coming through, but Clutch God, he's playing this one pretty smart. He waited for the man to move up, and as soon as he did so, Clutch God from the back, he struck him down. That was brilliant from Clutch God.
Oh, that was brilliant from Clutch God, but there was a mistake from the side of Metal Prince as he was trying to go for the dead smack center of the circle, and RGC Bunny instantly landed him a death blow, and now Metal, even they are surviving with only 2 plus remaining. This is super important game for the plus of Metal. Even Wingod, they're also locking horns with the plus of 4 Miracle as 4 Miracle. Dragon has been knocked out and a trade comes on to Yash. Wingod, they're looking super strong as even Hesperos has been knocked out, and 4 Miracle. This is such a tricky spot where they are. Even Iku Soul doing a third party, and 4 Miracle, well, they have been eliminated.
It is quite unfortunate indeed. And look at Wingod Esports now wrapping up all the way from the back. Just Jelly can't be surprised, but that surprise is now broken. Wingod Esports, 3 players surviving against the 3-man squad of Just Jelly. Seems like a tough fight to me. Wingod Esports is going for the uphill battle against Just Jelly. This will be a tough one to convert, and that too. Now they lose out on Sahil. It just gets even worse. Wingod Esports, they need to find an escape card. They need to find a Uno reverse. Iku Soul is there to try and maybe save the day for Wingod Esports unintentionally. And there you go, Iku Soul's already taken those shots upon themselves. And Ninja unfortunately knocks himself out. What a big blunder that was.
Of course, even now, Team Jelly, they are outnumbered. One side, they have the plus of Team Iku Soul. Other side, they have the plus of Team Wingod. And Ninja, such a big blunder coming from his side. Just Jelly, they had a slight advantage, but that advantage has been taken away. But Sam is getting that advantage by getting a knock, and confirmation will also be coming in for Infinity. And Wingod, LeBron, the last player standing, and Sam is also trying to pick a few bullets to put the side of Team Iku Soul. Iku Soul still trying to find a better spot for themselves. But Jelly and the boys, they need to be very careful as they have got just one single finish point, and elimination at this point is definitely going to hurt them.
It is definitely going to hurt him. Few scrappy eliminations happening on the board here and there. Still, we've got 9 teams surviving, and it's just the stage 5. Just Jelly in the front line still. LeBron needs to be a bit more cautious. He's got the Lambo in the front. He can try and pull out from this spot. Keel him out in the front lines too. Just playing for the intel. LeBron packs out though. Does not want to be part of the action anymore. Wants to play for the survival, but unfortunately LeBron does not have enough meds to back himself up. And that's the main problem. And Just Jelly's someone who's going to try to camp him out, that's for sure. Metal Esports stuck in quite a bad spot. 0 elimination points accumulated so far. That means Metal Esports, if they get wiped out right now, they will get 0 points added to the overall standings. Man, things just keep on getting worse for the teams on the struggling side of the spectrum.
Some is still getting a knock on to Ace of Team Empire. Like you said, all the teams who really need those points are struggling. And one of the name is also the plus of Team Empire. And Sam has been knocked out by the play zone. Even the plus of Team Empire, Iku Soul locking horns with each other, and Iku Soul marks an end for one of the player of Team Empire, leaving Predator all by himself. And Predator, he just have a little wooden shack cover. He's up against the entirety of Team Iku Soul. Not at all a good situation. Look at the smoke wall which the players of Team Iku Soul is trying to create at this point. Predator in such a tricky spot. The circle is favoring this guy so much, but the situation is not favoring him at all. A 1v4 for him, and especially against such a strong team that is Iku Soul.
He backs out from that spot. Critter, yeah, eventually gets taken down as well. It couldn't really do a lot in that situation. Got snuffed out and eliminated from the game. IQSOL, 3 players standing tall as Ronnie's knocked out with just 3 eliminations so far. But for IQSOL, at this point, I'm not even exactly sure what they're fighting for. It feels like IQSOL is actually trying pretty hard for this game. They want to secure a chicken dinner. Maybe please the fans a bit more. Team Legit facing off against RGC. Both the teams at the bottom of the board. For Team Legit on the second last spot. RGC currently sitting on 27th. Even RGC does not stand a chance to qualify anyway, so might as well get taken out with a bang. And there we go. And as I talk about bang, Spurs gets knocked out with an explosion. RGC, 3 players still standing. They're going to patch themselves up. It's not even a question. But the constant nade parade from Zeus is chipping the HP off the players of RGC. And now here comes the push. They're finally done with planned and passive. Sanchit is going to be the first man to get knocked out. The cover fire is there from Dope and Rishi, but are they going to be able to find the return knocks? That's my question. Choco and Zeus, they're doing a fantastic job fighting back. And eventually RGC, they get eliminated from the game, even though Team Legit Esports did not have the man number to back it up.
Of course, RGC with just 2 finishes, and Legit, they have got 4 finishes, but at this point, Zeus has to go for the rescue mission onto Choco. IQSOL, they have the numbers advantage, but Phoenix Esports once again surviving till the very last as Fury inside the smoke in a 1v4 up against the plus of Team IQSOL, and eventually he'll get eliminated on the 4th spot. IQSOL with 12 finishes, and they are fighting for the top spot in the leaderboard because VXT, they already got eliminated. IQSOL, they won the top spot in the leaderboard, and the next could be the plus of Legit to be eliminated.
IQSOL's game, no one can snatch it away. 2-on-4, man advantage with them. They've also got the circle control. What else do you want if you're IQSOL? All the eggs in one basket. And IQSOL is looking pretty strong as well to defend it. While Team Legit Esports with just 2 players, they can't do anything. Molotov, the flames are going to spread. Zeus gets knocked out with a beautiful shot of that shotgun. One more man still alive, and IQSOL would sniff him out as well. It is going to be a chicken dinner of IQSOL, but just jelly. They were surviving till the top 3, so maybe they do have enough placement point to keep that spot pinned down. But the real concerns were around Metal Esports. How many points did they get?
Not much, not much. Last I saw, they had 0 finishes, and after that, they were eliminated from the game. Maybe 1 or 2 finish points and just barely few placement points. And I'm sure that is not going to help the case of Metal Esports. They really need one solid game, and with just one last Erangel remaining, Metal Esports, they are under tremendous pressure at this point.
Yeah, and Genesis was also eliminated by K9 Esports off the rip. So it was also one of those teams that stood a chance to qualify. But unfortunately now maybe they don't stand a chance to qualify anymore. Just like 8-Bit, we had a lot of expectations from 8-Bit too, but they choked the fight. And this is what I'm talking about, Shadow, right? You were trying to say that, yeah, Miramar games are much more better, but they were not good on the map of Miramar. That's the problem. When you do not perform when it matters the most, what's the use of you being decent? Nothing.
Of course, you can't crumble under the pressure, because if you start crumbling under the pressure when it matters the most, you won't make it to the challenge finals. And the competition inside challenge finals is going to be 10 times more than the challenge season. So you have to be prepared for all sort of scenarios. And seems like 8-Bit, they need to work a little more.
Of course they need to. And this is how the ice really was broken down off the rip. K9 Esports taking a drop fight against the players of Genesis, and Ninja Boy almost clutching it out for his team too. That mini 14, 2 knocks. Then later on pulls out a machete, gets another player. Grind was the only man standing in the final few moments, but considering there was a third party from Phoenix Esports, Grind could not stand his ground for too long. We did see Slug a little bit survive for long enough, but that too was not enough as well. And we did see a big blunder too from Persista Esports. Rage God nading himself, and then VXT just springing back to life and clutching that fight against Persista Esports.
Yeah, few mistakes were definitely made, especially from the side of Rage God, but Team Empire was also trying to do so much in this particular one. The circle was favoring them. I like the rotation of Team Empire every single time, but the way they annihilated the entirety of Team 8-bit, they do have few good finish points for themselves, but in the end, it was just Predator up against the entirety of Team Iku Soul, and he couldn't do much in that situation. So Team Empire, yes, they are still trying to be in the top 16, but I think Phoenix Esports also, they are doing a decent job. I won't say a very good job, because in the previous Erangel they came on the second spot, and this time also they do have good amount of finish points for themselves.
Yeah, for Metal Esports, the upcoming game is going to be the last game, and we pretty much know what's going to happen. It's going to be mad dash from all the other teams on the latter half of the board as well. 8-bit, they've been playing it super defensive. That defensive approach isn't really working out. 8-bit, now it's time to switch things up and go a bit more aggressive in the lobby, and you might just contribute to the chaos a bit more. The same thing can be said for Phoenix Esports too. They stood a chance maybe a little bit before that game to stand a chance to make a comeback in the top 16, but unfortunately, after getting wiped out like that, now they don't stand a chance to make a comeback. So even Phoenix Esports can go super aggressive in the lobby and try and spoil a few dreams.
I'll tell you who is going to go super aggressive, and that is going to be the plus of Team Iku Soul. Ronnie being the MVP with 7 finishes, 50% finish contribution. I'm 100% sure Iku Soul, they are going to go on a rampage with all the guns blazing in the last Erangel, because they are eyeing for the top spot in the leaderboard. And the stars of the match pretty much speaks about Iku Soul. Best companion, finisher, MVP, everything is just about Iku Soul.
Of course, it was Iku Soul dominating through and through, and they were also trying pretty hard, right? Considering Iku Soul knew that they've already qualified, they've got nothing to lose, they're playing with a complete pressure-free mind, and they're also someone who has been showcasing a lot of that talent over and over again. So we know what Iku Soul is capable of. At this point, it's Iku Soul just flexing their skills in the lobby. 24 points, Team Legit getting 10 points. You've got Just Jelly getting 7 points. Phoenix Esports, once again, maintaining that average. They should have done this since the start of the entire challenge season, but right now it's too late.
Out of 16 points, what they have accumulated in 2 games. And I don't think that is enough to be in the top 16. Metal Esports also having just 5 points for themselves. Team Empire also just 5 points. Not really enough for them to be in the top 16. Genesis, even they were also eliminated pretty early in the game. But Kanan, since they got a chicken dinner in the very first game, these 4 points are not going to hurt them at all, because they have pretty much solidified. They have got the golden ticket for the challenge finals. So this early elimination is not going to hurt the players of Kanan at all.
The previous game mattered a lot for Genesis, especially because the first game was great, but now the second game getting wiped out the first, not having a lot of points, just getting 3 elimination points out of that, that's definitely going to put a big dent in the economy of Genesis moving on forward in the overall standings. Now, moving on to the conversation of 8-bit, we pretty much know they are not going to make it to the grand finals. They need a lot of points to qualify, maybe somewhere around 30 points in one game. Yes, it is possible. If they do get a chicken dinner, mathematically it's possible, but if you're trying to speak of the past, if you try and speak of the entire track record, it's not possible when you talk about the tournament.
Of course, it's not possible. I think what best 8-bit can do in this situation, not just 8-bit, I think Team Empire and Phoenix Esports, what they can do is just do what -40 was doing the previous week. Start right off the bat, from very start of the games, just go for those 4v4 fights. If it goes in your favor, you'll have a lot of elimination point. If it doesn't go in your favor, you have got nothing to cry about, because anyhow you're not getting qualification for the challenge final. So take that extra risk, experiment in that situation, go for those fights. Maybe it might go in your favor.
With officials around the corner, none of these teams should lose any sort of hope, because you never know. Yeah, one tournament bad, completely fine. The second tournament, you can instantly spring back. Just take the setback as like a learning lesson and know exactly what sort of wrong you did in this tournament, and try not to replicate the same thing in the upcoming tournament as well. Simple. Just do the WOD review, know exactly what went wrong, and just make sure you're not replicating the same mistakes. You've got the overall standings. K9 Esports breaching in the top 8, looking pretty comfy on that 7th spot. You've also got CG looking pretty comfortable on the 8th spot with 225 points. As you flip the page, this is where a few concerning names will strike.
Yes, page number 2 is where my interests lie. Reven and X-Park, they are on the 16th spot, but yes, their 3 matches are still remaining. They'll come after this last Erangel, and they have to play on the off maps also, Neeraj. That is something concerning for Reven and X-Park. But Medal sitting on the 15th spot with just 1 last game remaining. I don't know how that is going. If they don't get at least 7 to 10 points, I think Medal can be pushed out of top 16.
They indeed can. There's a big chance. The overall standing second page is also on the screen. You've got Just Jelly on the 12th spot, still maintaining that same spot. There's one more game to go, so those teams can easily move on forward and bounce back. Now, even Red Ross seems like in a big danger zone. They're on the 14th spot. I don't know if even Red Ross is in such an uncomfortable spot. But the funny part is that Red Ross, they've still got 3 more games to go, so Red Ross can easily solidify their slot in the top 16. It's not even a question. But look at the teams now at the bottom half of the board. Team Empire, they've moved up by a bit, but just by a bit's not going to matter. Team Empire's getting decent points. Decent is not going to count at this time. They need a nuclear game in their hands.
One last game remains, and Team Empire, like you said, they need to go all bonkers. And same goes for the players of Team Genesis as well. If they really want to see themselves in the top 16, they need a solid chicken dinner, a very high fragging game at least. And all these teams, I think it's pretty much done and dusted for them, because I don't see, even for do or die, I'll say that the chances of qualification are almost none.
Man, even for Metal Esports, they need so many points in this last game to solidify that slot, because in the upcoming game, you're going to have Hidden Ones move on forward, right? In the upcoming 3 games that are left for the upcoming groups, there's going to be Hidden Ones stepping in the playing field, and there's a big chance either Revan X-Park can be kicked out, or even Metal Esports can be kicked out. So many big names on the verge of being eliminated. Anything can happen at this point, ladies and gentlemen. This upcoming game of Erangel really decides a big fate for Metal Esports and even Genesis. In my opinion, Genesis, they're pretty much done for getting a major game in their hands, especially when it's the last game. I really don't think that's going to be possible.
Yeah, especially when so many teams are going for the hunt, just like the plus of Team Soul. Then we also have the plus of Team Versatile. They're just going for the hunt. Whoever comes in front of them, they'll pick up a fight. And in surviving in such a situation is going to be extremely difficult, even for Genesis, Team Empire, and all those teams. Because suppose if by any chance Genesis, they come in front of the plus of Team Soul, the chances of survival of Genesis in that situation are going to be very less.
Indeed. Now let's talk about the upcoming game and what sort of possibilities we can expect. Teams like WinGod Esports still a bit in that danger zone, considering they haven't really solidified their slot in the top 16 that well. They are in the top 16 right now, doing okay, but they haven't solidified that yet. So WinGod Esports is going to try super hard. Just Chili, they're still sitting on the 12th spot, so even they're going to try super hard to try and get something done. K9 Esports, even they're going to try to contribute to that chaos, and as soon as they see any sort of action happen, K9 Esports is instantly going to jump in the action too. 8-Bit, they're done for as well. But 8-Bit is still going to try to make that final dash. They're still going to try to take that final attempt. I'm pretty sure that's how 8-Bit likes to play. They're still going to go for that last chance. And if they do somehow nail that chance, the chances are pretty much next to none. But if they still somehow do it, in the upcoming games, there will be Hidden Ones stepping in. So one thing is for sure, for Hidden Ones to kick out 8-Bit, it's not going to be that tough.
I agree. Hidden Ones, they do stand a very solid chance to be in the top 16, because at the start of the day, they were just 9 points away from the 16th spot where Metal was sitting. And 8-Bit, they were 14 points away from the 16th spot. And now that point difference has already increased so much. So what best 8-Bit can do in this situation is just go for a aggressive fight from the very start. If they get 8 finishes, heavy game, like if they get 8 finishes at the very start of the game, then they do stand a chance to be in the top 16. If not in the top 16, at least they will leave a remarkable performance, and that is going to boost the confidence of the players of 8-Bit for the upcoming official tournaments.
And Metal Esports needs at least 12 points in this upcoming game. Nothing less than 12 points. Maybe even 10 can do the job, but still, to be on the safer side of things, they need 12 points in the upcoming game. And if they can get a chicken dinner, well, that will be the icing on top of the cake that Metal Esports is looking for. As I mentioned, the upcoming game is going to be the map of Erangel. Once again, the same 2 groups will be duking it out against each other. A few teams now don't stand a chance, but still a few can stand a chance to qualify and push themselves on the edge. I'm speaking of Team Empire. They do have a decent amount of points. They need a chicken dinner to be in the top 16 and solidify that slot. Team Empire can definitely make it happen.
Yeah, they can certainly make it happen, because Team Empire is one of those teams which never shy away from going for those med strats, and Team Empire can resort to those aids if the situation demands like that. Even if you look at the performance of Metal and Team Empire, I think they have changed their playing style. Metal, they are going super passive, because this time in Miramar also, they was just eyeing for the center control. They was just eyeing for the control of the circle, and that is how Metal is playing, which is not really working for them, I'll say, because then you don't have finish points. If you have decent amount of finish points also, like 4-5 finish points, and then you have 2-3 placement points also, that I think is much better situation than rather than having just 6 placement points and 0 finishes.
Playing passive means you do not really have the intel on what exactly is going on, means surrounding awareness is not going to be on point, and that's been the struggle for Metal Esports since the start. As you mentioned, Metal Esports is playing it really passive, and they're pretty much doing the same thing right now too. Metal Esports, in my opinion, they need to bring in that balance of elimination points too.
Oh, they certainly need to go for the aggressive approach. They need those finish points, because if they do have those finishes, I think Metal can be in the top 16 and make it to the challenge finals. But for now, we have got the last Erangel for these two groups as a flight path. This time is going all the way from the northern side, Yasnia to Georgopol, and joining me on the panel for this last Erangel is Fixes. Fixes, what are you expecting from this game?
Nothing less than carnage spreading through the lands of Erangel. That is what I expect as Medal. They literally have their balls up their throats at this point. Especially given how things have panned out. Surely Medal feeling the heat of the lobby in this given situation. And it is just not Medal that we are talking about over here, Shadow. Even I feel they have to go all out. There's no other way. Sparring Medal can make do with just a chicken dinner. But for the remainder 3, nothing less than securing 18-19 points for this game would make them see the days of the grand finals as all these teams take a plunge. Look at that cluster around that northwestern side of the map.
And look at Metal, Phoenix and Team Empire. 3 teams who are in dire need of those points are in such a close proximity to each other. But VXT seems like even in the last game, they are not going to give up on the rivalry as they are going all the way towards Pochinki. But this time, Vasista, they are opening things up against VXT.
Yeah, it's just before the candle diminishes. One last war cry coming out of Vasista Esports. They know that Versatile had done enough and have somehow taken their chances from even qualifying or even being near qualification. The groups would, of course, be haunting, but Somraj, haven't really seen him, make these mistakes, but it's fine. At this point, Versatile just playing to get their matches done with as Vasista Esports. One last push. Somraj already down on his knees. You've got Troy trying to hold the door. His power has got a different angle to play around with. Kamla Boy, Rage God, everybody just charging in. They want the heads. They want to have that final laugh at the very least as they bow out of this tournament. As Troy still a lot of resistance from this young man. But Kamla Boy instantly gets the trade-off as now even Versatile want to answer back. Somraj just trying to go back to his teammate Ace Power as Vasista Esports. They're going to be slowing things down, getting those revives back up, and then they would have another jab at the players of Versatile.
Even the players of Versatile are also trying to back off, find those first aids, and Somraj would be looking to heal himself and back to that 100 HP. Since VXT now they don't have the numbers advantage, it's a 3v4 situation. And repositioning yourself could be the best way to go up against the players of Vasista at this point. Even the players of Vingod and Gujarat Tigers were also locking horns with each other, where Vingod did manage to get a knock onto the players of Gujarat Tigers, but I'm not sure if they got the confirmation point. But for now, everyone is just focusing on getting those crucial resources. But Team Genesis, they need to be super careful, Fixes, because in Miramar, they had to face an early exit. And this time, they're so close to the players of Team 8-Bit.
They indeed are. I mean, at this point, for 8-Bit and Genesis, they have to see this through. But we'll talk about that a wee later, because we've got matters to resolve at this point. Versatile, just trying to reset the fight. Spreading across, trying to get as much as loot done. Because Vasista Esports, they're going to go up like open cannons. As you were talking about Genesis, they strike hard, they strike heavy. Omega already done and dusted. And leaves 8-Bit with just agony and pain. As Ovace also goes falling down. Genesis, it is also their final war cry. And surely they want to go down like heroes. Or maybe there is still a chapter that gets to be told at the LAN event as Hero gets another. And it all comes down to Mavi as Genesis They wipe the floor with 8-bit. And their blood. Still keeping their hopes alive. But Sketch being taken out of the picture really does not help their cause. As Genesis do have those 4 points to work around with. But they have to scramble for even more.
Yes, they need more than 4 points if they want to be in the top 16. They are sitting currently on the 19th spot. But 8-bit, well, it has been done and dusted. They are not making it to the challenge finals. But for now, we have Vasista Pukar going close personal to Raiden of VXT. And this time, Vasista, they want to take that revenge. But seems like Fierce was too eager. And he has been knocked out. The confirmation has also been made. And after that, VXT, once again, they have an advantage up against the plus of Team Vasista. This is such a big blunder from the side of Fierce.
It is. At this point, Fears having made sure that they were the ones to open things up, and now mistakes after mistakes being committed, and suddenly Vasista Esports on the back foot once again. Kamla Boy, Rage God, both confined to just this one compound as there you go, Versatile, they answer back. This is one of those reasons why this team is touted to be one of the best, but against Kamla Boy, it's got a little bit of that experience to work with. Has snuffed Somraj's position out. But for Versatile, they can take their sweet time. Whilst Kamla Boy, he's going to be a little bit aggressive right now, but his power. Nobody stands in front of this young man. But hold on. For Versatile, the woes don't end. Because after this, Aiku Soul also come barging on their doors.
We saw that happening yesterday also, but yesterday Aiku Soul decided to not engage in a fight with the plus of VXT as they were unaware about the position. But this time Aiku Soul is so eager to take that fight. On the other side, we have Legit and Wingod also going up against each other as Choco has been knocked out, leaving Zeus all by himself. Last man standing, last hope for the plus of Legit. But Legit, they have already been counted off the top 16. They are not making it a challenge finals, but they want to leave a remarkable performance. But just look at the position of Yash having such a cheeky angle onto the plus of Legit.
Indeed. For Wingod, they've done their bidding. They just want to make sure they get enough points out of this one, but seems like it's going to be a little bit of a tough ask, especially against Legit. Again, before they bow, they're going all out in this situation, and his power left with nothing but a 1v4 situation. Knuckled right in front of him, does get that knock, but Ronnie there to wrap him up in a sheet as Aiku Soul and Versatile. This incomplete story might reach its conclusion in the coveted grand finals during the LAN. And if you still haven't booked your tickets, what are you waiting for? As Wingod, they continue. It's just Sahil OP being the final player alive against a rather struggling Legit, as they are also playing their final match in this event. Wingod, of course, will see a lot more of them as they bid adieu. As RGC Esports, out of nowhere, they also chime in. And seems like they also close the chapter of Legit.
So many fights are happening here and there, but one of the main fight is happening between the players of Team Phoenix Esports and Team Empire. And seems like Team Empire, they are on the receiving side. They have lost already one of the player, and now they're left with only 3 players remaining. Even Medal, they are in such a close proximity. These 3 teams, Phoenix, Medal, Team Empire, super important game for all of them. And Medal, especially for them, they need to survive. They need to get those finish points. This is not really looking good for them.
And even when you talk about, you just mentioned Phoenix, right? They're taking a fight against For Miracle Esports as they've also been wiped off. As For Miracle, they mop the floor with the bloods of the players of Phoenix Esports as they also bow out of this tournament. And these are the phases where we have our hearts broken. But even for Miracle Esports, they tried severe changes in their roster and a learning lesson, a wake-up call before the officials begin. Now they know the little time that they have, they must work on themselves. As for K9, they're on the hunt, they're on the chase, going after the players of Genesis. As for Carnival Gaming, they just don't care, do they? But for RGC Esports, the work is almost over as Rishi, one player still alive, Goblin Viper already on their knees as Zirix and Neo, they have to piece this one out together against Rishi. They do not stand as Zirix is fallen down, and now it all comes down to Neo. Does not have the best of weapons, but with the shotgun can work his things around, but fails as RGC Esports successfully annihilate Carnival Gaming as the chase on Genesis is still on. K9 right on their tails, and producer, can we for once go there?
It's a stage 1 circle and we have only 8 teams remaining, 30 players. No one is caring about the circle. Everyone is taking a fight in the blue. It's only Medal, who is in dire need of points, is sitting inside the safety of the circle along with Team Empire and 4 Miracle. So everyone is just going for those classic gameplays, having those ego fights, going up against each other. But Genesis, well, Hero has been knocked out and seems like it should be an easy revival for Fragger.
You know, all these fights coming to such a quick conclusion, that means one thing. As long as Medal Esports is breathing, they're going to be having such a huge sigh of relief with every single body falling down. At least it's ensured that no matter what, they at least walk away with 1 point. But does that make the cut? Of course, they need a little bit of those... I think they could do better with 10. This is one of the circles which severely favors Medal Esports to get the chicken dinner. But with how many finishes is the question, as Genesis just gets sprayed off from the face of the earth. Beast, that was something. Just tracing down not 1, not 2, but 3 players in one spray. And this is not the first time Beast is doing something like this. He's finally woken up, Shadow. And I'm just waiting for the LAN to begin because I want to see more from K9 Esports. Enough with these teams struggling down the bottom. I want them to go after the big heads.
Of course, K9, they have been looking so refined, especially if you remember yesterday also K9, they got themselves a winner chicken dinner, and today also K9, they are on a rampage. And one more team who is on a rampage are the players of Team IQ Soul, and the next could be the players of RGC who become a victim of IQ Soul. As Somme and Ronnie, they're aware about the position of RGC. Even they are taking a fight in the blue. RGC, even they don't care about the circle. But Do finds a knock onto Somme, and it seems like even Ronnie also goes down.
Oh, at this point for IQ Soul, it's just them having a good free day in the office. You know, just chill, treat it like just another classic lobby. Do whatever you want to, just celebrate, and even Knuckle could pretty much afford to just eject himself out of the vehicle and do some emotes. Just go down, does not care. But with every single body falling down, now Medal Esports hasn't really opened their accounts yet. And God forbid if somebody just decides to charge in, it could be the players of American Esports, and 3 or 4 players get taken down, then the floodgates open once again. Medal Esports might crash out, but for what stands in front of us right now, it is going to be IQ Soul, 2 players surviving against RGC, who's completely amped up, 6 finishes gathered already. The big ask is, how much more can they fetch for themselves?
Well, they want to be on the top of the leaderboard, so they're looking for more, as Knuckle finds a knock onto Barney and RGC. Yes, they're trying to find some sort of connection onto Knuckle with those Molotovs, but even Dope gets taken down. So RGC, they are in such shambles. 2 players remain, and Knuckle in a close frontal battle against Sanchit, and even Sanchit also goes down, leaving the last hope and the last player for RGC. That is going to be Rishi. So RGC done and dusted, and with a grenade, Manya is looking to mark an end for RGC.
Down to a 1v1 situation. How did RGC get themselves to such a precarious position from doing so well? Had all of their players alive, and suddenly it's down to just Rishi and Manya. And we know more often than not, it's always Manya in those clutchy situations you can rely upon. Now Manya is also going to take his sweet time, get Knuckle back up. And we know this is a deadly duo. Not the ones to be trifled with, as Rishi has gotten that revive though, but nice grenade. Puts an end on towards Knuckle, but nice anticipation from Manya. Just avoided being taken down as Manya. Now he's got to deal with 2 players. Bunny also back on his feet. It's a 1v2 for IQ Soul. They're just freestyling over here. Whilst for RGC, they want to make a statement. Still have what it takes to perform against the best. And going against IQ Soul, this would be something for the highlight reels at the very least.
Of course. But Rishi, Well, he has been knocked out by Manya, and Manya once again bringing 1v2 or 1v1 situation. Bunny, the last man remaining, but Manya also needs to patch himself up as Bunny is trying to bombard Manya with all that utility, all those grenades, but no connection at all. And Manya seems like he has patched himself up, and a DBS in the hands of Bunny. Just one shot to the head is all Bunny needs at this point.
Yeah, of course. I mean, for Bunny, it feels like the tables have flipped. Banya is in complete control of the situation. And Bunny, of course, he's patched himself up, but still does not help his case that Manya, a couple of moments ago, Aiko Soul was down to their final 2, and suddenly it's a 1v1 going on. As Manya, he's just going to thread the needle and find Rishi's body. Even Bunny is just on the verge of a collapse. At this point, Manya pretty much wants to instigate a push. Before that, he'll administer that first aid. His final one, he still has one more lying in front of him though. But first of all, we want to see the end of this fight. This time, Manya has to rethink his approach because even Rishi knows he's dealt quite a hefty chunk over there. It's both these players, it's kind of a cat and mouse fight. Just rotating, revolving, repositioning constantly. And at this point, it's pretty much futile. Considering we've got so many less teams surviving, it's okay. Let's see if Mani can pull off a clutch.
See, but he doesn't have too much HP to work around with, and even he's running out of those first hits. There's only bandages to work around with. But Manya, after getting few HP back, once again, trying to go close personal to Bunny, and Bunny is surviving on a sliver of HP. Finally, the play zone will play its part, and Bunny and the entire team of RGC has been eliminated. But Manya, how is he going to make inside the circle? That's the main question. But even if it doesn't matter, because Aiku Soul, they have done their part. They're sitting on the second spot in the overall ranking. But K9 and Medal, this is going to be such an interesting fight.
Indeed it is. And suddenly I've got my heart's beating to 140. At this point, because for K9, they are wild dogs unleashed. They've got the claws sharpened. It's just them on a hunt. They're on the prowl. And for Middle Esports, I wish we had some heartbeat sensors out there. Because even the metrics would fail. Given such an important match for them. And nothing less than at least 10 points would solidify their spot. After this, if they do not have enough points, they must be just having their hands folded and maybe calling their prayers for Middle Esports as things stand. Still, I think Shadow, they have a decent, at least they had a decent position now to play with. But now they have to get inside the zone with Team Jelly alive, even K9 being into the mix. How do you see Middle Esports getting out of here and making it inside the circle safe and dandy?
Of course, it's going to be really difficult for the plus of Medal, but for now, Legit and Cyrex are trying to traverse inside the circle, but few shots are being taken, and Empire finds a knock onto Prince. This is not looking good at all. Even Team Empire, they're also in the mix. They have Medal, they have to go for the revival onto Prince, but Cyrex and Legit seems like they have made a safe escape, and now they can prioritize the rotation and find a better spot for themselves and go for those placement point. But still, Medal, they need all the 4 players alive if they want to go for the big victory in this one.
Prince is almost on for, and he's already, there you can see him on the finish feed getting confirmed. So Medal down to their final 3. They will have to be the ones to carve something out. Magic perhaps, as K9 once again on the hunt as Ninja Boy, this time going all out. There you have it, one after the other. The bodies are starting to fall, but Hunter, he does respond back as Predator will be changing the seats of his vehicle. Almost had Slug, but Slug, oh my god, that's going to be hurting him a little bit. It sting him as well, but it's still stage 3, so nothing really to worry about for K9. Could easily have their players back up and could once again make a departure inside the circle.
But that was a blessing in disguise for the plus of Medal, because even Sarvit can also move inside the safety of the circle and find a good spot for themselves. So Medal, definitely lucky stars are aligned for this particular team. All they need to do is just find a good spot and play all their cards right.
They have to, because at this point, I don't think there's anything left other than just try and get as many position points you possibly can. And with Mania still lurking out, just the final player alive. So with Mania being dealt, that means 4 teams would be there. So at least these spots have secured 3 to 4 points. That's there. How much more they can gather? That's a big ask. But for Team Jelly, what a fashion. And looks like they want another chicken dinner. They're hungry for more. And having themselves situated in such prime positions, not looking good for Medal at all. As Sarvit, he's feeling quite lonely, quite alienated as Jelly charges in right at his face. As Sarvit, he is going to survive that first blow. Needs to get inside the vehicle, trying to bob and weave as Sarvit steps out. Jelly still out there, but Sarvit keeping the dreams alive. Needs to buy enough time for his teammate Legit to come into play, but Sarvit finally bows down. But enough time has been bought as Legit also strikes in. As Cyrix being dealt with Ninja, the one player surviving from Just Jelly. It is going to be Legit and Ninja on a 1v1 collision. Survival on the line for Medal Esports. Can they come out of this alive as Legit takes a plunge? It is going to be the Grim Reaper's neck cut off as Just Jelly. They survive this scare, but for Medal Esports, are these 2 points going to be enough as Ninja having no other option? Because look at the Hounds. They have once again been let loose.
This was so important for Legit to win that 1v1 duel. Because like you said, 2 points, I don't think they're going to be enough for the players of Medal Esports. Now their qualification depends on how all the bottom teams are going to perform, especially hidden ones. But now K9, well, seems like they have also dealt with the players of Team Jelly. But Jelly, I'm not concerned about them because they've pretty much made it inside the challenge finals. And so do the players of K9. But Medal Esports, this is really going to hurt them.
And it feels like they've ended at the 5th position. Manya is still alive. Oh my goodness, how does he do that? But now he's got a chance. A video for his Instagram, perhaps. He can manage to pull off a 1v4, but Slug does not even give him an inch. Forget about taking a mile. As K9 Esports 12 finishes strong already, they want to soar in through the grand final, steered open the doors of qualification. And oh my days, K9, who's the last team alive? Oh, it's going to be the cuties for Medical Esports. What are they going to do? This match gets finished off in the 5th circle. All right. This is a record in this season for the SPS, isn't it?
Of course. And it tends to happen when you have the last game remaining and few of the teams who have already made inside the top 16, they go on a rampage, just like what happened in this Erangel. But
go on.
Dragon, well, finally he has spotted on the plus of Team K9 Esports. But I was just talking about Medal. I don't think I'll be able to recover from what really happened with Medal in this game, because their qualification now depends that how badly Hidden Ones perform. And seems like Hidden Ones, since they have a good momentum, they're going to perform really good. But for now, Dragon is trying to take down Beast from that moving vehicle, but a vehicle runover coming in from the side of Omega, and Dragon has been knocked out. And Poco, the last man standing, finally gets a knock onto Slug. The confirmation is also there, but still it's a 1v3 situation right in front of him.
Yeah, indeed. And Poco against the world, he shall fall as Omega gets a chicken dinner and a feather to his cap. Of course, the quickest chicken dinner with possibly one of the highest finishes that Team K9 have secured. But of course, I mean, it's just fun that they were having. Should not have even lost out on Slug. He was just enjoying himself, just trying to go pan around. And at this point, K9 Esports, yeah, they get a victory. But the headlines is that Medal Esports, do they qualify or not? How many points have they secured? Because last we remember, they had around 2 or 3 finishes and they ended up 5th. So 5 or 6 points. They've crossed over the 200 marker, but so many teams are going to come into play that could easily topple them over. And at this point, we're just wondering, because now Hidden Ones would be pretty happy with what happened earlier. Even for Revenant X Park, their chances of qualification have become much easier after that matchup. And let's see. I mean, all right. Hi to the Hindi desk. They're having an interesting conversation there. If our beautiful faces could be shown, yes, there we have it. Oh, it directly going to the highlights. All right. So, beautiful match. I mean, that's nice what happened. But Shadow, what is your take about this game?
I think even the Hindi desk people are looking a bit sad about what really happened, because everyone was expecting Middle and Genesis and 8-bit to have a remarkable performance in this one, but seems like 8-bit and Genesis, they had to take an early exit from this particular one. Even Legit Esports, they also tried to go a little aggressive, but Wingod Esports did manage to get few good elimination points in that particular one. But RGC, they were looking so fantastic, because all they could do was just leave a remarkable performance, and that is exactly what RGC did, especially what happened against the players of Team Ico Soul. Kind of a quite prolonged fight which we witnessed between Manya and Bunny.
Oh yeah, and this is I think the only fight that really had my interest, barring the 8-bit and Genesis fight. And just when Genesis were thinking that maybe they still have some chances if they have a good game in this one, things could have been different. But seems like really wasn't the case. And finally we're back. Faces once again. So all right, one set of. In fact, 2 set of groups matches done. Now the remainder 2 are remain. At this point, I just want to see the overall standings. How many points have Medal Esports gathered for them? K9, they have qualified. Even for Jelly, they were looking forward on getting a chicken dinner and unwanted fight against Medal Esports. And heck, they could even take a jab at that. But for Beast, I think the best highlight reel moment for me would be that tracing finish on Genesis. 3 players in 1 spray. Easy peasy for Beast.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that was. At Beast and Slug, I think this dynamic duo, the way they have been playing since the very start. Yeah, I think week number 1 they were struggling a little bit, but after week number 2, K9 they're looking so promising, and especially Omega, because Neeraj was complaining every single time that Omega is the guy who gets picked off at the very first. He's the first connection always in our 4v4 fight, but even Omega has also rectified all those mistakes, and K9 is looking so promising for the LAN Finals.
Yeah, K9 in the LAN, they are a whole different species, and it feels like it has been a turbulent journey for them throughout the SPS. But here they are, 24 points, so will end up pretty high in the pecking order. But for Jelly, they've secured 9, and Medal have just gotten 5. Last I remember, Medal had 197 points, so they will be ending at 202. So I guess that is going to be the threshold. I think that is going to be the cutoff. And with so many teams up there, it's going to be so difficult. Unless and until teams like Hidden Ones, Revenant X Park blow up, I think it's over for Medal.
Yeah, because if you remember, Hidden Ones yesterday they got 37 points, and if they replicate the same performance, and if they deliver a 30 bomber today, Hidden Ones can make it inside the top 16. So I think the qualification for Medal and Revenant X Park depends at how the performance of Hidden Ones is going to be in the upcoming 3 games. The only good thing for Medal is that Hidden Ones, they are playing on the off map, Sanhok and Weekendy.
I think for Hidden Ones at this point, it's so difficult to say. Again, which side of the coin they flip, which facet of Hidden Ones we get to see today. Because this week, they have been oh so good. Could be possibly their best week amongst the 4 that they've been a part of. But with the pressure really surmounting and so many teams on a hunt, we've seen the glimpses. Especially when you've got the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike inside the lobby. I think it's upon them. Inky, Pinky, Ponky, and they suddenly pick a team. Okay, this is our donkey. Let's go after them. So this is what they'll be up to pretty much. And Sanhok and Weekendy being those off maps, like you mentioned, and with Erangel being the conclusive one, it's going to be so difficult to know who becomes, who will be the top 16 teams that make it inside the grand finals. But before all of that, cutting short for a quick little break. We'll be right back after this.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the broken thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the Belgos thing.
इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, ओके फाइनल सर्कल 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता।
नहीं आता।
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओ यस।
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, breaking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with it. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with it. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, breaking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with it. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with it. do our thing. Ain't never to the bell goes ding. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. Ain't never to the bell goes ding.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
All right, what an interesting set of affairs we've got in front of us. Because now the threshold has been set. We've gone past 202. Now we've got two teams coming into play that could actually topple things over and shake things up a little bit. We've got Revenant X Park. 7 or 8 points is all they need to gather. For Hidden Ones, it's going to be a little bit of a push. So for Revenant X Park, if they want to solidify their position in the grand finals, the first game is where they have to strike and just ease the pressure off and then go back to satisfying their egos for all we care. But for Hidden Ones, Necro, I think it's going to be a little bit of a task here.
Yeah, but the main problem is that Revenant X Park is going to keep on getting targeted from the start till the end. That's definitely going to happen. Hero Extreme Godlike knows that they're currently down in the slumbers, and they will make sure that Revenant X Park is going to stay down there. They would not want the opponents to move on forward in the LAN Finals, right? Of course, that's going to be like the main thought process. Moving on the conversation towards Hidden Ones, I genuinely think so they can qualify. They can easily move on forward in the top 16. With the way they've been playing, if they keep on moving on with that same run of form, Hidden Ones can easily qualify. Another team that can stand a major chance to make the comeback is also Cincinnati Kids. They've got 3 games to go. If they get 2 decent games in their hands, even they can instantly propel themselves in the top 16.
Yeah, Cincinnati Kids, Diesel, Myth, they will have to have the day of their lives. They have to wake up on the right side of the beds and go all out. I think nothing less than that. But one good thing is that the tension from Red Ross has finally been eased. They have qualified. They know they're making it into the grand final. So we've got another dark horse in the race. But the first match has to be primarily about these two teams. If Cincinnati Kids or Diesel or Myth officials, they go crazy or bonkers, then we'll have them in the discussion. But before we head in there, how do you feel about Medal Esports barely on the cusps of crashing out?
Honestly speaking, just self-doubting themselves every single time, and now that's one of the main reasons why they were not able to perform in the previous game too. We saw a big vacuum of eliminations, right? Especially the teams that already qualified in the last game. They were just going all out. They were getting so many eliminations done for themselves. And Medal Esports should have realized one thing. If they want to keep themselves in the top 16, they need to be in the safer shoes first. And how do you be in the safer shoes is by getting a big game in their hands. Medal Esports needed that massive game, but unfortunately they played for placement, and now look at them where they are at. Pretty much on the verge of being kicked out of the top 16. They just need to hope and cross their fingers that Hidden Ones is not going to make that climb. But you know what fixes? Without wasting any more time, we straight up jump in the game of Sanhok as the plane's going to hit the skies once more, starting all the way from the top left off the map, starting towards the Camp Bravo. And now this plane flat path once again is going to be something that's not really going to be making a big difference in the game.
Well, it does not matter, right? Where the flight path trajectory heads out. What matters is where does Hero Extreme Godlike and the likes of Reckoning land? And looking at things, Revenant X Park still quite stoic. They haven't changed anything. But minus 40 is also heading towards Hathin. So even one good early fight for Revenant X Park and a couple of finishes here and there, they're good to go. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they've decided to land on boot camp, and this is one of the circles that Revenant X Park should not really fumble in. And same goes for Cincinnati Kids also. We've seen in the past a similar circle like this where Revenant X Park had such a wide spread, as a result of which got picked off by the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. But Genix FM seems like they're in a little bit of a pickle.
They indeed are. And Genix FM is one of those teams that has already lost their chance to qualify, while they're looking to face off against a team that is right next to him in Camp Charlie. I'm not exactly sure what sort of a game plan that's going to be there, but for Hidden Ones, it's quite a bad start. Getting targeted by M40 like this, man, that's got to hurt. M40 is one of those teams that's got nothing to lose, backs against the wall. They're pretty much done for. They can't even qualify in the LAN Finals, and maybe that's why they're here to shatter a few dreams.
They are, and this is not good, especially for minus 40. As in fact, for Hidden Ones, apologies there, because this was one of those games where they at least needed 8 to 9 points. Still, they can make a comeback into this. Minus 40 has pretty much been absent throughout the entire tournament. But the pressure really surmounting at its very peak on the players of Hidden Ones, as you could see them scattering a little bit whilst M40, they've got right cover fires, but Spider out in the open, revealing his position and giving a heap of information to the players of Hidden Ones to play things around with.
What are they going to do with the info? They're already down a man. At this point, they need to convert the fight. And somewhere down line, M40 is one of those teams that is currently sticking to each other. The opponents know exactly where they're placed. They still need to come out on top in the duels. And considering it's such an early game fight, both the teams do not really have the suitable weaponry and the armor. This will be a tough fight to convert for Hidden Ones. Starting things off with the man disadvantage at M40. They've got the advantage. Also a decent weaponry to kick things off with. Spider on the screen. Needs to approach a bit more cautiously. Nishu spots out one of the players. Backline seem quite exposed. Needs to be a bit more careful. Executor in the front lines. He's all by himself. Surrounded by a lot of foes. And soon enough, it feels like Executor is going to be executed too. Now finally moves out a bit. Position now is exactly known. They know exactly where Executor's position as well. And eventually Executor will be hunted down too. And 40, they're making sure that Hidden Ones is going to regret dropping on this spot.
I mean, this is looking so bad for Hidden Ones. And seems like their past is starting to haunt them, because
Indeed.
in those previous couple of days, they were the ones multiple times hunting down the players of -40. And when they got the chance to repay the favor, they do it in kind. But I feel so heartbroken what they're doing to Hidden Ones. We wanted another underdog to make it. And seems like Hidden Ones, they've got such a big target on their backs. And -40, they're playing like they've got nothing to lose. And that's quite literal, isn't it? And at this point, for -40, it's just so smooth sailing. Had they executed similar style of play in the previous couple of days, I feel like they should have been in a fighting position.
Yeah.
You could see the conviction, you could see them being so confident, and now Hidden Ones, let's see if they can carve a clutch out or not.
That's what the conversation's been literally from the start. If a lot of these teams wouldn't have been scared of taking the fights, would have been a bit more bold in the playing field, maybe they could have stood a chance to qualify. There's so many teams who possess so much firepower. Even in the previous game, we did see RGC do pretty good. So that's a prime example of that. Genix FM, they're able to find a few players of Wild Fangs. Even Madrex knocked out of them, so he can easily be revived though, so that's not going to be a concern. And what a nade that was from Vishu. Threading the needle, finding Sensei towards that doorway. And now for Wild Fangs, recovering from this fight seems even tougher. Trey Scott's the only man surviving, and Trey Scott's always been the clutch master for this team. He's the one to flip the tables, and once again, he's on the verge of pulling off the same thing. Shogun, the only man surviving for Genix FM. It's a 1v1 in the end, and Wild Fangs, out of nowhere, they stand a chance to clutch this one out. Shogun, though, is going for the revival. He's going to go for that smarter approach.
But Trey Scott barely has any HP to play with. This is what I was concerned for Wild Fangs. But still, looking at the grand scheme of things, it's just a final war cry from Genix FM, as this fight could finally see its conclusion with Team Tumulus. Now a little bit of a change in the script over here as Mortis. He's scrambling for any kind of finishes there. At least has managed to get a knock, but this was Team Tumulus trying to unwantingly help the players of -40, and Hidden Ones rather would be the ones trying to somehow mess things up. They have to be silent in this situation. Oh
Man. Well, and 40's getting picked off by Team Tumulus. And for Hidden Ones, as you mentioned, they just need to keep themselves anonymous.
Need to push.
Do they still want to go for the fight? And the answer is going to be yes. Instead of backing out Hidden Ones, they look to take a fight against Team Tumulus. 3 wounded Lions on the verge of being taken down by just 2 standing warriors of Hidden Ones. But eventually, it seems like they just show their backs and run away from this entire spot, which is going to be a wiser option. A better trade-off, in my opinion. Hidden Ones, they just need to focus on survival at this point. These 2 players, they know how much responsibility is going to be there on the shoulders. They need as many points as possible. Maybe try and rack up as many first aids as you can.
Perfectly said. At this point, I feel like that's the best case scenario. but of course not want to take your chances when you're outnumbered there. Anything could happen, and then the pressure is just too enormous to handle. But for now, do or die, have a little bit of a high ground against the players of Orangutan. But Orangutan, they're feeling quite comfortable. They've also earned enough points for qualification. And Atanki is going to take his sweet time as Aru tosses up a grenade. Avnish is already down on his knees as Reaper still having that better altitude position. Spalu has got a bit of an angle to play with. Could not thread the needle there as Aru finds another blow. As Reaper, one of the final members surviving for DOD. What can he do? What can he pull off? Almost on the verge of extinction. And there you go. They call the curtains as Orangutan successfully wipe out DOD. But the cost is they've lost out on Viscod, which is still fine.
It's okay. Yeah, exactly. OG's one of those teams that's already qualified comfortably. So it's not even a question that OG can move on. They're currently sitting on 13th spot. Yeah, a little bit of that danger zone, but I don't think so. The cutoff's going to increase even more. OG's getting taken down. Hazaru gets knocked out for now. Pod Army Esports 2, this step in the playing field at this point in time. And so many fights happening, even in these two groups. A lot of opportunistic teams, and look at AKOP just drifting away. A stylish entry in the battlegrounds. As AKOP is looking to hand out that death blow to the player in the front, and eventually he gets the knock as well. Unfortunate entry for Devotee. He's out in the open, quad exposed, and AKOP, he's going to put an end to Devotee as well. Pod Army Esports slowly and steadily getting slammed across.
I think this is the best of OG that we did not get to see a lot of. Them just spreading their wings were out. And now, look at this, going after Pod Army Esports as if they were bots in the lobby. It's one of those teams that did manage to get a hat-trick. Almost could have secured 4 back-to-back. But for now, Pod Army Esports down to their final man. And now with the pressure eased off, Orangutan just doing what they love to do. Just going around Heather and Tether throughout the lobby, just dilly-dallying around their way. Gonna take their sweet time as Henry constantly trying to poke the players of Orangutan. Just trying to destroy the vehicles, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they've also been wiped out by Reckoning. So, a little bit of a smirk on the face of the players of Revenant X Park. Just got their jobs made a little bit easier. But again, Reckoning is also one of those forces. They are so unpredictable. They can even take down Revenant X Park with ease.
Hands down, they can. Aru. Quad exposed. Just a one-man squad of Pod Army Esports. And Henry, he's got no sort of target anyway, so it's completely fine. It's not like Henry needs to get a certain amount of points, but what a knock that was. Hold on. You can still get the confirmation followed up. Henry's now pretty low. Chipped out a bit more. Patches himself up as Atanki closes on up. Atanki looking to toss that nade in the window, but unfortunately realizes that on this side there's no windows.
In this fight, it's a bit of those miscoms coming to play for OG. Aru should never have been knocked in the very first place. Had AKOP ejected himself from the vehicle early on, but all good in the hood. Now they have to race inside the circle. For OG, not a lot of trouble lurking around them, barring Genix FM, but I do not really fancy AKOP traversing through the rainforest with a burning Mirado. As the circle has taken a shift, and look at this. It's a curveball being put, and now God's Raid. They've got Bootcamp in such prime position. I also like the positioning of the players of Myth Official Necro. As for Cincinnati Kids, need a couple of finishes. Myth Officials and Cincinnati Kids, they cannot just be sitting around waiting for all the teams to get wiped out. They have to do their bidding because they've still got a long way to go.
Exactly. They need massive chicken dinners. At least 10 elimination points backed up with that. They need around 50 points in 3 games. It sounds possible, but trust me when I say this, it's impossible. Because the teams that need it is also someone that's been struggling since the start. So you also need to take that under consideration. Reckoning Esports on the screen, and you've got Godsreen on the other side. It's just Tannis is surviving, and he's going to try to do as much damage as possible. Try to rack up as many finishes as you can. Even Godsreen this time around on the hunt. Usually you do not really see Destro and the boys joining the bandwagon, but this time around they're doing so.
They mean no harm, but if somebody's challenging their compounds, surely they aren't welcoming either. Dionysus, a really precarious spot over here. And at this point, Ninja and Justin just trying to work together in tandem with each other. Just try to lure Dionysus out as they're trying to form those flanks. Of course, Destro is putting his body on the line as of now. Justin even thwarting that grenade. Has taken quite some hefty amount of damage for himself. But there you go. The IGL stepping up as God's Reign wrap up the remainder 2 players of Reckoning. And with that being said, Reckoning they bow out. But they've just made things simpler. Like I said earlier for Revenant X Park, who are still inside the zone though. But the moment the next shift occurs, so difficult to say what will happen next.
Hidden Ones is going for the mid strat, as we talked about it. The players are still all the way towards the Camp Alpha Island, all the way in the back lines, collecting as many meds as they can. Final 2 pillars alive, especially Hidden Ones, when they can stand a chance to qualify. M40 decided to play some nasty tricks. And now Hidden Ones almost on the verge of being eliminated. The first game is something that matters the most. That's going to be the momentum setter. But M40, they spoiled that first game itself. And honestly speaking, M40 after this, they're also going to have those smirks on their faces.
I don't know if I should be really enjoying this because I'm a little worried.
You should be. You're just a spectator. Fine.
I'm still a spectator, but imagine from the player's perspective for Hidden Ones, they have grinded it through. And in that, in those final days, if get targeted, of course, it's a part and parcel of the game. They have to deal with it. They incurred this. Nobody told them to do so. But yeah, Hidden Ones, I guess at this point, need to condition themselves better. If they've got the mental fortitude to stay strong, they will qualify. Exactly. Otherwise, maybe not. But for Hidden Ones, I think things have been made much easier with so many teams being eliminated already. So if they can get around 8 to 9 points just by healing battles and getting a couple of finishes here and there, still all good and dandy.
Cincinnati Kids on the screen, and even they need 50 points in 3 games. They need 10 elimination points, and the way they're playing, it feels like they do not realize that same thing. They need to understand the depth of the situation and go aggressive in the lobby and try and take as many fights as possible. At least try and feed on the weaker ones. You can do that. We have seen that happen so many times in the previous group as well. The strongers, they try to feed on the weaker. If Cincinnati Kids, if they want to do that, M40 can be the prime target. Team Tumulus, they've been struggling since the start. Firepower hasn't been on point. Even they can be the target. There's so many teams that you can try and put in your crosshairs to try and get those elimination points to kick things off with. But hold on, OG! They kick things off in a great manner against Diesel Esports. 2 players instantly knocked out. And for Diesel Esports, the bad start of this game as well. And OG is not someone that's just going to stay in the back. OG, they had the man disadvantage at the start, but now considering they found the 2 knocks, all grounds will be equalized. Orlo is the only man from Diesel Esports who's been able to perform at the top of his game, while his teammates, they have been a little bit lost. Orlo's position compromised, a few shots missed from Orlo, and that might just cost him his life. Still, OG's constantly making that push as they move on forward and take down Orlo. The second man gets revived back on his feet, but instantly a re-knock happens as well. Now it's down to just Albie. Diesel Esports on the verge of being scattered and shattered, and that's what exactly happens.
Where was this OG throughout the entire Snapdragon Pro series?
Chilling.
Yeah, I feel like this is what I have been constantly telling about OG. They fight their own demons, never really unleashing themselves, and when they do, this is what you get to see from their side. But now, from Cincinnati Kids, we've still got 4 players just galloping their way through. But now a real task awaits. 2 players of OG, surely CK, desperately need these 2 points. But against an OG doing so well at the situation, even Red Ross breathing just underneath Cincinnati Kids, it's not going to be easy, as there you have it, Aditya and Flock working piece by piece as Red Ross, their forces start to crumble. It's still stage 4, so revival is going to be quite doubtful over here. As now Cincinnati Kids, they've got their eyes set Do not let Red Ross pass is the call. If they want to see the days of the grand finals, they have to win this fight. They have to win this chicken dinner. But by the looks of it, Red Ross trying to avoid the skirmish, trying to still make their way inside the zone, which comes with its own troubles because they still have to deal with OG if they survive from the wrath of Cincinnati kids.
Red Ross is safe for now. Just losing out on that one player, that's going to be the casualty, but it's okay. In the overall standings, there's 2 slots up for grab, and there's only 2 teams who stand a chance to qualify from these 2 groups anyways. And right now, Cincinnati kids, they've placed themselves in such a spot that they're just not able to funnel in any sort of eliminations. Revenant Spark, they make their entrance in the circle as well. As now Myth is going to be on the receiving side of the spectrum, and Revenant Spark is constantly punishing them. Hammering away with the bullets, constantly just at the top. And now eventually Myth, they do decide to reply back. Revenant Spark, they're super exposed, and Myth, they've got better positioning. As the first man falls down, Revenant Spark, their hands are going to start to tremble.
It's not going to get easier than this for Revenant X-Park. Surely they cannot overexpose themselves in such situation. Surely should not be getting taken down, but Myth, they've already incurred 1 casualty there. At this point, Spray got back on his feet. But Myth official, they want to take this fight. They will have to if they dream on qualifying. At this point, Shadow quite exposed here. He's got his crosshair directly aimed at him. Tries to take a dig, but Spray God providing some assistance over there as this fight keeps prolonging. Myth official trying to dish out some hefty amount of damage there as Joker is already being dealt with. One of those players being taken down, but from the backlines to make matters worse, here come the apes. And for Aiden, he realizes that he is stuck in such a bad spot. In between a rock and a hard place is what's going up for Myth official. As their numbers keep on dwindling down, Revenant X-Park, they've been given a lifeline as OG, Red Ross, both these teams come marching through. Aiden and Oxen still fighting it out, and a little bit of a recuperating moment for the players of Revenant X-Park. But Aiden, he's going to take a blow with that grenade, but it's miles afar.
Yeah, not exactly finding the mark. And here comes the push. And 2 knocks instantly with that 1 single shot. What just happened? And I don't know if they're Myth. They wipe out the existence of Revenant Spark in this game. What just happened there? I am so confused on what exactly Myth just pulled off in that scenario. Revenant X-Park had all the advantage to back him up, but Myth, they still somehow thrive in that scenario and wipe out the existence of Revenant X-Park in this game. First game down the drain.
Oh my god, Necro. How many points did Revenant X-Park get out of this? Yeah, 196 is where they're sitting at. It's not looking good for them. They need a little bit more. This was a golden chance squandered. But right now, Godsrain in prime position. But against completely confident side of Orangutan as AKOP is fallen down. Atanki being sprayed upon from 2 different angles as Myth official still keep the flame burning. At this point, Aiden, Destroy GL still alive, but doesn't matter. But for Myth officials, how many points can they get out of this one? As Cincinnati kids, they bow out. And even Hidden Ones, they could not get even a single point out of this game. It is pretty much done and dusted for Godsrain. But for Myth official to walk away with 11 points, still far from where we want them to be, but something to at least work with, at least a little bit of that momentum swaying their way. But still not able to wrap my heads around how did 2 players get taken down by just 1 shotgun burst. I want to see the highlight once again, Necro. Like, 2 players instantly down on their knees.
I think so. Both of the players of Myth
they just lined
at
up
the same time. Both of the players of Myth striked at the same time, and the man who was close to the rock, he aimed to take down the man who was prone in the back. But as soon as he went for that peek, Revenant Sparks' man, who was a little bit closer to that rock, peeked out at the same time, and Myth's cover fire was on point. So even the man in the back for Myth instantly struck at the same time, and that's how those 2 players fell apart. That's what I think. That's what happened. It happened in a matter of seconds. It was so quick that we missed it, but I think so that's what happened.
I mean, at this point, I want to put this out. What led to that, especially for Revenant X-Park, they could have easily cruised their way in. And of course, with OG and even Red Ross coming in, Myth were the ones who were on the back seat. And for Revenant X Park, they were still just clunked down, hunkering down, hugging a rock. Does not make any sense. Of course, we understand you do feel the pressure. But this was such a nice chance where they could have wrapped things up and gone all out in the remainder 2 matches. And now the pressure just keeps on surmounting. My eyes are fixated on that moment where what happened with Revenant X Park, as we will get a quick glimpse at it. But Orangutan, they had been quite stellar in this game.
Yeah, they had a lot of elimination points. And even OG, they just needed to nail that spot down in the overall standings. After this game, they've done that. So now OG's going to be contributing a lot more to the chaos in the upcoming games. And once again, speaking of the entire Revenant X Park fiasco that we just saw a while ago, for some reason it feels like a lot of the players, they lose their natural instinct when they're under pressure. And that should not be a case in the first place, because you're still a pro player at the end of the day. You do have the mechanics. You're someone who's proven yourself over and over again in the past, but still you lose your natural instincts of going for a fight and proving yourself that you're the best.
Oh, I figured out what happened. It was Atanki from the backlines who sprayed upon one of the players. Shadow got taken down as Aiden picked one with the DBS. On the knock feed, did check that Atanki got another player down. So
cover fire.
That was cover fire from OG. Another team just hemorrhaging the chances of Revenant X Park. And now I think Hero Extreme Godlike reckoning they get one more go at it. But the MVP, AKOP, this is what we want to see from this player, right? 8 finishes. This is what he's built to do. Because spread carnage throughout the lobby, and I do not know what's really stopping him. How long does it take for AKOP to start performing when it matters?
For OG, considering they were already really confident that they're going to make it in the top 16, I don't think so they really wanted to put their true game face on. But now they realized that, okay, they're on the cusp of being elimination. They instantly performed once again. They went super aggressive in the lobby. They understood the fact that if we play under pressure, it's just going to cost us even more. So it's better to go aggressive and try and feed on the weaker. And that's what they exactly did. OG were taking their fights pretty wisely.
You know, Necro, I slightly beg to differ in this statement that you made. I feel like OG really never were on the brinks of elimination or something. They were always one of those teams that were somewhere lurking around those mid packs, right?
No, and OG was on 13th spot in this game.
Yeah, no. But still, OG have crossed that bare minimum. They have qualified. So after doing that, they have unleashed themselves. That's fine. But when you look at this roster, it's still not acceptable that they're not going all out. They had their chances in weeks 1 and 2. We did not get to see those moments. There were times where they were doubting themselves. They were not really engaging in those fights, always prioritizing position more than those fights, where their natural instinct is to take those fights, get those finishes. They were not letting themselves lose even for once. And this is where my argument stands, is this line of OG has the potential of being one of those teams to stay in the top 5. And to qualify, that's fine. But in the grand finals, I hope they better show up.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying too, right? You just need to relax a little bit, Fixes, okay? They've been doing pretty good for themselves, man. They don't really need to just spoil all the beans, man. They just need to stay in the back lines, relax. They knew that they were going to qualify. They pretty much played for the entire momentum. As soon as they got the momentum, now they're doing pretty okay, man. OG knew that they're
Is it the mind games you're talking about?
Qualify. Yeah, they're pretty much just testing the waters.
It's like, guys, we don't mean any harm. Do not plan for us. In the LAN, we're going to show our true colors. If that's the case with Aru, then I'm going to take it. Because OG haven't really been that kind of a force that you start trembling or fearing, oh, it's OG. Something that Hero Extreme Godlike or Versatile or even the likes of Reckoning, Aiku Soul, they have established. And in the latter phases, even K9 is one. They are the aggressive bunch. They are the sharks in the lobby. Whilst OG, they've pretty much been like elephants, as long as you do not mess with me, we mean you no harm. They're like GDR.
As long as it works out, that's it, man. And for OG, even that playstyle's been working out. Listen, in my opinion, I think OG knew that they were going to qualify no matter what. That's why they were playing that way. And in grand finals, we might just see a complete different OG. We might just see a perfect balance of those elimination points and even the placement point. Anything can happen in the grand finals. Even K9 Esports can be the one to be the champions, because we have seen a lot of improvement from K9 Esports compared to week 1 and week 4. You can see the stats.
they have gotten their mess fixed up. It feels like this is a much better K9. Now they know how to get those chicken dinners. They're just not running around with blinders on, just going after getting picked off unnecessarily. Finally, it feels like, this lobby was too easy for them. It feels like until the clock did strike 11, they had nothing to really worry about. And when they realized, all right, guys, we need to qualify, easy peasy, smooth sail for K9. And now that leaves us with the same question that we began this match with. Is Revenant X-Park and Hidden Ones. Hidden Ones did not get any points. Revenant X-Park just managed 2. While Smith Official, they did their bidding. Still a long way to go with Cincinnati Kids not even in the mix. So much action awaits. But before that, a short little break for you guys.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never to the broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never to the broncos thing.
Say fight. कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तू नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं। टाइम आ गया है। सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट! तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा। नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी। हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
टीपीपी पे जा। एफपीपी। टीपीपी। एफपीपी।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
एक काम कर, टीपीपी पे जा।
कौन? लूंड्री ना सर। विनर चिकन डिनर।
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the take and we eat. Dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is, yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got. Cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all, we give it all, we get. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting right. Begging for one more chance. Yeah. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the broken thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. So never do the Velcro thing.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
With Weekendy on the way, it's still a few teams on the latter half of the board wanting to move on forward. There's still a big question mark. Can Hidden Ones and Revenant Sparks be in the top 16? Especially Hidden Ones, the first game, 0 points. The game of Sanhok was completely down the drain, and Revenant Spark choking a major fight against Myth Official. Even that's going to cost him quite a bit in the overall standings.
Of course, with only 4 points, Revenant X-Pac, yes, they are somewhere in the top 16, but will they stay in the top 16 after the game of Weekendy and Erangel? I'm not sure, because Revenant X-Pac, I think, along with Hidden Ones, both these teams, the map of Weekendy is going to be super pivotal for both these teams, because if they don't step up in this one, there is no chance of them of being in the top 16.
And understanding the fact that the upcoming map is also going to be the map of Weekendy, where Hero Extreme Godlike do tend to dominate a bit more. And knowing that Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got a little bit of that bad blood with Revenant X-Spark, we might just see that targeting happen once again. What do you think?
Oh, the chances are very high. Obviously, Hero Extreme Godlike. But the previous game also, if you notice, Hero Extreme Godlike, they had to face an early elimination with just only 2 points. And that was kind of a relief for the players of Revenant X-Pac, but after that Myth Officials happened with Revenant X-Pac, so Revenant didn't really need to work on those 4v4 fights, because it was not like a Myth just happened to be there. First it was Shadow who got knocked out, then they went for the revival, they went for the rescue mission. After that it was the second or third time that Revenant player got knocked out. So being so unaware and not able to come out of such a situation, Revenant X-Pac, I don't know what's really happening wrong with them.
Hidden Ones, now is not the time to hit that inconsistency over and over again. This is the time where you're supposed to pop off just the way you do on your good days. This is supposed to be another one of those good days where Hidden Ones does pretty good. Yesterday's day, Hidden Ones were pretty much at the top of their form, and now look at today. The first game is completely bad. I just hope that in the upcoming game, which is going to be the game of Weekendy, Hidden Ones once again get the grip back and sort of perform a bit more better. You've got the last page of the overall standings, which is pretty much at this point useless, because everyone on the last page is done for. They're not going to be the one to qualify in the top 16. Schedule on the screen. You've got Weekendy being the 5th game of the day. Group A and C once again will duke it out to find out who's going to be the top 16.
Of course, Group A and D going up against each other one more time. And like you said, Hero Extreme Godlike, they tend to do really good in the map of Weekendy. But yesterday also, if you notice, I think IQ 8-bit also did really well from Group D, but their matches are already over. So we'll not talk about them. But yes, Group A and C, talking about them, Hero Extreme Godlike, yes, they do stand a chance to go on a rampage, which they obviously will. But if they take a directly head-on fight on the drop of Revenant X-Pac, in that scenario, I don't know what is going to happen, because the chances of such a thing happening is very high.
Even if Revenant X-Pac lose out on 2 players, the dent is already made. And Revenant X-Pac at this point, they need at least a banger game to solidify their slot in the top 16. They're on the 16th spot underneath Metal Esports, and even Metal Esports, they've still got the sword hanging on top of their necks. Hidden Ones, if they manage to get a big game themselves, even they can propel themselves in the top 16. All it takes is one single big game, and instantly anything can happen. The entire tables can be flipped, as once again the plane's going to hit the skies in the map of Weekendy. It is quite cold. Hopefully it's not going to be a slothy start. I would love to see an aggressive start. And we've got the plane flat pat starting all the way from Miramar towards Krichos.
In the last weekend in which Revenant X-Park played, they got 0 points. And if they have not rectified the mistake, a similar thing might happen. So Revenant X-Park, this game is super critical. But like you said, the flight path is favoring all the western cities of the map of Weekendy. So all the teams who like dropping in toward the side of Cosmodrome, Trevno, Cement Factory, they do have a long journey. But I'm still waiting for the drop clash, if at all it is happening somewhere. Because we have got the plus of Gen XFM towards the southern side. Then we also have the plus of Reckoning also dropping into all the way towards south. Then Team Tamilas to the side of Muvatra, and Team Tamilas in the previous one, they did have a decent outing.
Revenant X-Park is dropping all the way up north towards the extremity. And Hidden Ones, even they're dropping right next to Revenant X-Park. Oh man, two desperate teams for the points, dropping right next to each other. What's going to be the course of action? Who's going to be the one to survive? Hidden Ones right now, they seem right in between the two players of Revenant X-Park. Let's see who's going to be the one to hit the deck first. Hidden Ones, they're going to move on towards Zabava. That's not even a question. Grizzly are going to find themselves that footing they need. Arto is taken down pretty low in this fight of Red Ross. Even Red Ross, maybe they need a few points to solidify that slot in the top 16. They pretty much have made it, but still, just the icing on top of the cake's missing. And right now, Red Ross, with the way things started off in this fight, it does not seem too smooth, but they've still got the man advantage in the fight whatsoever. And this man advantage can go a long way. Beast up close and personal. Looking to hand out a few death blows. Sham's position's noticed, but Sham's taken down pretty low. He barely has any sort of HP to back him up.
Well, of course, but he also goes down, and Diesel Esports, well, they're going for the revival on the rescue mission, and one of the players is again back, but Lucifer's grenade takes down Albi, and the last player also has been eliminated. Red Ross, these 4 finishes are going to solidify their spot. Like you said, they're already inside the top 16, sitting in the 14th spot, and after these 4 finishes, they're pretty much on the golden ticket for themselves, and without facing any casualty, seems like this team is also prepared just in case if they face any drop collision in challenge finals.
Indeed. I mean, just look at the way things are right now. Even inside of the circle, we wanted Hero Extreme Godlike to move up against Revenant X-Park, but that's not going to happen. Instead, Hero Extreme Godlike dropped in towards Villa. Myth is right next to him. Cincinnati Kids, the only way they can make it in the top 16 is by going super aggressive in the games and getting 30 points per game. That's the only way CK can qualify, or else even CK will be eliminated from this tournament.
I think CK can qualify. Even if they get a chicken dinner, they need a very high fragging game. But because, let's be honest, Revenant, they are sitting with 198 points and CK with 167 points. The point difference is pretty much too much. And without a 30 bomber, I don't see CK making it inside top 16. Even the chances of Hidden Ones are also quite slim. Even they also need a chicken dinner if they want to be in the top 16. But for now, we have got the players of -40 up on our screens. And seems like they're aware about the plus of Wildfangs. Spider, having the height advantage, is trying to find some sort of connection and some sort of opening onto the plus of Wildfangs. But Wildfangs, they are looking so confident because the mistakes which were happening from the side of Wildfangs in week number 1 and week number 2 seems like all of them have been rectified, and Wildfangs is looking more confident now.
Indeed they are. They've got a little bit of that spot to play with towards Castle. And Castle right now is unoccupied because Wildfangs just moved out of that spot too. -40. They're really picking a lot of bones at this point. This time around, taking a fight against Wildfangs. In the past game, it was Hidden Ones. An interesting approach that -40 is having. Going for as many fights as they can, but only if -40 would have played the same way in the opening weeks. Maybe even they could have stood a chance to qualify, but -40 instead was playing it really passive, playing it suppressed.
I agree. If -40 had the same confidence which they had in the open finals and week number 4, if they had the same confidence in week 1 and week 2, even week 3 also, -40 would have stand a solid chance to be in the top 16. But for now, Reckoning and Gen XFM also going up against each other as Shogun has been knocked out. And Reckoning, they are on a hunt every single time. This team has been performing really good because if you notice the performance which Reckoning had in week number 1, they had too many points. From the very start, Reckoning has been looking super confident, especially the first Erangel which they played in week number 1. They came so close to getting that chicken dinner for themselves.
Vikendi is usually supposed to give you a slow start, but this Vikendi, it seems quite action-packed. Evil, he wants to get the revival on his fallen comrade. Dynus is taken down pretty low, catching a few bullets upon himself while he tried to cross on over. And Gravity as well. He's got a bit of that off angle to play with. Gravity's nade can prove out to be quite crucial, but unfortunately he whiffs that. So it does not really find the mark. And Genix FM is constantly going for the revival on the fallen comrade. Viper finally closes on up, spamming in that smoke. Hoping to find some sort of connection, but that connection will be denied every single time by Genix FM. Because they've got some sort of cover to play with. This little edge that they have, it's really saving the day for Genix FM. Maybe a few utilities toss can definitely do the deed for Reckoning. But Reckoning, they've already backed away from this spot.
Logan, this guy always steps up big time from the side of Genix FM. But even Genix FM is on the struggling side. But Vishu with a grenade finds a knock onto Viper. But this should be an easy rescue mission, easy revival. But Vishu is also going for the close frontal battle as they're trying to charge onto the compounds of Reckoning. Shogun still keeping a check in just in case if Gravity comes out in the open. But Viper again back in the game. Lots of grenades being exchanged. Once again, a 4v4 fight and Shogun out in the open. This is not looking good for him at all as Gravity can easily lock him down.
Even he's catching a bit of that hurt upon himself. Vishu finally turns around and slaps another man down of Reckoning Esports. And Reckoning Esports, they get humbled as they try to target Genix FM. Genix FM, they come out on top in quite a flawless manner. Yes, it was quite a nail-biting fight, but still Genix FM, with all the 4 players intact, they have proven the point. But at what cost? They're not even someone who can qualify in the grand finals. They're way too far back.
-40 and Wildfangs, even they're on a kind of a stalemate situation where everyone is just waiting for the opponent to make some sort of a mistake and capitalize on that. Seth and Sensei, they're sticking together, where else we have Scout and Trace God close to each other, but -40, they're pretty much surrounded by the players of Wildfangs, and Wildfangs, they do stand a advantage in this particular fight. Let's see how -40 they are going to get that opening frag. Nishu right on the top of on the rooftop. And speaking about the team of -40, I think Spider and Nishu and Neeraj, they have been doing really good work. The way these guys have been standing up and getting those opening frags, I think these two lads are doing really good for the entire team. Vodka and Joker, they were on the struggling side rather.
Yeah, but does it really matter? No is going to be
For
the
the
answer.
upcoming events, yeah.
Are they even going to stay together for the upcoming events? Ask that question. Because one thing is for sure, we might just see a lot of those shuffles happening. Maybe for this official tournament where the registrations are almost done, yeah, they can play together, but you still never know. Looking at the performance that's going on in this tournament, maybe they've already made some switch-ups for that entire tournament. Anything can happen. There's so many question marks still yet to be answered by the teams that haven't qualified for the grand finals. But -40 for now. They need to think on their feet. Be a little bit more quick and proactive in this fight. Wildfangs is also someone that's going to take their sweet time. Wildfangs is not someone who likes to go aggressive. They will take their time. While -40, I'm pretty sure there will come a time where their patience will be tasted. And that's where -40 can crumble. But hey, speaking of crumbling, Sensei's the one to fall down first. But an instant trade-off is also going to be there from Trey Scott. Even Seth backs it up with another elimination and -40 out of nowhere. All it took was that first knock to try and initiate the battle. And as soon as that happened, Wildfangs, they instantly flipped the table against -40. The setup that they had was much more better compared to the players of M40. And this is where the experience really comes into fruition.
Oh, -40. For a second, I thought they might have a slight advantage onto the players of Wildfangs. But like you said, the experience always comes handy, which -40 is lacking at this point. On the verge of elimination, -40 and Scout going very close to Vodka, the last man standing from the side of M40 in a 1v4 situation. Seems like this is a done and dusted case, and while Fangs will come victorious easily with 4 finishes. But just look at the map feed, Neeraj. Revenant X-Park and Hidden Ones, they are in such a close proximity to each other, and no one is interested in taking a fight. They're just holding on to the compounds and not trying to engage in any sort of fight. Look at the desperation which both these teams have.
Wild Fangs. You've got Trace God on the screen, and I mean, look, already the job is done. Zeph getting 2 elimination points, Trace God getting 2. It's all looking good in the hood. Revenant Spark with the way they have been playing so far as well. Even that's quite remarkable. Revenant Spark spotting out the players, shots taken, nothing found. Mortis is going to find himself a smooth sailing out of this one without taking any sort of scratches upon himself. He easily makes it out alive. Hidden Ones on the screen, and looking at them, Daniel, Alien, Executor, Mortis. The previous game was a complete blunder, but this game has to be an ace. Nothing less than that. 20-pointer, desperately needed. Hidden Ones, that's the only time when they can move up and maybe kick Revenant Spark or Metal Esports outside of that top 16.
Hidden Ones, they're definitely trying to do so, but they're in so close proximity to the players of Myth officials. And Myth, the way they took fight against the players of Revenant X-Park in Sanhok, they're looking so confident. So Hidden Ones, they need to be very careful at this point, because this game is really important. This game is going to decide if at all Hidden Ones do stand a chance to be in the top 16 or not. But look at the position of Revenant X-Park all the way towards the northern side. They can potentially look for a control from the northern side. And since their backlines are clear, the next circle shift, if it goes all the way north, Revenant can get those average points, and maybe more than average points if they play all their cards right.
Indeed. The next zone's going to pop up though soon. And that zone's going to be deciding everything. The fate of the teams, who's going to be the one to come through as the victors. Vikendi once again, quite a slothy start. Off the rip, we did see quite a lot of action, but then later on in the mid-pack, it's quite a slow game of Vikendi, just like the classic one. I would love to see a few teams lock horns. Hero Extreme Godlike is playing this Vikendi quite passive. I'm not exactly sure why that's happening, but I would love to see Godlike on that prowl.
And if at all they go for the hunt, I think they'll directly go all the way towards the side of God's Train or maybe Team Tamilas. But for now, the way Red Ross is making that rotation from the southwestern side, there is a possibility of them clashing against the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. That could be a possibility, but we also have Myth. Myth, since they had a decent outing in the previous Sanhok. So this game, they'll be looking forward to have that at least 20 points accumulated. And considering the position inside the circle, they are looking quite decent. Even the players of OG, God's Train, right in the dead center of the circle, they do have a decent spot for themselves. But kind of a very slow weekendy. We had few clashes at the very start of the game, but now everyone is just holding on to their compounds and waiting for the next circle shift.
I think so. That's what pretty much everyone's doing. Just wait for the next zone to pop up. Because as I mentioned, usually till the stage 5, you will barely see any sort of action. Even at stage 4, you might just see a few scratches, few bruises here and there. We won't really see some big hands being thrown across. And speaking of big hands, I mean, so far we've seen 3 teams get eliminated. Even that's going to be a big factor that might just play. 3 teams, that means 4 players in each team. That's already so many less players. So there's a big chance, even in stage 4, we might just not see any sort of action.
Of course. But Hero Extreme God, like you said, and Red Ross in such a close proximity. God's Train was also there. Nothing really is happening, but wait a second, I think one of the player of Myth has been knocked out. And while Fangs, they're charging onto the plus of Myth officials, breaking the silence in the map of Weekendy. Oxen down on his knees, and instant confirmation also coming in. And Myth, now they're left with only 3 players remaining. Scout needs to be a bit careful because Myth, the remaining players, they do have a certain position advantage onto the players of Wild Fangs, as they do find a trade onto Trace God, but this should be an easy revival.
Yeah, Wild Fangs should be able to get back up on their feet. It's not a problem. Trace God out of harm's way. Myth official unfortunately losing out on that one key player. And for Myth, we mentioned this, they need a big game. 30 points in this game and maybe 20 points in the upcoming game, and that's going to seal the deal. Or maybe they need 25 points per game. That's the only way Myth official can actually breach on in the top 16. Other than that, they can't. Do or die, constantly peppering shots on that vehicle. But now even Reaper's going to catch a lot of that hurt upon himself. He's got that Rich to cover. But still, is that Rich going to be enough? Wild Fangs, 2 players at the top. They get their hands on a vehicle, so it's all good in the hood for now. Wild Fangs was stuck in such an awkward spot for a while. The next zone pops up, tilted a little bit to the northern side. We might just see a bit of those changes happen now.
Oh, the circle has taken a northern shift, once again favoring the players of Team Revenant X Park. This is such a good news for them. Even hidden ones on the eastern periphery of the circle do have a decent spot for themselves. Where else? Look at the amount of traffic which is trying to traverse from the southern side. We have the players of Team Red Ross, even the players of Team Hero Extreme Godlike are also there. Then we have Do or Die right on the tails of Hero Extreme Godlike. So many fights might happen towards the southern side.
Palu prone down, going for the shots. Still not able to find any sort of confirmed picks. And there VK, what a knock that was. Trace God, seems like today's head's too big. He's catching all those shots on his dome. And honestly speaking, that knock from Palu was impressive. Trace God's pretty far away from the pack, by the way. But still, he will be revived. It's not a question. Do or die. In a bit of those troubled waters in this game, in overall standings, they're pretty much done. Hero Extreme Godlike looking to take an uphill battle, maybe up against the players of Red Ross. Cincinnati Kids, even for them, they need 50 points per game. 50 points in 2 games, 25 points per game, that's what they need. Which sounds next to impossible to achieve considering their track record hasn't been that smooth. And look at what happens. Orangutan, it's going to be the Apes striking again. OG's going for quite a lot of those risky moves, and the remaining players as well, they close on up. And here comes the Cavalry. AKOP unfortunately ejects out in the open, and he's catching a lot of that hurt upon himself. Even Cincinnati Kids, they step in the action from the far fray, constantly taking those shots, and now OG, they seem pretty hurt.
Oh yes, they are. They are. Vizgod trying to patch himself up. He also needs to go for the revival onto the fallen comrade. But imagine, just imagine, a single grenade comes toward the side of Vizgod will mark an end for the plus of Orangutan. Not that it is going to hamper their position inside the overall ranking, but still, Madrick, he also needs to patch himself up as Vishu is trying to lob those grenades, and Madrick, he also goes down. The confirmation is also there. OG also on the verge of elimination. Vishu all by himself in a 1v3 situation, his position being compromised, and OG will eliminate the entirety of Gen X FM. 3 finishes goes to Vizgod. This guy, every single time, he steps up whenever is required.
He indeed does. And you gotta love it too, man. OG right now is popping off. They're hitting every single right note. Cincinnati Kids could have been a big threat for OG a while ago, considering AKOP was instantly opened up. But Red Ross hold on to that thought. A fight proven up on the screen. Red Ross taking it up close and personal against the players of Team Tumulus. Team Tumulus is one of those teams this time around. They've been picking a lot of smoke. Fox gets knocked out. Even Cincinnati Kids, they get a few eliminations for themselves too. There's so many fights happening now. And for Team Tumulus, this fight does not really hold any sort of value. But for Red Ross, it sort of holds a value for them.
Well, certainly, Red Ross, Team Tamilas, the trades are coming back and forth. Lot of smoke has been invested, and both these teams are trying to go for those crucial revivals. But look at the circle shift. It has taken a western shift and is favoring Hidden One so much. They do have a very good spot inside the circle. This ought to be a good game for the players of Hidden Ones. But for now, Ortho out in the open has been knocked out, and this is a great knock coming in as Phoenix is also down on his knees, and Team Tamilas might win this particular fight against the players of Red Ross.
Still, it's a big might though. And Beast, oh no, the last man surviving. He gets wrapped up in a sheet and gets sent back home. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're here for the third party. They're here to join the bandwagon. Even they want to be the opportunistic ones and maybe get a few points racked up in the overall standings for themselves and to get their hands warmed up before they move into the LAN Finals. Hero Extreme Godlike, they want to kickstart things with a few utilities, and that's what they're tossing. Nades out towards the shack. No connections found yet. Zip is taken down so low. Man, the guy's barely surviving. Admino and Jonathan right next to each other. Hero Extreme Godlike, the way they're playing around the extremities, they really need to be cautious. Team Tamilas can wipe them out any second if they keep on playing the same way. But Team Tamilas as well, they're playing quite grouped up. All it takes is one single nade, a well-placed nade, and that instantly can bring in the separation.
And seems like Admino could be the one to land that grenade, or maybe Jonathan. And yes, it is going to be Jonathan. Finds a knock onto Manti with a grenade, and Team Tamilas on the cusp of getting eliminated, annihilated. But the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, as Admino is trying to go up close personal. This Molotov can find one more great opening, but Team Tamilas, one of the players out in the open, and Admino close front rattle, and Rico is the one to be knocked out. Even Manti also goes down, and Team Tamilas, one more player knocked, and the last player remaining. Team Tamilas, they are on the verge of biting the dust.
Indeed they are. Hero Extreme Godlike, 6 finishes racked up so far. Team Tamilas, one last man alive, Mr. IGL. And he's not even moving a muscle. He spots out every single player of Hero Extreme Godlike, but he still did not pull the trigger. What was he doing? Mr. IGL just gifted that point away to the enemies. Team Tamilas, man, something needs to happen. We might just need to see some major shuffles in this lineup. It's been a while since all the 4 players have been sticking to each other, but maybe now is the time to break the alliance. Now's the time to try and bring in those tweaks.
Oh, the circle shift. An eastern shift comes in, and Revenant X Park, they'll find themselves on the eastern periphery. The backlines are completely clear. They do have a very solid spot for themselves, but Hidden Ones, how they're going to traverse inside the circle is the main question, because Myth officials can be that ugly thorn to gatekeep the players of Hidden Ones. For now, we have Bot Army and Wildfangs trying to fight for that northern control of the circle, as Scary Jot is trying to find some sort of an opening with that grenade, and Scout almost survived that on a sliver of HP.
Indeed. Wildfangs, Trey Scott, he's pushed up a bit too much. He's extended in the enemy territory. And I'm loving the fact that even Wildfangs is playing a bit more aggressive this time around. Here comes Sensei and his teammate. They push together. Scout OB as well in the playing field right next to Sensei. Devotee gets knocked out. Henry and Scary, the last 2 players surviving, they're catching a lot of hurt upon themselves. And Scary eventually knocks out Trey Scott. That's going to be the main threat neutralized. Scary's still all by himself against the 3 remaining players of Wildfangs, and he can still stand a chance to turn the table. He's got the high ground to play with. Scout is up close, and then Seth is in the back lines. He's got a little bit of that high ground as well, and Seth is going to nail that player down.
2 important fights happening. Hero Extreme Godlike is also going up against the players of Hidden Ones, and Godson going up against the players of Revenant X Park, where Spray God is the last man standing. He has to survive, because elimination at this point will not give too many points to the players of Revenant X Park. This is not looking good at all. And Destro is going for the confirmation point onto Joker with that Molotov, and seems like Spray God has to make that mature decision and escape from this situation. Find a good spot to hide and go for those placement points.
I think zone's about to pop up soon, and it does pop up right on top of the players of God's Reign. Every single time God's Reign's been trying super hard, it feels like they're just getting their hands warmed up, getting their strategies polished a bit more before they step in the LAN Finale. And now it's Ninja Jot just tapping away constantly. The players are barely surviving. For God's Reign, they know this is going to be their game. They've got all the pieces on the board. And they've also got the zone to play with. And they've also got a nice 2-2 split in the first place. Jonathan, Simp, the last two men surviving for Hero Extreme Godlike. And considering both of them are the Assaulter, I'm pretty sure someone's going to overextend and get knocked out.
That could be a possibility, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they do have those tree trunks to have a solid cover for themselves. But Justin, the way Godston are playing, they've got so many elimination points and 7 finishes already there. And Wildfangs on the verge of elimination. But Jonathan is also aware about Aiden of Myth Official. And there it goes, a knock coming in and should be an easy confirmation as well.
Yep, I mentioned this a while ago. Both the players are the Assaulters, and someone will overextend and get knocked out, and that's exactly what happened. Simp got knocked out. And now it's down to just Jonathan. Myth in the front, Maxioso, last man standing. Wildfangs, they can be a big threat for Godsreen. If Godsreen wants to win this game, they will need to try and eliminate Wildfangs, or else let the opponents duke it out against each other. But Godsreen really do want to secure the remaining elimination points. And look at the way Godsreen is playing too, man. I mean, come on, Godsreen, just have some fun. Stop being so disciplined. Stop being so sweaty. Just go out there and try and have some fun and get as many eliminations as you can.
Well, for now, they are trying to do so. Onto the plus of Wildfangs. Godston knocked out Scout, and Jonathan is the one to get that confirmation point. And 11 finishes already to the plus of Hero Extreme God. Like I should have said, Jonathan, the lone survivor with only 2 first stages remaining. The wall of death is also closing in, and this blue is going to dish out a lot of damage. Godstrain, Myth, Hero Extreme Godlike, the last player of Wildfang's Trace God is also in the mix. Godstrain, this should be their chicken dinner as Justin gets the confirmation onto Maxi.
Yeah, he's done for. Can't survive for too long. At least Jonathan's elimination point was collected by Godsreen, so that's not a wasted point. And then last man of Wildfangs will be collected too as Trace God. He will be the final glimmer of hope fading away, and it will be Godsreen once again getting the winner chicken dinner, even in the game of Vikendi. In the middle, it was quite a slow game, I'm not gonna lie, but then later on it picked up that pace pretty quickly.
Well, certainly it did, but Godstain, yes, like you said, they are going to be super happy. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. This is going to boost their morale and confidence for the upcoming challenge finals. But Revenant X Park, Hidden Ones, Neeraj, what just happened to them? Revenant X Park, they had everything lined up for them. They had the good position. The circle was also favoring them. But a fight against Godstrain, Revenant X Park looked completely off.
The question is how many points they had to back themselves up, because that's what's going to matter the most. If they just had 1 or 2, then they might just be tied up with Metal Esports, and that's not a great thing. Hidden Ones, they still do stand a chance, but now they need a chicken dinner, nothing less. And if Hidden Ones is not going to move on in the top 16, then we pretty much know what's going to be the top 16. If Hidden Ones do not get a chicken dinner, then Revenant X Park and Metal Esports both make the cut, which is pretty fine. But Revenant X Park making the cut on the 16th spot, I'm pretty sure a lot of fans are going to have those second doubts.
Of course, all the fans are going to be super disappointed by the performance of Revenant X Park, because if they don't get a big Erangel upcoming next match, then Revenant X Park, I don't know if they can at all qualify for the challenge finals, because if they don't, that is also going to affect their mental for the upcoming official tournament. But this time OG, they also started off on a really good note by taking down the players of Team Genix FM, Team Tamilas. Even they also look completely off. They also need to rethink what's really happening wrong inside the team before going for the next official tournaments, because Hero Extreme Godlike, they pretty much annihilated the entirety of Team Tamilas.
Indeed. I mean, look at where Mr. Igil was in this scenario. I generally thought that Mr. Igil can actually strike down at least 2 players of Hero Extreme Godlike before getting taken down himself, but he was just left staring. Maybe he was just admiring the performance of Hero Extreme Godlike in the overall standings, because they're currently at the top, which is completely understandable. Anyone can be flabbergasted. But you've got Revenant X Park, you asked me. I mean, what were they doing? Well, that was right there in the highlights. They were able to get 1 elimination point. Maybe they have 2 elimination points in total, but do they have any sort of placement points? We will be able to see that in the match ranking soon.
Thing, because they got eliminated on the 6th spot, and before going down, Spraygard did manage to get a knock onto Seth of Wildfangs, but before he got the confirmation point, Justin's grenade marked an end for the players of Revenant X Park. So yes, even that point also didn't go towards the side of Revenant X Park. So really bad game for Revenant in this weekend. This Erangel, the next Erangel is going to be so critical for them.
Indeed, it will be. But you know what? Let's look at the MVP of the previous game because that's going to matter as well. It will be set from Wildfangs. Wildfangs was playing pretty aggressive in the previous game. I'm liking the fact that they're finally sharpening their skills up. They're finally sharpening their firepower before they move in towards the LAN finale. You've also got Best Companion being Justin and Destro being the finisher. Godsreen, for some reason, you guys just need to learn to have fun. Go in the lobby, go super aggressive, go for a few drop clashes. I would love to see that Godsreen, man.
It's a very disciplined team. If you look at it, they never go on to the experiment zone. They always stick to the basics. They always play their natural gameplay, and that is exactly what they have
4
been
points.
doing every
I think
single
so they
time.
qualify.
4. They need to get at least, I'll say at least get 4, 5, at least 10 points in the upcoming game as well.
No, I mean, look,
Yeah.
just one team stands a chance to move on and qualify. It's hidden ones. All the other teams are done for. So Revenant Spark, they've qualified. It's not even a question. They've moved on.
4, 8, total 8 points accumulated. Yes, finally I've done my maths. In Sanhok also they got 4 points. In this one also they have got 4 points, total of 8 points. So yes, Revenant Spark, they have pretty much qualified for the challenge finals.
Not pretty much. They have qualified. They have pretty much done the cut, and they have moved on. They have done the job. So Revenant Spark, they're going to be there in the LAN finale, but still qualifying on the cusp. Not a big fan of that. Revenant Spark might as well just go out with a bang, right? Considering it is the last game as well for them. It is also going to be the last game of the challenge season. You might as well just try and end the challenge season with a chicken dinner. Try and get as many points as you can. Revenant Spark, they've already qualified. Now their mind's going to be completely free. They're not going to have any sort of pressure. The only team that stood a chance to qualify was Hidden Ones. But considering even for Hidden Ones, things are going pretty bad. So I guess Revenant Spark and Metal Esports, they've made the cut.
Yeah, of course, Medal also, they had total of 47 points in the entire week. So yes, they have also pretty much qualified. But Hidden Ones, there's still that last ray of hope. Just in case if they get a 30 bomber, they might be in the top 16. That could be a possibility. Yes, considering the form which they're having at this point, the chances of delivering such a performance is very slim. But still, that ray of hope is still there for Hidden Ones in the last Erangel.
Right now, Revenant Spark and Metal Esports are sitting on 15th and 16th once again.
Yes.
And both of them are tied on 202 points in the overall standing. So I think so they've pretty much made the cut. Hidden Ones, they've only got 185 points if I'm not wrong. So with 185 points in the bag and considering it's just one more game left, you need a chicken dinner. Nothing more than that. You need a chicken dinner. Straight up 27-point chicken dinner. Then only Hidden Ones can move on in the top 16, which sounds next to impossible in my opinion. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. One more game is still remaining for this challenge season.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never to the broken thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. So never to the Velcro thing.
गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है BGMI लैब में। M416 की है, M249 की भी है।
गन्स, हेलमेट्स सब मिलेगा फैब इन द BGMI लैब।
मैं भी कलेक्टर। They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cockroach code, run it again with that. XOX cockroach code, run it again with that. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cockroach code, run it again with that. XOX cockroach code, run it again with that. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the buildup thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the buildup thing.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone to Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season Week 4, Day number 3. One last Erangel remains for these two groups, and Revenant X Park. In the previous one fixes, they had only 4 points. Do you think they have made it inside the top 16? Are they still in top 16?
I come bearing good and news filled with sorrow. So yes, Revenant X Park has qualified. There's no speculations about that. But the manner they have qualified brings utter disdain to me to be saying like that. Because for Revenant X Park, of course, you would have high expectations from their side. Now we can just rule out Revenant X Park. They can do whatever they want in this particular game. But let's talk about what's on the line. Hidden Ones or Medal? Who secure themselves that 16th spot? That's the big question, because for Hidden Ones, they have absolutely bottled the day. The first game, they got targeted. The second game, frontal fight against Hero Extreme Godlike, could not fare through. Not a lot of points collected. So Medal Esports, I feel like they have been blessed. Given the circumstances, we've seen already one of those final games of the previous groups. So we know what to expect. So for Hidden Ones, if they go all guns blazing, get around 20 points, then they might cruise through. That would push Revenant X Park to the 16th spot, but that's okay.
if Hidden Ones really want to get those 27 points and a chicken dinner for themselves, first of all they need to deal with the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, because if Hero Extreme Godlike is in the lobby, they will be the ones to go for the hunt, to go for that big 30 bomb or a 20 bomber in the game, because there is no one to stop Hero Extreme Godlike. They won't go passive at all. They'll go all guns blazing, and if Hero Extreme Godlike get all the finishes, there is nothing left for Hidden Ones to do.
I really feel like Hidden Ones should not be threatened by Hero Extreme Godlike, because they're the last of their concerns. At this point, the main target for Hero Extreme Godlike was to add another feather to the cap, cross over that 300 points marker. Only team to have accomplished that throughout the SPS. So they have successfully done whatever they came in here for. And now they can pretty much just, nade themselves, do whatever they want on Earth, and that would still not stop them from racing in as the favorites into the Grand Finals. But this is what I was talking about. Revenant X Park and Medley Esports are in close contentions. Hold on. I think so far this looks pretty solid, unless and until Hidden Ones throw a curveball. Because for Revenant X Park, I feel like if Hidden Ones get a chicken dinner, there's chances that they might be pushed back. But it's one thing that is certain, that then Medal will qualify.
See, if Revenant X
X Park gets even a single point, then it's over. Medal and team Hidden Ones, they do well, then it's pretty much over for Medal. But I think for Medal Esports, the cut is they have to secure how many points? Around 14 or 15. So a chicken dinner game is what we presume. With decent amount of finishes, they might qualify. And if Revenant X Park do not get any point, then their position could be on the line. So all they need to do is gather as many first aids as they possibly can and just stay at the edge of the map and just patch yourself up. Just get 1 point, you're good to go. Just one.
Hidden Ones, I did my maths, they need 15 points. If they get 15 points, they'll topple over Medal.
And go on.
And if that happens, Revenant X Park, they just, like you said, they just need one single point, and that will be enough for Revenant X Park to qualify for the Challenge Finals. But the main sword is still hanging onto the players of Medal, because just imagine Hidden Ones gets a total of 15 points, and they'll be in the top 16.
At this point, only prayers can save Medal Esports. But looking at the tendency, looking at how Hidden Ones have come to play tonight, it feels like I'll be a little inclined towards Medal Esports and their chances. But I think Prince needs to realize that he's just been given a lifeline. It's still not sealed yet. If somehow, magically, Hidden Ones pull off a shebang, get a chicken dinner, which I'm not going to rule this case out. Because we know. Hidden Ones can fumble any games, and suddenly one game they might go all out. And that is the mystery that needs to get unraveled right here, right now. For once and for the last time in the challenge season, we will be setting sail through the greener pastures of Erangel to find out who the last team will be, who is going to join us for the Grand Finals. The flight path trajectory all the way from Quarry towards Jasnaya, Pollyanna, Revenant X Park, they're not going to have any trouble whatsoever. But for Hidden Ones, I want to see if minus 40 will be again going after them.
I would love to see that. And I want to see if Hero Extreme Godlike, they also go up against the players of Team Revenant X Park. Because if at all Revenant X Park gets an early elimination in this one with 0 points, and Hidden Ones get those 15 points, then Medal will be in the top 16 and Revenant X Park will be out of top 16. So for Revenant, getting that one crucial point is super important in this one. And after that, everything depends on the performance of Hidden Ones. But wait a second, minus 40 and Diesel. What is happening?
Oh my god. All right, it's fine. I mean, for Diesel Esports, they resorted to no guns policy, and minus 40, well, could not stand a chance. So, of course, one team already bowing out. That makes Hidden One's chances better now. In order to secure a chicken dinner, their biggest rival so far, they have been exterminated. But for Godswin and Borami Esports, they want to duke it out here and settle the score and maybe have a couple of more sparks flying before the coveted Grand Finals begin. As Henry and even for Godswin, they have been dealing with their own trades. Ninja Jot just strike back as now Godswin They have taken the upper advantage in this particular fight that leaves Bodam Esports with 2 players surviving. It is going to be Scary Jot along with his comrade, as Scary Jot does not have a lot of weapons or better ammunitions to work with, but still makes good work of that pistol. And now brings it down to a 2v2. Ninja Jot having that Tommy gun, and hold on, Scary Jot is still cooking. He's managed to bring it down to a very intense situation. Robin comes into play. He comes into clutch as God's Reign. They survive what could have been a huge hiccup. As even Revenant X-Pac, they've got some foes right beside them.
And yes, they do have the plus of do or die in the city of Yasna. But this time, God's Reign and Bot Army Esports, they both decided to not go towards the side of military base. And once again, they both clash. And this time, yes, God's Reign, they came on the top, since they have already got the momentum rolling in their favor. But Revenant X-Pac, it's going to be important for them to survive in this particular one. Do or die. Even I have a feeling that soon we'll be seeing Hero Extreme Gothic also coming all the way to the city of Yasna, since we have a northern circle.
Gothic has taken quite a pacifist approach. It feels like they do not want to be rattling any bushes here, do not want to be sprinkling more of that rivalries, because they feel like it has been voiced out so loud. And now it's kind of a belief in the players that if we hurt them today, they might hurt us when we're in trouble. So far, that sort of very bland thing is taken over. Good old days of rivalry where players were going after each other, the days are gone. But again, now talking about a little bit of analytical side of why Bot Army Esports and God's Reign dropped down in that exact junction, because eventually we've seen numerous times both these teams drop down at those exact compounds, take some vehicles and head down south. So they've been doing that pretty much since forever. And this time also, both of these teams, knowing that they have qualified, no pressure, might as well take a 4v4.
I really want to see what's going to happen in the challenge finals. Will Bot Army go for a different city, different drop location in the map of Erangel, or will it stick to the military-based island? Because if that happens, we'll see this rivalry continuing in the challenge finals, and it will be interesting to see who comes on the top, because in challenge finals, it's not the qualification, it's a trophy that is at the stake. So both these teams will be very careful in their approach in the challenge finals from the very first game. But kind of a stalemate situation in city of Yasna, as even the players of Do or Die are not that eager to go for a head-on fight against the players of Revenant X-Pac.
At this point, all Revenant X-Pac need is just 1 point. If they can take down any single player also of Do or Die, they have secured qualification. There's nothing to worry about. Nobody can take that away. If there's any lingering doubt, that would be resolved. But right now, Revenant X-Pac, I think at this point, they are quite unsure who they're up against. They might be anticipating Hero Extreme Godlike, because that's what they must be thinking. But since they're not there, hence we could see that they're holding on. They're waiting for Hero Extreme Godlike to make a mistake, or in that case, Do or Die. But Orangutan seem to pick a bone against the players of Reckoning, as they are looking quite hot. Atanki did expose himself a little bit, but still would not shy away from throwing that grenade, as the entire cavalry of Orangutan does arrive. Wizgod already down on his knees. Trades are there from AKOP's sides as the numbers keep on dwindling down from Reckoning. But do they care, Shadow? The answer is going to be no.
Of course they don't, because both these teams have already made it inside the top 16. Even we have the players of CK and God's Reign also going up against each other. And seems like CK, they are on the winning side. As God's Reign, they already have lost one of the players, but Reckoning, an early elimination also coming for this team. And if you look at the way Reckoning has been going for those 4v4 fights today, every single time Reckoning has been on the receiving end. They are not winning those 4v4 fights.
For Reckoning, it's all right. I mean, at this point, I'm not going to be dilly-dallying around why they messed up and all of that. They're just having a gala time. All these teams did their job pretty early on. So they can just enjoy the fruits of their labor, just gallop around the greener pasture, climb on horsebacks, and do whatever. At this point, even if both these teams just need themselves, still is not going to bother much. The only team that has their hearts in their mouths is this one. this team in front of us, hidden ones. What do they do? Where do they go? Nice entry inside the circle. That's all good. But look at this. Revenant X-Spark under threat. Sarang down quite low. At this point, Revenant X-Spark, the constant fear looming over their heads. They're wondering maybe it is a Hero Extreme God like Sarang is already being dealt with. One huge blow for RNTX, and Sarang, he's not going to be shown any mercy as Revenant X-Spark. They tuck their tails and run. And this is where Spray God has to carve out something special. Now they know that it is DOD. Now Revenant X-Spark can answer back.
Of course, they can, because they have got the confirmation that who exactly is in the city of Yasna, whether it was Hero Extreme Godlike, but now they have got the answer that it is the players of Do or Die. Even the players of Myth officials are also locking horns with the players of Gen X FM, but now it is CK showing on the doorsteps of Myth officials, and Aiden could have been eliminated, could have been knocked out in that situation. But wait a second, OG and Wildfangs also locking horns with each other as Scout has been knocked out, but wait a second, Maxi also in a close frontal battle against Aditya has been down, and Aiden on a very low HP. Despite that, gets one knock onto CK, but Aditya comes for the rescue and for the trade.
Oh, for CK, really nothing much left on the line at this point. All they want to do is just have and enjoy that last dance. They had their chances, but hold on, Mighty, come on, he's your own teammate. And suddenly, what? What? Shadow? Did I just see that happen? Oh my god. Mighty knocks two of his friends out. And Spear, he just drops a Molotov. And the entire squad of CK get evaporated. Scorched through the fire. That has to pinch.
It certainly will. Spear is going to be a happy man, but CK, maybe they were not aware that someone is there. I don't know. But whatever was the case, this is definitely going to haunt the players of Cincinnati Kids, because yes, I do understand they were not anyhow qualifying for the Challenge Finals, but this sort of a performance is definitely going to raise a lot of questions.
I mean, that's absurd. And really do not expect any... Mighty to be making such mistakes, but we move ahead. Of course, Diesel face to face against the players of Team Tamilas. As for Team Tamilas, they just keep crashing out. At this point, it's safe to say they have ejected themselves out of this tournament. And same for Diesel Esports also. There was a bleak chance where they could have made it, but looking at the overall standings, that does not look like to be the case. But for Revenant X-Spark, a little sigh of relief. Now aware that it's not Hero Extreme Godlike, but Do or Die. That's on their tails. And at this point, you can see, right? This is what we were anticipating. Shadow does not have any meds. And I'm pretty sure Spray God also would not be having any meds. I want to see how many meds are there on Joker. Give him 50, 60 first aids to work with. And let him hide in a corner and patch himself up. All that Revenant X-Spark need to do is survive till 8 teams remain. If they make it, then they've done their job. And then the onus is on Hidden Ones if they can thwart off somebody. For that to happen, the kind of a body language Hidden Ones are showing Shadow, it's not looking like that.
No, this approach, like you said, of Hidden Ones will work in their favor, because even if they get a chicken dinner for themselves, they need those finish points as well. So yeah, definitely this approach might not really work in the favor of Hidden Ones. They also need to get those finish points for themselves. But Revenant X-Spark, yes, the circle is favoring them. Do or Die, they have backed off from the city of Yasna, and now they're going all the way towards south. But someone is there nearby the plus of Revenant X-Spark, and that is Hero Extreme Godlike towards Mansion. But Diesel Esports, They are doing really good, and this is what we wanted to see from the side of Diesel at the very start of the challenge season. 7 finishes already accumulated, and now going up against the players of Team Tamilas, and seems like it's only one player of Team Tamilas, a 1v4 for them. A lost cause for Team Tamilas once again.
Oh, look at this. Manti, he steps out and he's come into play after ages. At this point, I would have loved to see Manti a little bit more. And Diesel Esports, a little bit of that South rivalry. And Diesel will be the ones bowing out with a smile on their face. But for Revenant X-Pac, alright, Joker just has one first aid. It feels like, Shadow, that Revenant X-Pac haven't gotten enough time to get their loots done. Because right from the very start, they were just hugging to that God building. And now they will start their loot. They've got a lot of grenades, that's all right. But meds, they need a little bit more of that. But I think Diesel have made the lives of Revenant X-Pac a little easier. Now just 9 teams remain. One more team gets eliminated and Revenant X-Pac move up.
Yeah, they'll get that one placement point even if they get eliminated. But for now, the next circle shift is also going to be important because Hidden Ones, they are in such a close proximity to the players of Team Red Ross. And looking at the split which Red Ross is having, it's not really looking good. But Jonathan finds a knock and the confirmation onto Bhalu of Do or Die, as Do or Die was trying to traverse inside the circle. And Jonathan was placed perfectly to get that confirmation point. And now Do or Die, this are left with only 3 players remaining. Even Wildfangs are also taking their sweet time to migrate inside the circle, as Seth and Trace God are still taking the brunt of the blue towards the side of Milta.
Wildfangs, this is also a team that was looked down upon, frowned at their very existence. No questions on why they were invited. I think they gave an answer to that. Not by their mouths, but with their words. I'm pretty happy with what they have accomplished for themselves. And just to make things better, Seth getting his confidence back, his mojo just before the grand finals. I just hope he somehow manages to retain it. Because there have been questions on his consistency. And because today is 19th and since the grand finals begin on 31st, so quite a long break. That's enough to kind of take that confidence away. So Wildfangs, they need to work hard. They need to put in more efforts. Because honestly, they won't be going inside the LAN as favorites because there's so many others. But they definitely could be the ones who can stir things up, could shake a few feathers, and that's been the case. They have always punched above their belt. And in the LAN, they could be playing without any pressure. Be it looking at this situation right now. Look at Revenant X-Pac, scared to death. They're just waiting for one team to get eliminated. And after that, you could look at them spreading their wings.
Of course, desperate measure, desperate times for the players of Revenant X-Pac. That's the reason they're taking their sweet time and going for this long rotation, an extremely safe path. But Diesel Esports and Red Ross, even they are in such a close proximity. Hero Extreme Godlike and Do or Die. Even Wildfangs is also very close to the players of Red Ross. So I think very soon we are going to see a fight happening either towards the western side of the circle or towards the southern side. Even Myth and God's Reign, they are also so close to each other. But just look at the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, just waiting for a good opportunity to pounce on the players of Do or Die, and seems like they're already trying to lure the players out of their covers as Reaper's position has been compromised, and Simp with that Bucky has got all the information which he needed.
Yeah, for Do or Die, there's nothing really remaining. They are doing or they're living up to their name basically. Reaper and Clutcher, 2 players against Hero Extreme Godlike. Could be one fight for the highlight reels as Jonathan steps out. There you have it, Reaper being dealt with. Yeah, that's signature. Johnny gets the pan down, and did he actually get that pan secure? I feel like, because right after, Admino followed up with the finish. So, seems like Jonathan, he wants a little bit more. And Hero Extreme Godlike have just gone resorting to their naughty ways. They're just having fun in the lobby, a gala time. Might as well, 4 players, take pans, throw their weapons away, and try and find a new challenge for them because Hero Extreme Godlike, they have been so stellar this season.
They have been from the very start. I still remember the
And
first
Remnant X Park
Erangel.
have qualified Shadow now.
Oh yes, they have. They have made it inside top 8. They have got that one placement point, and this is the moment, like you said, Revenant X Park needs to show that why they deserve to be in the top 16, why they deserve to be in the LAN Finals. They need to go all guns blazing. So I'm expecting that sort of a performance from the side of Revenant X Park, and maybe just go and take a head-on fight against the players of Hero Extreme Godlike and get that revenge which they wanted to do in that Erangel. So that could be a possibility. But for now, Diesel Esports and Red Ross kind of a pickle against each other, as both of them want to have the control of the Pochinki Potato Hill.
Well, they'll have 18 more chances to do that. Let that fight cook till the grand finals. Let's give them that benefit, and that would be even more interesting because things will go back to a clean slate. Everybody starting from zero. That would be exciting. Because again, folks, we've said LAN is a whole different ball game, and from what I'm getting to hear is all the tickets have been sold out. So make sure you tune in into Nordwind Gaming's social handles because Whisper in the Woods say that there might be a couple of tickets for giveaway, especially considering all the fan favorite teams, all the biggest teams of the country, barring a few have qualified. This was bound to happen.
Of course, this was bound to happen. But do I have an answer that why Hidden Ones are going for the passive approach? Because even if they get a chicken dinner, I don't see them in the top 16. With only 8 teams remaining, 26 players, this passive approach, this should have been a game where Hidden Ones should have gone all guns blazing. But Revenant X Park, even they are also taking the brunt of the blue. Maybe they're just making sure that they qualify with more than 1 point.
I think for Hidden Ones, how many points they needed, Shadow? I guess 14? 15. So all they need to do, I think they're still not taking any chances, right? They have all their players alive. They've got a good spot inside the circle. And they are banking upon a chicken dinner. Look at the circle shift. Of course, they would want to have that L building to themselves where Sham is. But then again, that is where Hero Extreme Godlike might look to slam in next. So for Hidden Ones, interesting choice. Let's see if the IGL can give the right callouts. Because this is literally do or die for Hidden Ones. So they've got 2 ways of approach. Either they just clear the backlines, deal with Hero Extreme Godlike, Revenant X Park, take them out, collect 8 points from there. Or maybe just wait it out, let all of these pick each other's heads and just collect whatever scraps they can, get 5 finishes, get a chicken dinner, and meet us in New Delhi.
Oh yes, at the Noida Indoor Stadium. The LAN Finals are going to be there and it's going to be super interesting. I really want to see those rivalries brewing more and more in the LAN Finals, especially towards the last few days. But for now, we have got Red Ross, God Strain, and the 2 remaining players of Wildfangs in the school apartments as Diesel Esports. They're also picking the players of Myth Officials. Even Wildfangs are also getting those finish points. And like you said, this team was really struggling in the initial few days. But seems like Trace God and Sev, they're doing the majority of the heavy lifting. I really want Sensei and Scout to step up and prepare themselves for the challenge finals, because statistically speaking, they both were lacking in terms of those finish points. So Trace God and Seth is always the one to get those opening frags. So if Sensei and Scout, they also step up, they also start getting those opening frags, I think Wildfangs could be a team to be the contender for the trophy.
See, it's not the frags that I'm worried about. It's Scout's positioning most of the time that bothers me. Most of the time. For Sensei, it's fine. I think he can get away with it if he's not having enough finishes. As an IGL, if he's getting the good zones and if his players are doing the job, it's fine. But Scout, being one of the filters, he needs to position himself right. He needs to play Knuckles' role, if I have to simply say it. You need to be on those flanks and you need to survive. Being the first person to getting to have yourself knocked out and then getting finished off, and that's a little bit bitter. So I think at this point we're at a junction where everybody knows how to fire shots. Now, if you practice day in, day out, you surely are going to get there. You're going to collect your sprays and all of that. He needs a little bit of more confidence and improved positioning. And that is what he needs to work on. Get your game senses up. You need to know what needs to be done, because I've seen so many players who might not be the best in terms of mechanical skills, but they somehow make up for it in terms of their position awareness. Now, considering the fact that he's also aging, if he can play that matured role where he sits back, he finds those sneaky angles, gets those frags, then that would be really helpful for Wildfangs.
Of course, Wildfangs, God's Reign, Red Rose, 3 teams in close proximity, but Revenant X-Park is the one coming under heavy fire from the side of Justin. Yes, they've already qualified. I really want Revenant X-Park to fly, to have their wings open and take a head-on fight with the plus of God's Reign at this point, because that is also going to give them the confidence boost which they'll need before the challenge finals. But Robin's nade right on the face of Spray God takes him down, and a follow-up nade might get the confirmation point as well.
Oh, Spray God. A little shaky, but it's fine. Revenant X-Park, they can relish, they can enjoy, but I'm pretty sure they do not have a smile on their faces. Surely not how back-to-back 2 times official champions qualify into one of the biggest tournaments of 2025. A lot needs to be put in, and can never doubt Shadow, really. On lands, he's a different breed. And all these boys, suddenly they just wake up, whatever is the issue, they tend to fix it. And considering they have got that synergy going and all of it working in their favor, really would not bother them. But as things stand, now for God's Reign, they've got 4 finishes to work with. Loss of Delta. And a little bit of happiness, at least for Ninja Jord, even personally. Seeing him not attend the previous official event, I think this is a perfect time to start redeeming himself.
Well, he has to redeem himself. But thankfully, Revenant X-Park, they do have a small compound to their name. But how they're going to come victorious in this cluster? Because God's Reign, they have the numbers advantage, and Lucifer out in the open. And God's Reign, Justin gets a beautiful knock onto him. And should be easy confirmation as well for Justin. And the way God's Reign has been playing today, it's so phenomenal, it's so fantastic. God's Reign is looking also prepared for the challenge finals, and not just challenge finals, for the contention of the trophy as well, because God's Reign form has been so fantastic, especially in week number 4. But Justin, you can't afford to make those sort of mistakes out in the open. You could have been taken down. But on the other side, Edmino has been knocked out and confirmed from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike, and Godlike, Red Ross also locking horns with each other. Even the blue has started closing in, and these grenades are going to be so deadly, as Beast has been knocked out by Punk. Instant confirmation, but Punk also receiving those grenades, the barrage of grenades coming from the side of Red Ross.
It's a blessing that Red Ross ensured qualification yesterday only. And now they can also just play their hearts out. Phoenix, a moment for him. Arto has managed to keep his position on compromise, at least for now. Phoenix, he needs to patch himself up at this point. That's some nice cover fire given by Arto. But Phoenix will be the one getting that knock. Punk, little bit of an overextension, and Jonathan just blows both of them up. It's fine, Johnny. And there you go. And yeah, we know Jonathan really excels in his grenading skills. And another display at that, but for God's Reign, at this point, could end things up with a chicken dinner. But looking at this, look at the circle shadow. And seems like Hidden Ones, they now need to start putting their work in. They need to get inside the circle, get a good spot. I want to see how many finishes have they got for themselves. Because now just 4 teams remain, barring them. And apart from Diesel, nobody has all their players alive. So a golden chance where Hidden Ones can carve a chicken dinner.
Just 5 finishes and a chicken dinner. That is exactly all what Hidden Ones need at this point. And since they have got the Northern control, like you said, they do stand a very good chance. But God's Reign out in the open, and Seth takes on 1 player, and even Justin is also on the verge of getting eliminated, and Godstrain, who were looking so good, but now lost onto 2 of the players. One last player remains from their side. Even Jonathan has been eliminated by Seth, and Wildfang's 9 finishes, but Trace Gods gets taken down. But there is no time for the revival. But Diesel Esports, this is really not looking good for the players of Hidden Ones, as Daniel has been knocked out.
This is Dance Against Destiny, triced with fate for Hidden Ones. As now, they have to start delivering. Diesel, they're on the prowl. 10 finishes secured already. Hidden Ones, they still have all their players alive, but the circle really not helping their case. As Sham just rattles those bullets out as Alien. He's got a different angle to play with. Seth, he's been run over as Diesel not having all their players alive. Pari and Sham, as the push goes on towards Sham's way, as Pari, he's also going to be a part of that party. As Sham, he's been dealt with, but Pari surrounded by the force from Hidden Ones. I want to see how many finishes have Hidden Ones gotten for themselves, as now even Mortis has been taken down. And I feel like, Shadow, it's not going to be enough. They have to get both the players, and even barring that, they will end up with 14 points. But Ninja Jord, he's on a different mission. Alien needs to get those revives back up, but Pari, he's got that chance to spoil the party, or maybe has it already been, as Diesel Esports, oh my god, they have been robbed. As Pari, he is going to clutch it out, and if Hidden Ones were hoping for a photo finish, seems like that has been squandered.
So close, yet so far. Hidden Ones came so close to qualifying for the challenge finals. They had 3 finishes, just few more points and a chicken dinner. One more finish and chicken dinner. Maybe they would have made it inside the top 16. But Diesel Esports literally raining on the parade of Hidden Ones and getting that winner chicken dinner for themselves. Where was this Diesel Esports the entire 4 weeks?
I don't know. They bowed out with their heads held high, and surely have given some nightmares. The players of Hidden Ones barely just missing by a few points. And this is all to the players of Hidden Ones. I think they lost their cool. They could not muster enough courage, because how do you choke when you have 4 players alive? Everything was just set up for you. And even if they had taken that chicken dinner with getting Pari out, which could have meant the points would have been equalized, then that would have been a whole different drama. But now I don't think there's any hope to latch upon. So yeah, quite a bit of a bummer, but that was an interesting end to this game. And at this point, Hidden Ones must be just thinking about, all those lost points at one point. I think, and this is something that Shadow, we talked quite early about this. There will be a moment where a team will miss out from single digit points. And this has happened, and their worst nightmares have awakened.
When you miss out qualification by quite a few times, that doesn't hurt this much, because then you know that you lack somewhere. But when you miss out just by a few points, 1 or 2 points or 3-4 points, that hurts the most. And Hidden Ones, they were doing everything correct yesterday and day before yesterday. Yesterday also they got 37 points, but today in the map of Sanhok getting 0 points. Even Big Candy also didn't go entirely in their favor. So yes, this day when it mattered the most, Hidden Ones did choke the most.
Yeah, they did. I don't know what to make out of this situation, because start of the day they were completely rattled, did not expect minus 40 to be dropping on them. And then in that Vikendi, they must be hoping, if they had avoided that fight against Hero Extreme Godlike, had gotten at least 2 or 3 extra points buffer, then they could have made it to the LAN. This would have been such a big feat for a team like Hidden Ones, an underdog making it to the grand finals in the most cinematic fashion. This would have been a storyline for us, and also for them, could have bolstered up their morale. And this would be such a devastating blow, especially what happened in those final moments. I think it must be just reeling. Feels bad, but I think that's the way with life. You have to move on and prepare for the next majors, that is the official tournaments, the BGIS. But it feels like, I think, Shadow, we do have our top 16 teams, Medal Esports. I think their prayers have been answered. They've been given a lifeline. What are your thoughts about that?
Certainly, this is definitely a good lifeline which Medal has been provided. And I hate to say this, it's not because Medal has played really good. It's because Hidden Ones choked. That is why Medal is qualifying for the challenge finals. I hate to be so brutal, but this should bring an awakening to the players of Medal Esports that they really need to amp up their game and rectify all the mistakes before the challenge finals start. Because Medal were not in their form in this particular week. They were lacking in those 4v4 fights. There were a few mistakes which were being done. Yes, they know how to do the rotation. The IGL has been doing a really good job. Every single time Medal do find themselves in a good spot inside the circle. But those 4v4 fights are where they are lacking, because Legend is the one carrying the entire team. So remaining 3 players, they also need to start stepping up.
Yeah, Legend. I think for me, Medal Esports really need to have a little bit of more flexibility in their roster, because we have been missing that aggressive Medal Esports. And now, I guess, like, this is the perfect time. It was a wake-up call. And the only good thing is that they've qualified at least. So no matter how, even if by 1 point they did, they're making it into the grand finals. And I guess I have now my expectations from Medal Esports really high, because I feel like they will put in the most work along with Revenant X-Pac and all of them, because they cannot let anything get over their heads. So they know that a lot of work needs to be put, and Medal Esports is a team that has also performed in LANs. We've seen them perform exceptionally well in the BMPS. They won our hearts, proved to the world that they're here to rule. So this time, this might be a narrow escape, but the grand finals, everything going back to zero, so many of those aggressive teams coming into play, it is going to be an extravaganza. Nothing less than that.
Of course, and we also have seen few glimmers, few clutches also from the side of Legend and few of the players of Medal Esports. So yes, they do deserve. But here are the qualified teams which are moving into the challenge finals. And yes, Medal has made it. Revenant X-Pac, they are also qualifying for the challenge finals. But few of the names like Bot Army Esports, a complete new team. And the way they have performed in the challenge season by getting 3 chicken dinners, I have huge expectations from the side of Bot Army Esports.
Yeah, of course. We do have huge expectations from their side, because Bot Army Esports, Wingod, Red Ross, and at this point, even Just Shelly. They will be my dark horses in heading on into this tournament. For Gujarat Tigers, such a big moment for Lala and the boys, because they have also been yearning to be a part of those lands. They've been missing out on a lot, maybe by few margins, but here he is once again to redeem himself. Eyes will be on Somraj, of course, if he can defend that crown, which now is feeling a lot heavy. Because apart from that SPA, Somraj did not accomplish a lot. He had been going through such a tough time of his career where he could not have 3 players sticking with him. Roster changes after roster changes, and I feel like finally it ends here. And I hope after this, they also get sponsored. They've got an Orgs backing, because this team is there to cook. So 278 is where they finish at, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they are a cut above the rest. As Aiku Soul, oh my god, oh my days. This is the biggest rivalry, right? So far, be whatever game it is, Hero Extreme Godlike, Aiku Soul, an epic rivalry which will see its conclusion in the grand finals on the 2nd of February. As there you have it, 202 was the cutoff. RNT X-Pac made it to 203. Would love to see how many points from which Hidden Ones missed out on.
If my maths is correct, I think 5 points, because they should be having something like 197 points if I'm not wrong. But yes, Medal, they have finally made it inside the top 16. This should be a wake-up call even for the players of Revenant X-Pac and Gujarat Tigers also, because Gujarat Tigers in week number 1 they were looking so good, but during week number 2 they were struggling a little bit. And yes, here it is, 197 points to the players of Hidden Ones.
Yeah, I mean, couple of extra points, few extra eliminations, and they could have seen the days. But for Team Empires, even for Genesis, kind of felt a little bad. Myth officials also, they put their hearts out. But a huge wake-up call for the likes of 8-Bit, Phoenix, Cincinnati Kids, big rosters, big backing, but the performance extremely lacking. So that's how I can put it. So I think the only silver lining that they can take is it has all happened before the BJ. So they've got quite some time to fix whatever issues they're going with, and I hope they bounce back stronger.
Of course, the timing is definitely perfect with the official tournaments on the way. There should be a wake-up call for all these teams to rectify all the mistake, what's really happening wrong in their rosters. But all the teams who have qualified for the challenge finals, I think they're just going to sharpen their skills for the upcoming official tournaments and maybe eyeing for the trophy, because VXT, God's Reign, Hero Extreme, Godlike, everyone, even Aikuso, they are definitely a strong contender for the trophy. And if they continue the same run in the challenge finals, I think they'll be having a strong rivalry amongst each other as well.
Yeah, and we have so much storyline, especially when you're heading into the grand finals that are brewing. I just want to see how many of our predictions go right. Are Versatile, Hero Extreme, Godlike going to face off against each other? Will Revenant X Spark also bring in a little bit of spice? Who is going to overheat? Who is going to be glorious? Who's going to get those chicken dinners? So many things left to be unraveled. And this we've seen so many LANs we've attended, I've casted, and heading on, I'm not going to be glazing or anything. I have to say this has to be one of the most epic finales ever, both officials and unofficial tournaments combined, because this has so much of that story, so much of that heart put in by the players, and I think even the fans, everybody are just waiting for 31st to come.
Of course, everyone is just waiting, but I have a feeling all these rivalries which we saw in challenge season, they might not continue in the challenge finals, because here everyone knew they have already qualified. But in the challenge finals, in the grand finals, you have got the moolah, you have got the trophy at the stake, and no one wants to mess with that. Everyone will just eye for the trophy, and rivalry will take a backseat.
Oh, you had to do that, right? You had to do that, right, Shadow? Spilling the beans. Of course, we know that would happen, but, for us, as we love entertainment and we like entertaining people, we would want that masala to be there. We want some bad blood. As long as you're just throwing punches inside the game, that is fine. Nothing outside of it. But yes, I think everybody at this point would want to get into a time capsule and instantly head on to the 31st, book their tickets. If you've still not done, I do not know if they're still available, but maybe take your chances and try to get it booked. Make sure you've got your hotels and everything. If you are in Delhi, you ought to be visiting the LAN. You cannot miss out on it. It's such a grand event, right? It's an extravaganza. You remember how beautiful the stage last time was, the lighting, the audience, and this time even with Hero Extreme Godlike making their way inside the LAN. So that from day one, the stadium is going to be jam-packed with roars.
Of course, it is going to be. Everyone will be supporting their favorite player, their favorite team. And every single time when their favorite team gets a chicken dinner or a very high fragging game, like you said, the roar which the audience brings in, that also pumps up the casters and the players to do really good. So that adrenaline rush which is there, everyone ought to witness that. But looking at the finished leader, well, it is VXT is power on the top with 68 finishes, followed by Trace God with 64 finishes. Then we have got Edmino. Even Edmino, this is a clutch master. He's a clutch master. So many clutches we have seen from the side of Edmino.
Oh yeah, I think Edmino and all these four players. And what really elates me is watching Saif also make it into the mix. Did not see that one coming, I'll be honest. But this is a player. There has been times where a lot of fingers were being pointed at him, his performance and his form, and how humbly and how subtly he's answered them all back. I think this is exactly what Wildfangs need heading on. And like I said, again, they've got that LAN experience. All of their players, even Trace God, we've seen him play the BGIS. So Trace God and Wizard for if you know. So, right? But again, now Wildfangs, where do I put them? I do not see them in my top 5, but I would like to get surprised. Definitely, because this team has been beautiful to watch, an absolute delight. Might not get the chicken dinners, but constant influx of points. And that has enabled them to achieve such feats. And this goes on to show Trey Scott and Seth. I think it's the time where these new boys take over BGMI.
Certainly, but the thing which I like about Wildfangs is how quickly they have adapted to the roster. Because yes, Sensei and Sav, they were sticking together, but they've beautiful adapted. Scout and Trace God also coming into the mix, and they have rectified all the mistakes. So yes, Wildfangs is definitely up for few surprises in the challenge.
You know what, Shadow? No, of course, we've been talking so much about Wildfangs. Let's head over for an exclusive interview with the boys from Revenant X Park. So many thoughts on our mind. So if we could have them with us right about now.
Guys.
All right.
Hi.
क्या हाल है बॉयज? कैसा लग
बढ़िया
रहा है?
भाई, बढ़िया बढ़िया।
फाइनल्स
आप कैसे हो?
भाई मैं दुखी हूँ अगर सच बताऊँ तो, क्योंकि आप क्या गुस्ताखी माफ अगर कुछ हार्ड सवाल पूछूं कि आप खुश हो अपने क्वालिफिकेशन इस तरीके से?
नहीं, खुश तो ऑब्वियसली नहीं है, कौन ही खुश होगा।
तो क्या हो गया, मतलब प्रॉब्लम्स कहाँ रह गई? थोड़ा सा कैजुअल हो गए या फिर चीजें काम नहीं कर रही थी? मिड टूर्नामेंट जहाँ पे एक्सपेक्टेड था कि टीम रेवेनेंट एक्स पार्क टॉप 5 टॉप 3 तो रहेगी, ऐसे कैसे दिन आ गए?
डाउनफॉल तो आते रहता है, अगर टॉप पे है तो नीचे भी रहना ही पड़ेगा। तो हम लोग वही है, जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स है अभी हम लोग वो सब फिक्स करने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं। और आपको पता ही है, जब BMPS खत्म हुआ उसके बाद बहुत टाइम तक कुछ टूर्नामेंट्स ही नहीं थे और हम लोग भी थोड़े बहुत ब्रेक पे थे, तो ऑब्वियसली मतलब फ्लो कम हो जाता है। तो अभी वही अपना फ्लो पकड़ने का ट्राई करेंगे और जो जैसा पिछले साल था वही अपन वापस ट्राई करेंगे कि इस साल भी रहे।
शैडो,
आपका अगर मैं बात करूँ, थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन है। मतलब मेरे को समझ नहीं आया, आपकी एक फाइट हुई थी हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडले के साथ यास्ते में, जहाँ पे आपने उनके 2 प्लेयर्स को फिनिश ऑफ कर दिया था। वो एक ऐसा सिचुएशन था जहाँ पे आपको पॉइंट्स की बहुत ज़रूरत थी। वो डिसीजन क्यों आया कि आप यहाँ पे स्कूल अपार्टमेंट्स जाके बाकी के 2 प्लेयर्स के साथ फाइट ले?
हम लोग का अगर आपने गेम देखा होगा तो आपको पता होगा कि मतलब भले हम फर्स्ट चल रहे हो या लास्ट चल रहे हो, हम हमेशा किल पॉइंट्स के लिए जाते हैं, क्योंकि पोजीशन पॉइंट्स का कुछ वो नहीं रहता कि मतलब हमें वो मिलेंगे कि कोई भी टीम अच्छा पोजीशन में होगी तो वो नहीं देगी। तो हमने 2 मार दिए, तो हमने सोचा कि और 2 है तो उनको मार ही देते हैं। होते रहता है फाइट में कि दूसरे बंदे का पोजीशन इतना नहीं पता था हमें, नेड आ गया, नहीं तो ऑब्वियसली हम उनको वाइप कर देते हैं।
मतलब काफी मतलब बहुत ही इंटेंस हो गया था वहाँ पे मामला, और फिर बहुत सवाल उठ गए थे कि क्यों हुआ पोजीशन, ऑल ऑफ दैट। बट एक आई थिंक, क्या हमें स्प्रे गॉड सुन पा रहे हैं?
आ रही है? हाँ बोलिए, मैं बोल देता हूँ उनको।
हाँ, तो स्प्रे गॉड के लिए सवाल ऑफ कोर्स जैसे शैडो ने पूछा है कि इस बार हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक ने थोड़ी नोक झोंक तो करी है, वो राइवलरी स्पार्क हुए हैं, एंड स्प्रे गॉड मैं जितना जानता हूँ ऐसा प्लेयर है कि वो तो पीछे नहीं हटता। तो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में जवाब कैसे मिलेगा? मतलब करारा जवाब रहेगा या फिर क्या, या अपना ही गेम खेलोगे?
ये पूछ रहे हैं कि गॉडल मतलब हमें टारगेट कर रही थी ना, वैसा राइवलरी स्टार्ट हो गई एक तरीके से, तो मतलब उनको क्या कुछ हम लोग जवाब देंगे या नहीं, ऐसा सोच रहे।
कोई नहीं, अब तो जवाब सीधा फाइनल में मिलेगा। जिसने उंगली की है तो अब जवाब देना तो बनता ही है।
जवाब देना तो बनता है, बट जवाब से पहले आई थिंक बहुत सारे फैंस के मन में ना सारंग, ये कहीं ना कहीं एक अनिश्चितताओं के साथ वो चल रहे थे कि क्या होगा रेवेनेंट एक्स पार्क का। एक मैसेज दे दीजिए बिफोर यू हेड इन, क्योंकि हमें तो भरोसा है, एक बार डाउट करके गलती कर ली थी शैडो के ऊपर और आप लोग के ऊपर, बैक टू बैक बन गए। मेरे को तो भरोसा है कुछ बढ़िया करोगे, बट एक बार वो जो फैंस जो थोड़े से डाउटफुल है उनके लिए एक मैसेज दे दो।
जो डाउटफुल है उनको तो मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि मतलब उनको मैंने देख लिया कि जो मतलब अच्छे टाइम पे सपोर्ट करते हैं और खराब टाइम पे मतलब हेट फैलाते हैं या मतलब बोलते हैं इसको चेंज कर दो, उसको निकाल दो टीम से, वैसे फैंस को तो मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा। बट बहुत सारे फैंस ऐसे भी थे जो बोल रहे थे कि तुम कर लोगे, पहले भी तुमने किया है, रोज़ हमें टैग करते थे, मोटिवेट करते थे। उन लोग के लिए भाई यही बोलूँगा कि तुमने इतने ख़राब टाइम में भी सपोर्ट किया है। पिछले साल भी हम लोग का टाइम बहुत ख़राब था कुछ महीनों में, फिर भी हम लोगों ने तुम्हें दिया मतलब ट्रॉफी ला के। हम लोग वापस वही ट्राई करेंगे कि जो हमने लास्ट ईयर किया तुम्हें वापस ट्रॉफी ला के दे और तुम मतलब छाती चौड़ी करके बोल पाओ कि भाई हाँ इनको सपोर्ट किया था बैड टाइम पे भी, और ये लोग अपने मतलब बोलने का मौका दे रहे हैं।
बट सारंग, हम इस बार ऐसे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में जा रहे हैं जहाँ पे राइवलरी पीक पे चल रही है, सारे टीम्स अपने पीक पे चल रहे हैं, तो इस बार मुझे लगता है कि सबसे वन ऑफ द मोस्ट टफेस्ट LAN होगा. ऑफ कोर्स ऑफिशियल नहीं है, बट ऑफिशियल जैसी वाइब आ रही है उससे भी इंटेंस वाइब आ रही है. क्या लगता है कि सबसे बड़े बड़े कॉम्पिटिटर्स कौन होंगे तुम्हारे?
कॉम्पिटिटर्स तो पता नहीं यार, मैं दूसरी टीमों को नहीं देखता. हमें लगता है कि हम अपना बेस्ट देंगे, हम अपना फ्लो में रहेंगे तो हमें कोई नहीं हरा सकता.
यार वो जोकर को थोड़ा हंसने के लिए बोल दे यार, ऐसा अच्छा नहीं लग रहा, वो मायूस दिख रहा है.
जोकर जरा हंस दे भाई. ये कंट्रोलर लेके बैठा है,
ठीक है कोई ना. अच्छा फीफा गया. चल करेगा 1v1. बट थैंक यू सो मच गाइस एंड ऑल द बेस्ट. मिलते हैं बहुत जल्दी. एंड नोएडा में इस बार आग लगा देना. कोची लगा चुके हो, हैदराबाद है, इस पे भी फतेह हासिल करना. प्लस प्रे गॉड का तो होम टाउन जैसा ही हो गया, शैडो का भी है. तो होपिंग टू सी अनदर ट्रॉफी, अनदर फेदर इन योर कैप. ऑल द बेस्ट गाइस.
मिलते हैं गाइस, मिलते हैं. लव यू ऑल. बाय बाय.
Cheers. All right. I think you could see that they were not pleased with how they qualified, and it's right. I think they have realized that it's time to wake up. Whatever mistakes have been done, wiped off, clean slate. I know they're a different beast in the lands, and they will do better. But Shadow, before we call the curtains on the challenge stage, before we head on into the grand finals, any final thoughts?
For all the teams who have not been able to make it inside the top 16, just for them, there is no such thing as failure. It's always a learning experience. Just learn from your mistakes and prepare for the upcoming official tournaments. I'm sure if these guys can qualify and get the trophy, everyone can. You just need to prepare and amp up your skills. That's it. And all the teams who have qualified, good luck. We want the rivalries.
I mean, so many matches finally done and dusted. Every team had to play 36 games, and we have our chosen top 6, or rather the ones that have earned their stake, and they will be fighting for a massive prize pool of 1 crore rupees, and more than that, the trophy, the bragging rights, and to be the best team of 2025. That being said, folks, we will be taking an adieu. We will meet you next directly at Noida Indoor Stadium. Till then, you guys have a good time.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. Say never to the Broncos thing. It's